Hey there guys, Darkbean here, welcome back to more Fate Stay Night. In the last one, Archer Zero showed up, murked Caster and then went, Lamau GG fight me bro. And we kind of just like, well that wasn't last time, but you know what I mean. And then yeah, we just kind of talked about like, what are we gonna do guys? He's really strong, he's gonna kill us, I don't know what to do. But yeah, that's the gist, you know, we don't know how to beat him. Yeah. Also, really quick, I want to talk about the reason why the perspective of these Fate videos constantly changes is just because OBS sucks. I'm just gonna say that right now. OBS is so annoying. Whenever I sit down to record one of these, only for Fate, because I've had to start doing display captures. Just because I have the black screen issue, and it just doesn't work. I've tried everything to fix it, and I've had the black screen issue before, and I've fixed it before. Which if you don't know what the black screen issue is, it's essentially if I try to capture a specific window, it just doesn't. It refuses to do anything. But for everything else, I just full screen everything, and then I just display capture to capture my specific monitor. That's why you can always notice, like, say, like, if I'm playing, like, Resident Evil, it shows this at the very top of, like, every video, because that's just, like, how it's displayed. And so, like, but with this, for some reason, whenever I go full screen, it just doesn't change anything on, like, for some reason, it's so hard to explain. Basically, when I first boot up Fate Stay Night, it's like in a tiny square at the top of the screen, okay? And then I can go and click this little button, and then I can hit windowed mode, okay? And windowed mode is that full screen is what you're seeing essentially right now, where it takes the entire screen, at least for me. But then on OBS, for some reason, it doesn't do that. It just, it keeps Fate Stay Night right here in the top corner, and then the rest of the screen is black. Anyways, so I have to manually set it up every single time I record this. But yeah, with that being said, let's just get into it. Then I'll go back to my room. Let's have the complicated talk tomorrow after Ilya wakes up. After messing a lot with Saber, she drinks the bitter tea and stands up. Yeah, go to sleep. Don't come back. Yeah, I'll leave the rest to you then. I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka leaves in a good mood. What are you gonna do, Shiro? You should not push yourself even if your wounds have healed, so I think you should rest for tonight. Yeah, that's my plan. But I'll watch over Ilya for a bit longer. I'll move her to a room if there doesn't seem to be any problem, and I'll go to bed after that. I see. Then I shall accompany you. Our conversation ends there. It gets really awkward once it's quiet, as Tosaka is the loud one. No, awkward isn't the right word. There are things I'm worried about and things I need to say, so my mind is impatient. Come to think of it, what I want to tell her is all in a mess. About the Holy Grail, about her still being alive. Even if she does obtain the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for the girl called Artoria. I don't even need to say why. She has no wish for herself, even now. Saber, about what we were discussing before. Our eyes meet. Her awkward eyes seem to know what I'm going to say. Yes, what is it, Shiro? She tries to block my question with a calm voice. But I have to tell her. About what we were saying earlier, Tosaka said it too, that servants can stay if they obtain the Holy Grail, alright? Then... No, I have no intention of staying here. I will return to my original time once I obtain the Holy Grail. And you're going to redo the selection of the king? You're going to start everything over and not save yourself on the verge of death. Right, it is the duty of a king to protect the country. My powers were not enough, so I must at least select an appropriate king in my place. Her words really make me angry. You idiot, wake up! The duty of the king doesn't matter. You're here, so you should do what you want to now. I won't allow you to have any other goals. You're strong, right? Then finish this battle quickly, obtain the Holy Grail, and quit being a servant. If you have a wish, don't go back to the past and redo everything. If you want to change yourself, don't change the past, but change who you are now. Saber doesn't answer. She gives a small sigh. You are obstinate, Shiro. I want you to stop bringing this up. She firmly rejects my opinion. It is not as if one can stay if one obtains the Holy Grail. Archer, That servant does not remain in this time because of the Holy Grail. It was impossible for anyone to obtain the Holy Grail in the last war. Saber, what does that... It is impossible to obtain what does not exist. On that day, when the town was in flames, the Holy Grail was destroyed by the master who betrayed me, Emiya Kiritsugu. My vision closes in. I hold my body steady with my hands as it's about to fall. Emiya Kiritsugu? Yes. He was my master 10 years ago in the previous Holy Grail War. I won to the end, and the Holy Grail came into Kiritsugu's hands. Archer and his master still remained, so the Holy Grail War should have been ended by their defeat. But Kiritsugu threw the Holy Grail away. As a result, the town went into flames. That man ordered me to destroy the Holy Grail, because servants are the only ones who can touch the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu used his last command spell to force me to destroy the Holy Grail. Servants cannot stay in this world once the Holy Grail disappears. Kiritsugu did not try to keep me here either. My memory ends there. I cannot ask him about the betrayal, nor settle my match against Archer. Well, it's not like I never thought about it. Father was a Magus. If he lived in this town all his life, he must have been involved in a Holy Grail war. But still, why didn't you tell me that my father was a Master Saber? Usually a servant does not hold memories of previous summonings. The same hero will not be summoned as a servant again. I am an exception to this rule, so I believed I should not mention this fact to you, Shiro. I did not wish to tell you what kind of master Kiritsugu was. Why wouldn't you want to tell me? Shiro, as you have seen my past in your dreams, I also saw your past. I was surprised by your past, but I could not believe how much Kiritsugu had changed. Emiya Kiritsugu is a great person in your memories, but he's not like that in my memories. To state it simply, he was a typical Magus. He was only interested in his objectives, and he eliminated everything in his way. I could not see any human emotion in him. He only spoke to me 3 times during the whole war. I do not think I need to tell you when he spoke to me. He was not cruel, nor a born killer, but he did not have anything that you would call emotion. Just as he treated me only as a tool, he treated himself only as an object. Kiritsugu killed every emotion and killed every enemy. I do not know what he believed in to make him do so, but he ordered me to destroy the Holy Grail when it was in front of him. To be honest, I have never cursed the command spell or a master who has betrayed me, more than I did at that time. There's some truth in Saber's words. No, they must be all true. Come to think of it, I don't know what Kiritsugu was like before that time 10 years ago. I couldn't guess anything about him before that time, and I saw no need to learn about such things. It doesn't change a thing, even if Kiritsugu was cold-hearted. The man that adopted me was really childlike, so my memory is my only truth. But what hurts my heart is, if Kiritsugu was really a cold person, his last moments were just too empty. Let's see, maybe I was able to summon you because I'm his son. I do not know. Kiritsugu summoned me in a legitimate way. As Kiritsugu's aptitude as a master was high, he was hired by a Magus family with a long history and entered the Holy Grail War. I heard that everything he needed to become a master was provided by that family. They had excavated King Arthur's artifact from Cornwall and gave it to Kiritsugu to use in the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu used it as a catalyst to summon me. So Kiritsugu himself does not have any factor to summon me, nor is his attribute close to mine. You probably summoned me because of some other factor. I get it. It's not too surprising that Father used to be a master. What's surprising is that servant was King Arthur, the one standing in front of me right now. One more thing. Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then isn't this war completely meaningless? I don't get it. You already knew there's no Holy Grail anymore, right? So why did you decide to take part in this ridiculous battle? I certainly do not know if the Holy Grail actually exists, but it would be strange for there to be no Holy Grail if I'm summoned. Have you forgotten, Shiro? I became a servant to obtain the Holy Grail. To put it another way, I will not be summoned unless the Holy Grail is present. Well then. The Holy Grail can restore itself even if it's destroyed? No, the Holy Grail is not something easily replaceable. It would be impossible for a destroyed Holy Grail to be restored. Then... But it should exist. Servants are summoned since they are drawn to the Holy Grail. Servants would not exist if there is no Holy Grail. The priest said so as well. Priest? Oh, him. Supervisor of the Holy Grail War, living at the church. That man that manages the Holy Grail must be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war. What happened to the destroyed Holy Grail and to the servant Archer? And yes, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle to make him destroy the Holy Grail? I wake up alone. Even if she has recovered, Saber still has to sleep periodically. She went to bed right away after that, and I went to bed too to relieve Saber. That was an hour ago. It's past midnight. I'll be able to sneak out without Saber or Tosaka finding out now. Sneak out to go where? Where are you going to go? I know you know that there's only... well, wait, they never talked about what happened to Lancer. So there's potentially 2 servants left. And you're just gonna go out? Okay. I go out without making a sound. I thought about using the bicycle, but it'd be a problem if I wake them up by doing so. I guess I'll walk there. There's no one around. Even if it's midnight, the silence is abnormal. The air is frozen, and I can't sense any life from any of the buildings. On the other hand, I feel a contradictory heat under the roads if there's a whirlpool or if something black. Has something happened to the town in a few days I was held at Ilia's place? It feels like ill omens are everywhere. It's not just me. I look up at the mountains in the distance. The Ryudo Temple, which is far away from the city, just looks like a black lump from here. It's just that. It seems like it's throbbing along with the night wind. I cross the dark river and walk to Shinto. That's right, it's already been 10 days since then. That night I first met Saber and walked on this bridge with Tosaka seems like so long ago. Yeah, it seems like a couple months, almost a year actually for me. I see the church. I've never been to the church, even though I told Tosaka that. I do have a connection to this church. I was supposed to be entrusted to the church and adopted somewhere later. The Emiya household or the church? Come to think of it, it was a big turning point. 10 years ago, all the children of that hospital were orphans. They were all temporarily entrusted to the church. I was the only one of them adopted from the hospital. That must be why. I felt kind of guilty and unconsciously avoided the church. That's why I told Tosaka it was my first time visiting the church on the night 11 days ago. The lights in the church are still on. I don't like that priest, but there's something I need to ask him. Well, let's go. I take a deep breath and go through the heavy doors. Priest Kotomine, are you here? I keep on walking while I call out. Can't sense anyone in the chapel. Even though the lights are on, it's so big and quiet that I feel more afraid than I would be in complete darkness. Hey, is anyone here? There's no reply. I can't go any further, so maybe I should give up and go home for tonight. I instantly turn toward the sound. So, it is Amiyashiro. What are you doing here at this time? The sudden encounter leaves me speechless. It is late. I was going to sleep. But this is Kotomine. But your expression suggests that you seek confession here. Kotomine says so and returns to the door he emerged from. Oh, no, wait, I had something I wanted to ask you. I know, you will not turn anyone away, even if they come at odd hours. I will not turn anyone away. So saying, Kotomine opens the door to the back of the chapel. Follow me. I'm sure it has something to do with the Holy Grail War. I cannot have us talk about such bloody subjects here. Even though we talked about things here, last time you were here. Kotomine disappears into the back without waiting for my reply. I've come this far, so I can't go back empty-handed. I renew my determination not to be intimidated by Kotomine and follow him. Wow. The outside was brilliant, but the inside is exquisite as well. Is this a courtyard? There's a park and passageway that seem too elegant for Kotomine to live in alone. What are you doing? Come here if you have something to talk about. The priest turns yet another corner. Damn, he really doesn't wait. I follow him, complaining. The church is like a small maze, so I have to follow him obediently. It's a modest room made of stone. The inelegant room seems to be Kodamine's. I hate the way he, like, peeks out of the frame. I am unfortunately out of alcohol. I have nothing to welcome you with, but forgive me. Kodamine says so while sitting down. Is this a faint smell of wine? You must really like it if the smell is lingering in this room. What? Did you have something to talk to me about? It is bothering. It is bothersome if you just stand there dumbfounded. I'm not dumbfounded. I was just surprised by this room. Now go home right away. I'm like, listen, I apologize. I have no water right now. I'll go home right away once our business is done, is what he said. Good. I do not have enough leisure time to socialize with children either. Keep your questions concise. As expected, I hate this guy. It feels like he can read my mind, and I feel intimidated when I talk to him. So, what is it that you want to talk about, Emiyashiro? I believe I've already told you everything I can. Don't lie. You must have known about it. My father was Saber's master, and he destroyed the Holy Grail. You're the supervisor that manages the Holy Grail, so you must. Oh, did Saber say that? Yeah, I heard that's how the previous Holy Grail War ended. The priest sinks into silence as if pondering. It is unusual for a servant to retain their previous memories. Maybe Saber is a failure, or Saber herself is abnormal. Either way, you cannot claim she is a normal servant. Heroic spirits do not retain memories. There would be contradictions if they did, since they are summoned into many ages, the past, present, and future. All they have are memories from when they were alive. Anything that happens to them after they become a heroic spirit do not remain in their memories. The priest ponders as he must not assent to the fact. I see. He doesn't know that Saber isn't a complete heroic spirit yet, so he's having trouble understanding. No, that's wrong. It seems that Saber's circumstances are different from other servants. Different circumstances? I see, so that must be why you came here. Alright, go ahead. I don't like his haughty attitude, but this is no time to oppose him. I don't like it, but this priest might give me some answers. It seems Saber isn't dead yet. She still hasn't completed the contract to become a heroic spirit. Something like she wished for the Holy Grail on the verge of her death, and she agreed to become a heroic spirit as a price for obtaining it. So she isn't dead yet. She won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and she says she'll become a complete servant when she does so. Not dead? That must mean Saber is still in the cycle of rebirth, though she is not removed from the concept of time like her other heroic spirits. Right, I think that's it. Tosaka said Saber's frozen in time by herself. I see. So rather than disappearing after she accomplished something, she continues to be summoned as a heroic spirit until she obtains the Holy Grail. But the Holy Grail has not yet been obtained, so she returns to her deathbed every time she fails. But she's been summoned to this time as well, bearing all her previous memories. Obtaining the Holy Grail in order to die. I do not understand heroes. And even if she does obtain it, all that is left for her is to be summoned as a servant. That's right. Even if she does obtain the Holy Grail and gets her wish granted, she'll just become like the other servants, right? I don't like that. Anyways, what are servants? They say it's making heroes your familiars, but can that even be possible for a contradictory hero like Saber? I do not understand the system. Eternal continuation of the soul. The servant system is constructed by imitating that secret process. Only the Divisor would know about this. Only the Divisor. I'm just thinking about, like, everything I know about Fate, and just, like, essentially just trying to understand what they're saying, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? But anyway, let's just continue. Eternal continuation of the soul? No, that is just the past. It has nothing to do with this matter, so forget about it. So, Emiyashiro, you are saying that you want her to stop being a servant, correct? Did he guess right? I certainly think Saber's situation is strange. It's fine that she wants to obtain the Holy Grail, but all that awaits her is elimination. If a king other than King Arthur is chosen, and King Arthur is no more, I think it's wrong for her to be summoned as the hero King Arthur after that. So if she can stop being a servant and live as a normal human being, that is impossible. Dead people will not come back to life. Even if her time is stopped, Saber is already dead for us. The power of the Holy Grail summons her into this time because she accepted the price of becoming a heroic spirit. If she does not seek the Holy Grail, she will not be summoned as a servant. And as long as she seeks the Holy Grail, she will become a complete servant sooner or later. Even if she fails this time, she has infinite chances. Since Saber is still in the loop of time, she cannot be in 2 chances to obtain the Holy Grail at once, and she cannot redo a chance she has already failed. She will fail a chance she has already failed, no matter how many times she tries. Once she has experienced the result, she will not be able to change it. But still, it should only be a matter of time before she obtains the Holy Grail. This is not the only opportunity for her. Trials to obtain the Holy Grail exist in all ages. If she continues to challenge each one, she will obtain the Holy Grail. From the beginning, she is being summoned as a heroic spirit because she obtains the Holy Grail as a result. From the moment she appeared in front of you, there was no way to stop her from becoming a servant. I thought so. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way to stop her from being a servant. After all, she'll continue like this until Saber herself decides the Holy Grail for her own sake. Wait, decides? Wait. To use the Holy Grail for her own sake. Even as the Holy Grail war ends and there's no need to fight anymore, she will go on to the next chance to obtain the Holy Grail if she cannot obtain it this time. Once she obtains it, she'll become this heroic spirit thing and be sent out to many ages. Then she'll continue to be a servant whether she obtains the Holy Grail or not. No, that is not the case. If the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, it will be able to save Saber. Huh? But you just said that was impossible. Yes, it is impossible to stop Saber from becoming a servant. But your wish is for her to stay in this world, is it not? It is not that difficult. You are able to keep her as a human even after the Holy Grail war ends. Although she will return when she dies. How do I do that? The heroic spirits and servants are spurious. Okay. Normally what is summoned as a heroic spirit does not have a mind. It is summoned as a tool to meet an objective and disappears. But servants are different. They are the true body summoned by the Holy Grail, so they live as humans just by keeping them in this world. You can do such a thing? Saber said she disappeared when the Holy Grail was destroyed. Isn't it true that servants can't stay if the Holy Grail is gone? Of course, the Holy Grail merely summons these servants, and it is not the role of the Master to maintain them after that. But that is possible only because the Holy Grail is aiding the Master. The magical energy of a Magus is not enough to maintain a servant. If one does not have a donor called the Holy Grail, their servant will disappear. I thought so, then... No, you do not have enough. All you need to do is compensate for that. For servants, furnishing magical energy is only an act of compensation. Their true nature to consume souls. If their existence starts to fade, it can be replenished using other souls. Well, does that mean attacking random people like Shinji did? Don't be ridiculous, I can't do such a thing. First of all, Saber wouldn't want to stay if she had to go that far. I see, then you have to use the contents of the Holy Grail. It is simple. If you want Saber to live as a human being, have her consume the Holy Grail. You must have predicted my response. The priest's expression tells me he was waiting to reach this conclusion from the beginning. You mean have the Holy Grail grant my wish? No, it has nothing to do with your wish. It is the contents of the Holy Grail itself. Did you not hear from Reen? Servants are able to start a second life by drinking the water of the Holy Grail. That only means they have to become a familiar summoned in this age. Their bodies will still be that of servants, but they will be able to stay in this world as long as their master is alive. But that means... that hasn't solved anything. Even if she can stay in this world, it's meaningless if she's still a servant. She can't exist without magical energy from her master, and even if she stays in this world like that, she returns to that hill after she dies. And Saber wouldn't do it. She isn't interested in a second life, and she says she's going to use the Holy Grail for another purpose. Oh, but first of all, the key to everything is the Holy Grail. Does it mean it still exists in this world? I get it. That just means I have to obtain the Holy Grail, right? But does the Holy Grail still exist? If my father destroyed it, then... then what? If there's no Holy Grail, there's no reason to fight. This ridiculous fight is pointless, isn't it? You have no reason to fight, huh? Why do you say that now? You had no reason to fight from the very beginning. As he says so, time freezes. No reason to fight? That's what this priest told me before. At that time, I just became a master and didn't have much of a reason to fight. That's why I ignored it and thought it was just sarcasm. But what about now? I have a reason to fight if there is a Holy Grail. I want to end this fight and give it to Saber. I have a reason to fight. I have a reason to fight. So why do his words make my body shake so much that I want to vomit? Well, forget about that for now. Now is not the time to open up your wounds. I hear a voice I don't want to hear, but it makes my mysterious nausea stop. There's the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is only a vessel anyways. If it goes away, the Preparer will prepare another one. The Preparer will prepare another one? Is the Holy Grail that easy to make? Just making the vessel is. Of course, one needs an appropriate skill, but the Holy Grail could not come to being without such skill. First of all, the Holy Grail is not a cup to receive the blood. Oh gosh, this is so long. This is such a long episode. First, it is not a cup that received the blood of God. It was based on a magical pot passed down from ancient times. I did not mean to hit that. You should know about it if you are a magus. Utopia. It means an unreachable place in Greek. It is said that an omnipotent vessel exists there, and there were magi who tried to reproduce this omnipotent vessel. They were the three family, Ainsburn, Makiri, and Tosaka. They spent many generations researching the ritual to reproduce the omnipotent vessel, and completed it 200 years ago. That was the first Holy Grail War, the ritual that summoned the omnipotent vessel to the artificial Holy Grail to open up the path. Ainsburn? You mean Ilya's family? Yes, the Einburns specialize in this golden rule of the line. They are the best suited to make an imitation of the Holy Grail, but they cannot summon the Holy Grail with just that. They need a suitable land and a strong curse. The ones who provided these were the Tosaka and the Makiri. At that time, the Church and the Magical Association were in the middle of a bloody war. A far eastern land was chosen as the place for this ritual. Ainsburn must have invited Tosaka in because Tosaka was in charge of the land around here, and their master was a master of summoning. For Ainsburn, the summoning of the Holy Grail would be impossible without the help of Tosaka. But betrayal could easily occur with two families involved. They must have thought three should be involved as they brought in the Makiri family. The Makiris are a family with history as well. They were the family most skilled with familiars. It was they that came up with the command spell to bind the servants. And they worked together to summon the Holy Grail. But when they succeeded, what came after was a bloody killing. The first summoning of the Holy Grail ended while they were busy killing each other. As generations passed, they made rules called the Holy Grail War, and went back to cooperating, at least in form. Tosaka provided this land and the system to model the servants, and Makiri provided the command spell to bind these servants, and Ainsburn supplies the vessels for the Holy Grail to dwell in. That is the cooperation they decided on. The priest continues happily as if something pleases him. But I see, they say the Holy Grail is a ritual, but Ilya's family was the original proposer? So that is it. It was the Einburns that prepared the Holy Grail. As they were betrayed by Kiritsugu last time, they have thrown in their greatest trump card. The daughter of Ainsburn probably holds the Holy Grail. Ilya has the Holy Grail? That's weird, I don't think she had anything with her. Well, are you happy now? You do not know what troubles you. But the only way to solve it is to use the Holy Grail. Now that you know that, go home. The battle's not yet over. You are crazy to be walking around without Saber by your side. That's none of your business. I know there's still Lancer's Master. Hold on, there's one more thing I need to ask him. Kodamine, servants will disappear once the Holy Grail disappears. That's what you said, right? Yes, do you have a problem with that? I do. I don't know who it is, but there's an 8th servant. According to Saber, he has remained in this world since the previous war. It must have been a surprise. Kodamine opens his eyes and mutters in disbelief. What's going on? I came here since I thought you would know. So you were saying there's a servant that did not disappear? It is not that strange. The previous war ended with Saber destroying the Holy Grail. So in other words, there was another servant left. Saber disappeared by her own will. But if a servant wished to stay, then the answer is simple. He must have acquired the magical energy he needed by feeding on souls and lived these past 10 years. That's ridiculous. His presence was absurd. You or my father certainly would have noticed that that thing had been around for 10 years. I know, someone was probably hiding him. The servant's master, or what? A magus who knew about the Holy Grail War, but did not become a master. I knew one such person, but that is impossible as well. The old Makiri has already retired. Kodamine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa. This is it. I cannot let this be as a supervisor. I shall investigate that servant. You should concentrate on your remaining battle with Lancer. Kodamine walks to the exit as if there's nothing more to talk about. I agree. Please let the scene end so I can end the episode and get water. Well, there's certainly nothing more to be gained from being here. I leave the dark room, follow Kodamine, who leads me to the exit silently. Okay, with that being said, I'm just gonna end the episode there because it's gone on for really long and I'm really thirsty. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, after chugging almost half a water bottle, I am back. In the last episode, we talked to Kodamine, and we regurgitated a lot of information we already knew while learning a few things. I think that's the best way to sum up the episode. Anyways, let's just get into it. Excuse me. I leave the church. Behind me, Saber will die when she obtains the Holy Grail. You know what that means, don't you, Miyashiro? Priest asks as if confirming it. The priest is looking down at me from the doorway. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I already know that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, and she doesn't want the Grail's power. When she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind her. She will be freed from her situation, frozen on the verge of death. We know! We know! Like, okay, I didn't try to let it irritate me last episode, that we were just getting told a lot of the same information over again that we spent, like, literally the episode right before it already talking about. Oh my gosh. Okay, she wants to leave the room. Hang on. Anyway, yeah, I try to not let it bother me that we just redid a lot of exposition, but seriously, this entire paragraph is what we've talked about like 3 times now. Anyway, what's wrong? You're not the type to give that kind of warning, are you? I was just happy that you were supporting Saber. I am warning you out of kindness. Saber will disappear when she obtains the Holy Grail. If you wish to be with her, you should give up the Holy Grail. That's even more of a contradiction. I won't be able to keep Saber here if I don't have the Holy Grail. You do not need to rely on the Holy Grail. It's just like that servant we are talking about. If you want to keep Saber, all you have to do is feed her souls. Don't play with me. I can't do that. I glare at the priest. I see. That is too bad. You must not even care about my glare as the priest is laughing. Then your only hope is the contents of the Holy Grail. Even if your servant does not wish it, all you have to do is keep one command spell. Your wish will be granted that way. The priest is saying that it doesn't matter if Saber doesn't want it, that if I am a master, I can just force Saber to drink using the power of the command spell. Oh, did I offend you? Don't glare at me so much. That was just a warning. Well, you could also respect Saber's choice. It is her life. We have no right to say anything about it. Amen, brother. I shall investigate that servant tomorrow. Come here again if you feel like it. The door to the church closes. Looking up at the church, I grit my teeth, telling myself I will never come here again. I crossed the moonlit bridge. This is the place where I walked with Saber. At that time, I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. You know what that means, Miyashiro. No. I know without him telling me. Why is everything so complicated? Saber must not obtain the Holy Grail. What is the only thing that can save her? If you wish to be with her, you should give up the Holy Grail. If you do that... I can't do that. Even if I accepted that, Saber wouldn't. She would rather disappear than do such things. She would disappear and repeat this kind of war. Then keep one command spell. That way your wish shall be granted. Damn, shut up, you shitty priest. I stop and punch at the rails of shaking off the command spell. Hard steel sound echoes through the night. That's the only sound around here. There's no people nor cars around. Damn, why am I even thinking about it? I lean on the rails and spit it out. I know I should just ignore Kodamine's opinion, but his words had a charm that made me unable to ignore them. What did I want to do, and what was I trying to fight for? First it was to end the Holy Grail War. When did that purpose fade away and become secondary? Was it when I was obstinate about fighting by myself? Was it when I decided to cooperate with Saber after I painfully realized how powerless I was? Or is it from that time I made a sword for her, after that night in the ruins? I'm just trying to deceive myself with all that. I don't even need to think about it. Back then, when I met her in the moonlight in that shed, my mind was already made up. But that would have been fine. If I hadn't found out because of the dreams, this probably would have ended before I knew it. But I found out. I couldn't leave her alone, and I decided I didn't want to lose her. I want to stay like this. I want to keep watching her smile. Ow. The girl watching the sunset alone on that hill of swords. My chest hurts thinking back to it. She never had time that was her own. I just don't like that. Kritsugu said we shouldn't let girls cry. I think a smiling face is much better than a crying one. That's why I was irritated when Saber wasn't smiling. When I told her to smile, she said it was better if she saw me smiling. It's like seeing stars through a telescope that you can never reach. Damn it. I look up at the night sky, looking up at the star I can never reach. Drip. An unnoticed tear falls down my cheek. I like her. I say to no one. However dull I am, I have to admit it. There's nothing I can do about it. I like her so much that I can cry for no reason. Welcome back! You were pretty late! And then, Tosaka is standing in the doorway. Tosaka, why are you... Let's talk inside. Come in. You seem tired. She takes my arm without asking me and starts to walk. And takes me to her room. Here's some tea. It must have been cold outside. She says so rather bluntly, but she's thoughtful. Yeah, thanks. Honestly, I appreciated the hot tea. It's about an hour to the neighboring town. Since I walk slowly, my body is freezing cold. So, did you go to Kirei's place? She asked me directly. I see, so Tosaka knew all along. But she didn't even stop me, just waited for me to come home and prepared me some tea. I made up my mind, and I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. That must be why. Yeah, I did. I had something I wanted to ask him. I play honestly, not hiding anything. I see. I want to ask what you went to do. That's fine with you, right? Yeah, it wasn't anything too useful either, I agree. I just confirmed the situation. I see. Well, I'm surprised that Saber isn't a complete servant yet. It's like a bad joke that the strongest servant is the least complete. Yeah, Saber shouldn't have become a servant. I nod. That's a surprise. Maybe you and Archer could have gone along. He said the same thing you did. Eh? Archer, you mean... Yeah, Archer said he regrets it, so he doesn't want Saber to experience the same thing. Why would he worry about Saber? Didn't he hate her? That's true, but I think he might have been a knight with some connection to Saber. He was obviously going easy when he first fought Saber, right? I suspected after that. Really? But it didn't seem like Saber recognized him. Is that so? But Saber was the king, right? So she can't have known all of her people, and there's also the possibility that she's forgotten him. Hey now, we'll never get anywhere if you start saying things like that. She sees him and doesn't recognize him. I think that means she doesn't know him. That might not be true. According to legend, there were many knights that got chased out of Camelot. He might have been one of them. If he was hiding his identity because of Saber, that would make sense. Tosaka's actively talking to me. Is she trying to care for me? I don't think it's having much effect, but she's a nice girl. She's usually merciless, but she tries to help people when they're weakened. And so we drink tea together for a while. She must have run out of patience as she looks at me seriously. So, what do you want to do, Shiro? I'll go on a date tomorrow. I can't think of anything else. Oh, that just... Yo, let's go! I'm down. I'm excited. I can't think of anything else, and I already decided so on my way home. And then... Where did that solemn atmosphere go? After making a really rude face, Tosaka... Water's good. Burst into laughter. hold on. I wasn't ready for that. That's great. That's so amazingly selfish, Shiro. Damn it, now that I think about it calmly, I should have known that this was going to happen. I'm such an idiot. Shut up. What's wrong with being selfish? I know this isn't the right time, but I won't let you interfere. No, Shiro, you're too funny. Tosaka hits my back, holding her stomach. Gah. This could be the worst treatment I've taken so far. Oh, this art for her has not been used enough. That's so cute. Oh, I'm laughing my heart out. She tries to catch her breath. That's good for you. It's not funny at all for me. I complain. Then, do your best on the date. I like you guys. Tosaka says so. Her attitude completely changed. And, yeah, I will. I managed to reply. That was a real surprise attack. If she says that kind of thing with that kind of expression, all I can do is nod. I return to my room. Saber is still asleep and the mansion is quiet, like nothing has happened. It was raining today, but what will the weather be like tomorrow? Looking up at the moving clouds, I step out of character and wish for it to be sunny tomorrow. Moonlight? One or I don't know. But with that being said, this is going to be a slightly shorter episode, mostly because last time was a much longer episode than I had intended. And my voice is incredibly tired, so I want to record at least one more. Honestly, I thought that I'd be able to sit down and then maybe finish this in one or two more recording sessions, and I usually record about 3 episodes at a time. I don't think that's gonna happen, and I'm not mad about that. It's just unexpected. I kind of thought we were gearing up for the climax, and then we were about to go into it and everything. But you know what? I am a-okay with the way that this is going. So, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Hey there guys, Shark here. Welcome back to more Fate/stay night. In the last one, we walked home, cried, and said we're taking a girl on a date. Story of my life. Anyway, let's just jump into it. So, before I realize it, it's morning already. I'm useless. I couldn't get any sleep at all. I stopped the alarm clock with a sigh. Today is my day with Saber. No matter what she says. I'm going to go back. I'm going to go take her to places she hasn't been and play around. And the most important thing is for her to enjoy herself. I was trying to use the knowledge I don't have to come up with the plan for the day. But the alarm clock went off before I noticed the time. I set the alarm clock just in case. I couldn't come up with any good plans last night, so I borrowed it from Tosaka, thinking it might take a long time to come up with a plan. I used it going against my principles, but it was useless in the end. Come to think of it, I've never gone on a date before. I sigh again. That's the problem. Even more shocking than the fact I couldn't get any sleep was the fact that I couldn't come up with any plan that might make a girl happy, even though I thought about it all night. Fine, I'll leave this to luck. I'll take her everywhere and make her realize what it means to have fun. Saber is a girl. If we go to cute-looking stores, she's bound to have fun. Well, I think the plan has some weak points, but I made up my mind, so that's what I'm going to do. It's not like I'm going to have any other ideas, so I'm going to entertain her today until she gives up. Don't word it like that, brother. Don't word it like that. Then Iliasville has not woken up yet? Nope, she's still asleep. It looks like it'll take her a bit longer to wake up, but I guess that's good luck today. If she awakes, she'd be following Shiro around and bothering him. Yes, we cannot have her continue to accompany Shiro as she has been. It ended like that last night. But we are going to start seriously searching for the remaining master today. Shiro cannot be concerned with Iliasville, even though she could body bag both Shiro and Rin, and she wants to help Shiro win, but sure. Oh, that's not what I meant, but oh well. It won't do any good if I tell you. And this is yours and Shiro's problem. Tosaka tries to hide her laughter. Huh? A problem for me and Shiro? Saber's expression questions me. We're done eating breakfast, so this is a good time. Saber is ready to go and search for masters, but I have willpower as well. I just need to come out with it like a man. About that, Saber. Well, I'll be going into the neighboring town today, so if you need to get ready, do so now. We'll be going into the neighboring town today. Looking for the master? In that case, I thought the suburbs would be a better choice than the neighboring town. No. We're going to go hang out, so there's no point in going to the suburbs. Huh? Saber freezes. I'll really have to get back at the person behind her who's trying not to laugh. Shiro, what do you mean by that? You're not going to hang out with Rin? But, I'm going, so who else but you will come with me? Tosaka has nothing to do with this, and she'll be staying here to take care of Ilya. How ridiculous. We would not accomplish much even if we did search the neighboring town. Doing such a thing is meaningless. What are you trying to do? Saber complains directly. This is what I expected, but the future looks troublesome, as she still thinks we're going to the town to look for the masters, even if after I told her clearly. Geez, you don't understand it when I put it this clearly? In other words, I'm saying let's go on a date. How about it? I ask, ignoring Tosaka's stares. I don't know how much she understands. I do not understand what you are saying. Can you give me a concrete description? She asks, even less happy. That flips the switch within me. It seems like caring for her has the opposite effect when it comes to things like this. It seems it would be to both our benefits to state it clearly. Shiro, I will obey if you want to go into town, but please explain to me what you mean by going to this date. Even though I am familiar with this age, there are words I still do not understand. Please use technical vocabulary. It's not technical vocabulary. I'll tell you since you don't know. Yeah, I don't like how you said that, buddy. That's an L for me personally. I'll tell you since you don't know. Going on a date means going out to play with a girl. Huh? Saber freezes. Why don't you just say, like, going on a date means going out to spend time with someone that you like? You know? That you have feelings for. Just say it like that, brother. That would be way less of an L. You know what I mean? You guys know what I mean. Everyone knows what I mean. But, yeah, anyways, Shiro's being Shiro. Girl, you mean me? She murmurs, still astonished. When I nod, Saber frowns even more unhappily. I understand the meaning of the word, but do not understand your intent. What is your reasoning behind such a thing? Her reaction is unexpected. The intention of a date is obvious, but I'm a bit hesitant to tell Saber straight on. Geez, she's misunderstanding because of the words you're using. Don't use the word date, explain it to her in simpler terms. Tosaka interrupts as if unable to ignore us. Look, Saber, a date is basically a rendezvous. Shiro says he's going to play, but it's a chance for a man to appeal to a woman he likes. Yeah, like that. That is a good way to put it. Thank you, Rin. You got my back. Like a homie. I cough. Tosaka's right, but I think a date and a rendezvous are vastly different. I mean, with the rest of the way she explained it very well, so I think she's right. But I shouldn't interrupt. It seems Saber finally understands. That's right, Saber. We're not going to fight today. We're going into town instead. After all, we won't be able to fight during the daytime since there are a lot of people around, so we should be able to do whatever we want right now. That is true, but this is too meaningless. There's no benefit for you in doing this. That's not true. Even if it were, I wouldn't mind. I've already decided to spend today for you, so don't worry about me. My brain had to recalibrate. That was just a weird way to say it, but like after I thought about it, I was like, okay, I get what he was trying to say. Anyways, we're going into town today. I won't change my mind no matter what. I stare straight at Saber. After thinking with a serious face for a while. Then will you go into town by yourself, even if I do not go? Yeah, I'm definitely going. Or the stuff I thought about all night will go to waste. Then I will have to go with you. As a servant, I cannot leave my master alone. With a deep sigh, Rin looks so disappointed in everything that has happened. Like, it's one of those, like, oh, my friends are so stupid kind of, like, looks, you know? And I get that. That's how I feel right now, too. With a deep sigh, Saber answers in her usual manner. I get really angry about her following me because she's my servant, but I managed to succeed in getting Saber out. So I just have to take Saber to places without thinking too much about it. See ya. Bring me back something. I gestured to Tosaka to go to hell as she's making fun of me right to the end. Oh, what is the gesture to go to hell? Hang on. I got my phone right here. What does that even mean? Gesture to go to hell in Japan. Well, in the United States, the finger across the throat communicates the meaning of watch out. And going to get you in Japan is direct meaning of go to hell. Well, oh, so it's just a finger across the throat. Okay, that interesting to know. So, what are we going to do exactly, Shiro? We'll go to the neighboring town. There's a bus from the intersection, so let's take that. The road is awfully quiet. It's past 9 on a weekday. The town is starting to come alive, but it must be a bit too early for people to start going anywhere. There's no one out on the road, and it's like we have to place for ourselves. Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel no resistance to skipping school. I've been at home all the time recently. Of course, you are a master, so it would be strange for you to be out walking. She replies sharply. She's walking behind me as usual, but it feels different today. To put it nicely, I feel pressure from behind me. Anyway, Saber's going to be harder to handle today. You guys can't see this, but I have the biggest smile on my face today. This is the best part of the visual novel. I don't care what anyone says. I needed a drink there. Listen, the big fights are cool. The exposition is hard to sit through. The other character stuff is great. Alright? But this is my favorite thing ever. He tried so hard to get her to come on this date. And then he even tried explaining it to her like a child. And she still didn't get it. And then just everything about just the setup to this is just so funny to me. And I love this. We get on the bus. It would have been full of people an hour ago, but there aren't many people using it at this time. The only people who are out on the bus are an old lady and a kid, so it's like we have this place for ourselves. Let's sit at the back, Saber. I call out to Saber, we're about to sit right at the front, and sit at the back end of the bus. And this is so... Yo, I like that. That's so pretty. Dude, the colors? The colors look so good in this. I love this. Guys, I'm sorry. This is going to be me the whole time. The whole time this thing is happening. Unless it goes poorly. Well, granted, it could go poorly in a funny way. But if it goes poorly in like a, kind of sad way, then I'll be very sad. But this is great. Saber watches the passing scenery silently. Looking at her, I realize how crazy I'm being right now. The bus to the neighboring town is ordinary for me. When in this ordinary thing, there's something extraordinary. Well, in short, to be honest, my mind starts to twist like a Rubik's Cube, realizing we're about to go on a date. Oh, crap, I'm getting really nervous. I take a deep breath, trying to not let Saber notice. And I know I shouldn't, but I sneak one more glance at Saber. My heart jumps. The Saber sitting next to me is a Saber I don't know. No, Saber herself is the same. All that's changed is the place. But still, just that makes me realize she's different. Something I didn't notice back at my place. This ordinary scene seems like a different world just because it has Saber in it. Oh, Shiro, that's so cute. Golden hair is like silk and her green eyes are so beautiful that their mere presence is overwhelming. There wasn't much to compare her against up till now, so I forgot about it. I remember the time I first met Saber. I was probably avoiding her because I was embarrassed about being fascinated by her. No matter what Saber says, she is a girl before she is a swordsman for me. I didn't know how to approach her, and I didn't realize my feelings for her. I am a sucker for like those I'm pretty sure that this is like the reflections of like the sky on the window. Like, I love how that looks so much. And yes, again, this is just gonna be me saying, I love this, this, and this whole date. That's how it's gonna be. It seems I got the order wrong. I was finally able to believe in Saber with everything I have, and then I decided to go on a date with her. Just those two are in the wrong order, and I finally realize when our day is about to begin just how big a deal it is to go on a date with a girl you like. Yeah. But so what? I can only do my best, so I can't hold back. Wait. So I can't back out now. I calm myself and shake off my weak spirits. The bus has crossed the bridge and it's going into the developing area where the buildings are. I breathe out and prepare myself. The announcer I'm so used to hearing announces the next stop, Shinto Station. It's still 9 in the morning, but the area in front of the station is crowded. Most shops open at 10, but cafes and bookstores are already open. There are already many more people there than there were at Miyama City, and this place is as crowded as it is on the weekends. Getting off the bus, Saber looks around unhappily. It's only natural. Saber was against this date, and people are passing by looking at her curiously. She must not feel too good about that. Come to think of it, this was bound to happen if I brought Saber here in the morning. That's going to follow us around for the whole day. If there's a way to calm it down, it's to make Saber have so much fun that she forgets about the people staring at her. You know, I think this might be a weird thing to just say all of a sudden, but I think Saber would probably enjoy the zoo. You know, like, he had the dream of her and the lion. So it's not too, like, far out to be like, yeah, she probably likes animals, you know? So just take her to the zoo. She'd get to see, like, so many, you know, that she never got to see in her life. And that's always fun for the first time. I pound a fist and turn to Saber. Saber, I'll ask you first. Is there any place you want to go? We've come all the way here, so we should at least do whatever we want today. I do not know. I have no place that interests me. Or even that, I have no knowledge of which to base such a decision. Really? That's too bad. Then I guess it's really up to luck. The future looks bad if you don't have anywhere you want to go. I don't have any idea where to go. I don't want to ask this, but do you not have a plan, Shiro? Well, I have a few, but no details. Let's just go to random stores. Honestly, that's still fun. Like, that's what me and a friend used to do all the time before we had gone to the stores so many times that we basically, like, memorized everything in them. And that's a fun thing to do. Well, that's still difficult. I know places where I won't get bored, but I can't even imagine where a girl would be happy to go. Well, just think about what well, again, no, you don't really know what she likes too much. Jeez, if it's just gonna end up like this, I wish I'd gone out with a girl just once. Honestly, please do not take offense, but there's something wrong with you. Your plan to take a rest is fine, but how can you not even plan for that rest? Oh, Saber enters her scolding mode. That is like the worst thing to hear on a date though, like, oh, you don't even have a plan, and a good plan at that, like, you don't have like anything, like, ugh. This is the first time she's started to complain about something outside of the dojo. I didn't mean to hit that. I knew she was irritated not being up for this, and being looked at by curious eyes, but I didn't think she was this irritated. I have always wanted to object to your lack of planning. You are closely aware of everyone around you, but you treat yourself too carelessly. As a result, you always have to pay the price for this discrepancy. Are you listening to me, Shiro? I am. So basically you're not happy about being here right now, right? Well, it's natural you wouldn't like it, since it's pretty obvious it's going to be boring going anywhere with me. Shiro! It is not that, but I am saying now it is not the time to be doing such things. I know that too, but I won't listen since I've already decided to have you accompany me today. I won't change my mind no matter what. I look at Saber. Saber just looks back at me in shock. But I'll listen if you have something to say. I'm sure you have complaints, so tell me them right away, right now. I won't have to worry about making you unhappy if you do so. You say you don't want to go on a date? I'll think of something else. No, I do not think you need to go that far. Saber reverts her gaze and runs out of words. You have no complaints? Then let's go. You have no requests, so don't get mad at me wherever we go. I'm considering an ordinary place like an... Ooh, that's a good idea, Shiro! You got it! I decided and grabbed Saber's hand. Hey, Shiro, I have no complaints, but there's no need to hold my hand. I don't want to waste time, so we'll be running for a while. I'll show you the way, so follow me. No, I cannot do so in a situation like this. I start to run without waiting for Saber's reply. Since I've talked big to Saber, I can't act miserable now. I just have to take her to every possible place I can think of. I run, holding Saber's hand. She must have accepted it as Saber finally stops complaining and follows me quietly. Well, it's before 10 o'clock. We'll make the 2 hours before lunch worthwhile and surprise her. Please tell me we get the entire date. I will... Nah! Ah! Gah! Right in the heart. Right here in my heart. Why? That was just mean. That was just actual cruelty right there. As I'm saying, I just hope that we get, like, the whole date. It's just like, actually, we're just gonna skip ahead 2 hours. I wanted to see them go to the aquarium. So bad. That... Like... I don't even know what to say, dude. I'm, like, actually, like, disappointed. Like, I was like, fine. So, see, guys, this isn't me saying I don't like the visual novel. This is me saying that Nasu has done such a good job of making me like these two that I wanted to see them go on a cute date. And I wanted to watch and read the full 2 hours of them going to the aquarium and doing other stuff before lunch. You know? Like, that's why I'm disappointed. I just wanted more. This is the stuff that I want, and he never gives it to me. It's always the long, repetitive exposition scenes, which he hands out like they're free. But when it's the things that I want, he says no. I want to find Nasu. I want to, you know, I was about to say I want to hurt him, but, like, I don't know. He still gives a little bit to me, you know? I can't be that mad. To summarize, the 2 hours went by like a storm. We went to a boutique I usually don't go to, and we played bowling while I taught her the rules. Oh, dude. Oh, he couldn't find the aquarium. Ugh. And dude, I hate bowling as a date. Just cause, especially like group dates where it's always like one separates from like the group. Like, I guess like one-on-one, I've actually never done that as a date. It's always like a group date whenever I go bowling. So maybe that's better, I don't know. I couldn't find an aquarium, but we fed some- wait, hang on. I usually don't go, and we played bowling while I taught her the rules. I couldn't find an aquarium, but we fed some birds in the park. We also went to an antique store, and I still think it was the best not to go to the movie theater. Anyway, yeah, I don't think Saber, I mean, maybe she would. I don't know. Anyways, I kept taking her places a girl might like for the past 2 hours, and there were many results. Honorable defeats and total defeats. Oh. Oh, wait, she hated all of it? Some of those sound like fun, like, you know, again, bowling might not be as bad when it's just 2 people. Feeding us birds in the park, that sounds like a fun thing. Antique store, that sounds fun. Man, I don't think this is what people would call a date. This is more like a contest, a fight to the death where the first one who gives up loses. Saber's the same as usual, no matter where I take her, and she sometimes goes so quiet that I seriously start wondering if she's really mad. She gives no reaction, so I become desperate to make her happy at the next place I take her to. Yeah, that sounds like a normal date to me. As a result, I become obstinate about making Saber smile, and ran around different places all morning, where it's already noon without much success. So, as Saber reminded me, it's time for lunch. I decided to take a short break, but... Oh! What is this place? I complained once we're seated at a table. I recommend this restaurant by the river if you're going to have lunch. That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. I think I'm actually going to end the episode there, and we're going to do one more in this session. I just don't want this to turn into another 30-minute long one. Haha, because I don't have the time for that bullshit. Anyways, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back with more Fate/stay night. In the last one, we asked Saber on a date. She said, that sounds like a terrible idea. We said, aight, we going on a date though. And now, we've been trying to make her happy all day, and it's not working. But I have a feeling that eating is going to make her very happy. Because that's just Saber, you know? Anyways, we're here now, at a restaurant that Tosaka recommended. I recommend the restaurant by the river if you're going to have lunch. That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night. I trusted her and chose this place, but I never thought about it being so fastidious. I look at the menu. Fortunately, the menu has a version in Japanese as well, so I have no problems reading it. But the trouble is, I can't understand what kind of food it is from, but the name of the prices are outrageous. Am I on Mars? I seriously don't know what I should order. I groan looking at the menu. Shiro, did we not come here to eat lunch? I hear a rather frail voice from the other side of the table. Yeah, but it's too different from what I'm used to. I raise my head, and then... there's Saber with an expression like a cornered rabbit. Saber? If this place is not suitable for lunch, let us return to the mansion. I prefer the food you prepare, Shiro. You mean you want to go home? No, I do not want to go back home. But today has been really exhausting, so I'm more tired than usual. Really? I see. I thought about going out into town again after eating. But if you're tired, we can rest here for a while. No, that is not what I meant. Tired was not the word I meant. It should have been... Saber stops. The small gurgling sound was fortunately small enough that only I could hear. Oh, if she was hungry, she could have just told me. Excuse me. So in other words, I'm saying it would be helpful for us to have lunch quickly. Roger. Yeah, it's no fun, but let's order something safe and let's get our food quickly. But she says she prefers your food. It's simple if all we want are light snacks. I order 2 things from the lunch menu and decide to eat quickly. I consider what to do in the afternoon while drinking the after-meal coffee. That's a thing. What I learned this morning is that anything physical is not good. Saber gets serious when it comes to contests. That's good for me, but it makes Saber stand out even more. After we finished games, Saber got angry because she got all the attention she wanted to avoid. So, we should avoid anywhere that involves moving around. Hey Saber, I'm asking for the second time, but is there anywhere you want to go? Me? No, there's not. I cannot tell, so I'll leave it up to you. Saying so, Saber lifts her teacup. Saber ordered English tea, and it seems she really likes the taste. We don't have much English tea at my place, and even if we did, it's all instant tea bags. It seems Saber was a bit dissatisfied with the drinks at my house, as she seems to like English tea. I should put that into consideration starting tonight. Saber is sitting there and drinking tea. She doesn't seem happy or bored. If I had to use one word to describe her, it would be that she looks natural. She drinks her tea, sitting up straight in the shadows of the streaming sunlight. Even though this is the first time I've seen such a thing, it doesn't seem strange. It feels like I've seen such a scene before. Why do I feel that? The Saber I know is a tense girl who's holding a sword and fighting. Oh, I see. But it's only natural. I know her attitude after she lets go of her sword. When she stops fighting, Saber has always been calm and gentle. This scene looks natural rather than new because this is her true nature. No matter how superior she is as a swordsman, it is natural for Saber to be like this. Rather, it is abnormal for her to hold a sword at all. I once thought in my dream that she wasn't suited for fighting. I don't think I'm wrong. No matter how superior her techniques, or no matter how many battles she's experienced, as long as she is who she is, as long as she is who she is, it can't have been a comfortable place to be. So this is natural. Saber is resting, not holding a sword. This calm scene is the way she should be. We do the same thing in the afternoon. I go to every place I can think of, and Saber follows me silently. But it's not as painful as it was in the morning. I don't know if it's because I'm getting used to it, or whether Saber is complying. Saber still isn't talkative, but if I look closely, her expression isn't like when she's mad. There's a feeling of accomplishment and happiness when I see Saber leave a shop with light steps. So, considering many factors that might make Saber happy from many angles. Oh, I'm a bit dubious, but I'm determined that this shot will... Yeah, well, because she said she wanted the stuffed lion, dude. This is the best place for her. Oh my gosh. Honestly, 10 out of 10 Shiro. Absolute mad lad. Crush the water bottle. Woo! I'm a bit dubious, but I'm determined that this shop will be the best suited for Saber. What? Saber stands there dumbfounded. This is like... This cutest Saber face. I love this so much. I don't know if her shoulders are shaking because she's angry or because she's deeply moved. Shiro, this is the biggest stuffed animal shop in town. I've never been here before since men aren't allowed in? Oh, okay, he's making that up. I was actually about to be like, what the freak? I know so many guys who like stuffed animals and stuff like that. Why would they not allow guys in? What the freak? But okay, he's just being weird. Of course, there's not actually a rule like that. But since there are only women and no men, it's like an unwritten rule. To prove it, there are only girls in here. The golden hair Saber is being stared at. But being a guy, I'm being glared... Oh shiz. Being glared at? Okay. I see why guys wouldn't want to come in here. I'm sure they want to tell me not to come into their sanctuary. I feel the same way. I would not approve of men entering... Oh, Shiro. Well, let's ignore everyone and look around since we're here. Saber, isn't an animal you like? I feel that lions and panthers are lovely, but... Is that strange? She asked me with upturned eyes. I look away instantly. I wish he drew that as a CG of just Saber asking that. Come on! Takeuchi, you failed me! I look away instantly and contain my laughter. The funny thing is, Saber is strange for thinking she's strange for thinking lions are cute. Shiro, that gesture was unnatural. I feel unreasonable anger, but perhaps it is just my imagination. Oh, sorry. Liking lions is so like you, so I had to laugh. How dare you laugh at other people's preferences? There's nothing wrong with lions. I'm telling you I'm sorry. I'll take you somewhere good as an apology, so don't get mad. I go into the store while trying to hold my laughter. It looks like the stuffed animals are that way. So, it's taken about an hour to go around the store. I looked at Saber staring at stuffed animals and felt really nervous with all the girls there. Anyways, it was the most tiring hour so far. But the worst part is, we've only looked through half the store. Hey, if she's... My guy, you're trying to make her happy, and if she's taking that much time looking at everything, she's probably enjoying it too. It took us this long to look at just half of it because Saber was frequently paralyzed. I mean, Saber kept staring down stuffed animals. It looks like Saber is interested in the other half too, so I'll have to accompany her. Shiro, why are you sighing? Are you tired from walking? Yeah, I'm a bit tired. I'm usually not so weak, but this place is special. I guess I shouldn't be doing things I'm not accustomed to. I let out a big sigh. I don't mind being looked at by other people while walking with Saber, but a girl's only place like this is really uncomfortable. Boredom sometimes tires one's body. How about you? This must be your first time in a place like this. Tell me if you're tired. I certainly do not feel calm, but you look more uncomfortable. Not just here, but you seemed this way in the previous store, and the store before that. I do not want to think this, but are you choosing places you do not wish to go? For me, Saber's words are enough to cast away my worries. Yeah, to be honest, I'm choosing places I don't like. As I thought, why do you continue to choose places you are unfamiliar with? You will... Well, because these kinds of places are suitable for girls. I'm the one that started this whole thing, and today's your day as well. It's not that uncomfortable either. It's fine since you're with me. I have such a cute... Ooh? I have such a cute girl with me, so people might get jealous, but I'll never be out of place. How ridiculous. I'm a servant even though I am not armed. You do not need to treat me as a woman just because we are not fighting. Please treat me as a servant as usual. You're the ridiculous one. You're a girl to begin with. It's not like I'm treating you differently today. Am I acting any differently? Oh. In astonishment, Saber opens her mouth as if she's just realized that. No. You are the same. You're acting the same as always, Shiro. Yeah, so you don't need to worry about me. Let's go. We're going to buy the ones you like the most, so we have to go looking at the remaining half. I take Saber's hand. Saber silently follows me. That is right. It has been like this from the start, but I did not realize until this moment, she murmurs to herself. The unusual day goes by quickly. Saber never laughed, nor could I laugh from my heart. It's not like there was any memorable moments, nor were it's so boring that I regret doing it. To be frank, this was nothing. Saber might have been happier if she stayed at the mansion and trained together. But today wasn't bad. It wasn't fun or boring, but I can be proud of it in the end. After the battle is over and everything goes back to normal, it'd be too sad if all the time Saber and I had was spent fighting. Even if it was something stupid, she has to spend some time not fighting, or there's no point in her being here. So I can be proud of myself for now. The end is near. When everything comes to an end and there's no more need to fight, if Saber will remember this moment and remember that this happened, that alone is enough for me to be proud of. Too bad if she actually turns into the servant, she won't remember any of this. We go home on foot, because Saber said, "Let us walk home," just as I decided to go home by bus. There's some wind now. Vivid setting sun is lighting the bridge red. Oh. Saber notices something and stops. She is watching a mountain of rubble. It's not that tall, even though it's a mountain of rubble. Steel frames and the likes are piled right up to the water surface, and are slightly distorting the flow of the river. I don't know why, but it seems like a ship sank or something, and the pieces of it flowed into a mountain. I heard the local residents have been demanding its removal for a long time since it's damaged the beautiful sight. What's wrong, Saber? Did that catch your attention? No. I was noticing that it still remains because I was the cause of it. I used the noble phantasm here, having fought on water in the previous war. The only damage was that the river dried up, but I also destroyed the ship that was unfortunately anchored there. Huh? You mean Excalibur? Yes, but fortunately nobody was on board and the damage was minimal. The river is back to normal, so you should not get mad. I regret it as well. I should watch out. I have to take care to only use Excalibur in an open place like this. Shiro, are you still mad? No, I'm not mad. I was just surprised. I was just thinking how many traces there are from the last war. Rubble in the river shouldn't be a problem compared to the wasteland in that park. Well, I guess it was unfortunate for the owner of that ship. Please do not worry, as Kiritsugu said the owner had insurance. He parked the ship there as a buffer. We'll use the ship as a wall to reduce the power of the noble phantasm. Oh, so you just destroyed the ship knowing it was there. I did not know. Kiritsugu prepared it without telling me. I think Kiritsugu would know how the battle would turn out. I did not notice since he never said anything before or after he prepared the ship. Saber looks down at the river yearningly. The water surface reflects the sunset. The wind coming from the river is a bit strong and flutters Saber's hair. Is it because she looks so beautiful like that? Saber, did you have fun today? I was assaulted by a sudden fear that Saber might just disappear, and I asked something I don't need to ask. See, that's so pretty. I love the colors. The colors are so nice. Huh? Did you say something, Shiro? Yeah. I asked if you had fun today. She gasps. Saber opens her eyes in amazement. Yes. I would be lying if I said this was not new to me. She says so in a voice of hope, as if such a thing will never happen again. I knew what her answer would be. All I can do is nod and just go home. Everything can return to the way it was, just like that. I see. I nod, looking at Saber. Let's go again. It's not like this has to be the last time. I say something I won't be able to take back. Saber freezes. She must have realized what I want to say. She shakes her head, looking directly at me, as if saying there won't be a next time. As if this mistake is only for today. Why? I know Saber's answer, but I ask not liking the answer I expect. I do not even need to explain. Servants exist to fight. A day like today is merely denying my own existence. I obeyed since you decided to take a rest, but I believe resting should not be necessary from now on. There are only a few enemies left. I would like to start searching for Lancer right now if you would order me to. She looks at me with eyes full of fire. Saber is saying she will start fighting right now if I order it. That causes me to get mad about all the things I can't approve of. What's with that? Really want to fight that much? Of course. I draw closer to the Holy Grail the more I fight. Battle should be prioritized over everything. You should know that as well. Yeah, I understand that. That's why it's strange. I've always wanted to say this, but you're contradicting yourself. You say fighting is important, but you don't like fighting. You're against fighting. You're fighting against your will because there's no other way, right? What? That is not true. I do not hesitate to fight. I've already told you that I will do anything to win. Yeah, she did say that. But that's not a reason to like fighting. As far as you can manage, right? Look, Saber, if you just want to defeat other masters and obtain the Holy Grail, you can just attack people and take their power. You don't want to do that, right? That is... It's not that you don't want to involve innocent people. You well know enough that people will be dying once you start fighting. That's why you want to minimize the battles. People will die if you fight, so you want to end the battle as quickly as possible. In other words, you're flying into fights with victims. She gasps. After opening her eyes as if she's seen a ghost, she grits her teeth and straightens her stare. You are wrong. I do not fear battles. Yeah, I don't think you were ever scared, because an individual's fear must have been suppressed by what you call a king's mission. But you still fear battles. You are strong and good at fighting, but that's not a talent you ever wanted, right? I'll say this honestly. Fighting doesn't suit you. You must have hated even pulling out that sword. You claim that fighting is your only objective. It's just an excuse to deceive yourself. It's so simple. Why didn't you or anybody around you notice it? Shiro, I will not tolerate any more insults even from you. You can't stand it because it's the truth, right? You won't be able to fight anymore if you admit it. She grits her teeth. Saber glares at me in anger. I can't back away. If I believe I'm right, I can't run away. So you should stop. You should want to stop too, right? You must know fighting doesn't suit you, so just quit it. Stop being a servant and do something that suits you. She needs to regain the happiness that she should have had as a human. For that how ridiculous. I have no choices besides fighting. I only exist to obtain the Holy Grail. I submitted my body to fill my promise as a king. I cannot allow any other use for myself. I only exist to attain the Holy Grail. That annoys me the most. Why did she say ridiculous things like that as if to convince herself? Everyone around her took her word because she kept saying things like that. You idiot, that's not true. There are infinite ways. You're here and different from before. So you have to live for yourself. Don't make any mistakes and don't use the Holy Grail. The final wish is permitted. Don't use it for people you don't care about. If you're here, you need to be happy here. I hear the wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't even nod. She just looks back at me. I cannot accept your words. I made a contract to obey you, but I did not give you my heart, Master. She replies with a strong voice. I cannot forsake my oath as a king. There's a duty I must fulfill as the king. King Arthur's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail. Even if I achieve that, I will not return to being Artoria. I have only ever had one wish. This wish has never changed since I pulled out the sword. Why? That's not a thing you have to do. It's wrong for you to be unrewarded for your actions. You don't need the Holy Grail, and Saber's wish won't come true. It's impossible to erase everything that's happened. Saber, you can't redo what's already done. No, think of something you mustn't do. You should know that. No, that's not true. I'll tell you. However bad the results are, you can't change what's happened. Wanting to redo something because you couldn't do it is just childish selfishness. Our words end there. Saber doesn't say anything. I don't have anything to say. The wind has stopped as well. No. The wind hasn't stopped. It's only died down for a second. Another sound of wind. Just as I feel the wind on my cheek. I thought you would understand, Shiro. The wind has changed into a headwind. Is that all you wanted to say after wasting this meaningless day? A cold voice. It contains only rejection. Do not be so conceited. What makes you think you understand me? You have no right to invade me. Do not fight. What are you saying when you need me to protect you? Please give me that nonsense after you are able to fight on your own. Do not think that will ever occur. No, it's not nonsense. It is nonsense. Think about myself. That goes for you as well. You do not consider your life. You say I'm mistaken, or you are even more mistaken. Only corpses consider others more important than themselves. How can a fool who doesn't even know that, even know the value of his own life, address me so? What? Saber, you. Did I annoy you? Then I'll not mind if you dissolve your contract with me. You do not need a Holy Grail anyway. I'll defeat the remaining masters by myself and obtain the Holy Grail myself. If you do not wish to fight, you can go and hide somewhere far away. Saber, are you serious? I asked with a trembling voice. My teeth are chattering because I'm suppressing my emotion. Of course. My only goal is the Holy Grail. Everything else is unnecessary. You are no exception, Shiro. The hammer comes down. I bear my head going white and stop myself from raising my fist. You blockhead. Fine. If you want to fight, go ahead and do what you want. I don't care anymore. But I can't stop my emotions. I yell what sounds like an excuse and run away from Saber. I get away from her, but for a moment, I think I see Saber standing there absent-mindedly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I run. I keep running, not knowing what's so vexing or maddening. Everything else is unnecessary. You are no exception, Shiro. I grit my teeth hard and stop myself from yelling out. Just remembering it makes me white out, and I might run to a pole or something. No, it would be easy if I could do that. If I was just angry at Saber, I could take it out on something. But that's not the cause of this fury. It's not just Saber that I'm mad at. It's so vexing, and I keep running so hard because I hate how weak I am. Saber was standing there absent-mindedly. The words she said, just as the wind changed directions. I thought you would understand, Shiro. Damn it, you idiot. I don't understand. I spit that out, then regret so much that I almost fall. What was it about? Her voice like a farewell sounded like she was crying. Come to think of it, maybe those words were the only honest thing she said. Those words murmured with her head hung. A voice of hope, disappointment, and wishes. Then, who was the betrayer, and who was betrayed? I run into my room and shut the door. I collapse. I don't want to stand up. I just want to lie down and go to sleep. But my body is still burning. My heart feels like it's splitting open and my lungs are desperate for air. I ran full speed from the bridge to here. My body must be exhausted. I haven't run enough emotionally, but my body is telling me to calm down. I slowly calm down. I take a deep breath and let it out. After I settle my breathing, all that fills my head is the question of why I was so enraged. I ran as if throwing something off of me because I was so powerless. I can't save Saber. The fact is so vexing that I was angry at myself. I can't do anything. I promised to make her laugh. I promised to protect her. But I can't do anything. That makes me furious. But what can I do? It's useless for anyone to say anything to Saber. Anything if Saber herself doesn't want happiness. That's why I tried hard, so she'd be able to find her own happiness. But she told me that it was meaningless, and on top of that, she called me a fool. A fool who doesn't even know the value of his own life, huh? What can I do when she says that? I value my life as well. I don't want to do anything that might endanger it. This has nothing to do with Saber. I think it's unfair of her to bring it up right now. Right there. No matter how stupid I am, I'm sure Saber's wrong. But if she denies me like that, I can't do anything. Damn it. Yeah, she can do whatever she likes. I turn over and lie on my stomach. The floor is the only view, so I close my eyes and black out my mind. That's it. I don't care about Saber anymore. If the Holy Grail is so important to her, she can go marry it. She is so obstinate that she doesn't understand after I told her this much. I'll be burned if I associate with her anymore. No, I'll be seriously hurt. Oh! 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 I won't have to remember to censor that! Oh, okay. I've already been hurt, though. Not just burned. I met her, fought with her many times, and even had sex with her, even though it was just to survive. The heat of that night wasn't a burn, but it almost killed my brain. Why? Why do I recall such a thing when I'm so pissed off? If I recall that, it won't matter what Saber says. Something only used to fight. And don't show your weak parts. Anyways, Saber is unfair. I don't know what's so unfair. I think it's unfair that I don't know what's unfair. I can't hate her even though I'm this mad. And the more I try to ignore her, the more I can't. It's such a contradiction. Her whole existence is unfair. I can't hate her no matter what. Damn it, I guess the only one who's in love loses. But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how useless she tells me it is. I have to keep trying until the end. No matter how much Saber hates it or rejects me, I believe I'm right. Thought you would understand, Shiro. I remember her face about to cry. In the future, will she make that kind of face every time I repeat this? But still, I can't agree no matter what. Even if I'm wrong and Saber's right. If she's really important to me, I can never apologize to her. Wait, did she say I can never apologize to her? And that's going to be the end of this episode. I really want to continue doing more, but I am really tired. As usual, I'm recording this late at night. So, yeah, and my voice feels like it's about to give out concerning this recording session has been an hour and 30 minutes of me just nonstop talking and doing voices and such. So, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. I'm going to continue this a little bit more. Hang on. I want to continue this a little bit more just because I just want to say, like, again, I don't know if this is my favorite part. It's up there, though. This is all so good. Even though I didn't get, like, as much of the data as I wanted. I mean, that could have been, like, 5 episodes for me, and I would have been completely fine. Nasu. I just think the writing is on point. It's such good writing. This whole, like, little date section has just been phenomenal. Even though I want so much more. I need so much more of this. This has just been great. Like, I don't know if you guys could tell my voice, but when they were fighting on the bridge, I was almost crying. And I almost made a joke like, haha, I'm not crying, you are. But I genuinely didn't want to interrupt the scene just because of how good it was. With that being said, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back for more Fate Stay Night. It has been quite a while since I've recorded any of this. There was that week that I had to take off of recording because I was helping my family move, and I'm currently also moving stuff around in my own house. So it's been a little while since I've actually sat down to record this. Thankfully, the uploads are, like, back up and going. But yeah, so I think the last thing I remember is that we just, like, parted ways with Saber, I think is the last thing that happened. So, yeah, let's just jump into that. I thought I heard a sound. When did the sun set? The room was dark. The sound of the second hand on the clock is annoying. Hey, how long are you gonna sleep? I need you to wake up. Wake up already. It's past 10 o'clock. Ilya's bugging me to get dinner ready, so wake up and go keep her company. An angry voice. That wakes me up completely. But past 10? I get up quickly. Yep, 10:17 to be exact. It's way past dinner time. Tosaka looks flabbergasted. Sorry, I fell asleep. I'll go right away, so wait for me in the living room. It's fine, but where's Saber? Well, if she's not here, she must be in the dojo or the living room. Shiro, I'm asking you because she's not here. Tosaka is serious. That tells me what the situation is in an instant. She's not back? Hold on, Shiro, what do you mean by that? Tosaka runs out of the room after me. But I don't have time to explain. I ran outside ignoring Tosaka's words behind me. The town is quiet. A world like yesterday where all signs of people have vanished. I don't have enough composure to think it's strange now. Saber isn't back? Come to think of it, that's only natural. We argued so much. She said she would fight by herself. So considering her personality, she really would go and fight by herself. Saber could be anywhere. It's possible that I won't find her and that she's fighting Lancer right now. Cold. The park is so cold that it feels like frost is packed here. My breath is white and my cheeks and ears burn. It's so cold here. So how cold must it be on the bridge where the wind from the river rises? That is where she is standing. She's still there? Right where I fled from her. Saber is looking out at the river, not doing anything. Is she looking at the long-gone sunset? Her gaze into the distance seems to be watching a red horizon that has already disappeared. That makes me realize she's strong yet so weak. Her gallant figure must be proof that she could live without anybody's help. But she is also so weak that my hand might go through her if I reach out. She can't do it alone, but she defends her pride until the end. That's why. It was the same for me, watching stars that cannot be reached. The girl stares at the distant set sun, as if she knows nothing else. I can't leave her alone. If I lost, it was a complete loss for me. It
It made me swear to myself that I would never let her make such a face. I walk on the bridge. I'm making sounds, but Saber doesn't notice. I walk towards her in silence and stand next to her. Saber, you'll freeze if you stay out here. She jumps. She must finally have noticed me. Shiro. Saber turns around as if to question me. Why out so late? Kosako was worried since you didn't come home. I see. I should apologize to her. It's fine. Why were you here? It doesn't matter since it's easy for me to find you. I was sitting here because I did not know yet where to go. I did not yet know where to go. He told me to do as I wished, so I tried to do so. But I could not think of what I should do or where I want to go. So I was thinking all this time about where I should be going. She speaks like a lost child. She must feel guilty as Saber keeps averting her gaze. We did have that big fight. It's only natural for me to think I'm still mad. I'm sorry. Please tell Rin she has helped me very much. I shall return to you once I defeat Lancer and obtain the Holy Grail. So until then... Is she saying she'll wander around without a place to return to? What are you talking about? You're going back to my house, right? I prepared your bed and your food. But you said you did not understand me. That's right. I don't know what you're thinking. So saying, I take Saber's hand. Shiro, let's go home. You and a servant will catch a cold if they stay out here this long. Let's hurry back and eat something warm. Home? But I... And I won't apologize to you. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I say so rudely, looking away from Saber. She looks at me astonished. She looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. That must have worked on her. Saber doesn't say anything and follows while holding my hand. We come down from the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's overly decorated with things like the fountain and the streetlights. We keep walking. Saber is walking slowly. She was standing on that bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and be tired as well. She falls forward sometimes as I pull her by the hand. Should I walk slower, Saber? You seem to be doing well. I turn around to check on her. No, I feel fine. It's just that... Not because of Rin, but it really seems like a rendezvous if we were holding hands like this. So hearing that, I feel my face burn up in an instant. Yeah, should I let go? I mean, if you don't like it. No, this is fine. The hand is very comforting. The conversation ends right there. I walk on behind my embarrassment. Saber silently accompanies me. How much further is it to the mansion? I feel embarrassed by the warmth in my hand as I leave the park. Many things happen today, but if it ends with this warmth, I can change religion and start to pray with that priest. The instant I think so. Where are you going? Do not take what is mine, kid. Oh. Hang on. I need water before we start this scene. That's the wrong bottle. We meet someone we should never have met. My happy mind freezes in an instant. Goosebumps form all over my body and my throat won't move as if it's forgotten how to breathe. Shiro. It must be the same for Saber behind me. Her hand holds me tightly. Just as I feel an unavoidable death, Saber too feels an unconcealable desperation. Yo! Look at that drip! I have kept you waiting, Saber. I have come for you as promised. His voice sounds like it's sneering, haughty and merciless. I can feel no human emotion as arrogance, nothing that has ever considered the opinions of others. Sure. My voice is shaking. The golden servant, the unknown heroic spirit who swept away the bone creatures and even cast herself without any difficulty. That monster in front of us. So close to us. At a distance with which you could start fighting if we wanted to face a death greater than Berserker. What's wrong, Saber? I have come specially for you. It'd be rude to stay silent. Or do you intend to play around for a bit before you become mine, Kingdom Knights? Archer stifles his laughter happily. His eyes aren't looking at me. He's only watching Saber. his rude eyes, he's looking at her as if evaluating a work of art. Saber's presence changes. She must have prepared herself. Unlike me, unable to move a finger, she's definitely glaring at the enemy servant. Shiro, I will block his first attack no matter what. Please retreat from here in that time. I know how hard that is. But that is all I can manage against this servant. Her back asking me to forgive her. Even Saber can only manage to block his first attack. The chance of success of retreating from a guy like this is low. Saber is asking for my forgiveness for that low chance. She knows she has no way to defeat that servant. She can't do that. This is different from when we fought Berserker. For some reason, I know that making Saber fight the servant would be bad. No, I know the reason. I felt it when I saw his noble phantasm last night. Saber will not be able to beat this man no matter what. It's not about skill as a swordsman. Before that, the prerequisites are wrong. As long as they are heroic spirits, no heroic spirit will be able to beat them. No. You're the one who's running away, Saber. Shiro. Cover Saber and face Archer. Oh yeah? You had a master, huh? He was so shabby that I thought he was a dog or something. He says happily. The man raises his hand and slowly brings his fingers together. I feel sick. I'll be killed if I don't retreat now. There's no reason or logic behind it. I just feel instinctively that I'll be killed if I stay in front of him and... Go, Saber! The church is nearby. It should be able to shelter you even against him. Push Saber away and run as if shaking off the premonition of death attacking me. There's only one thing to do. I'll run up to him, eject Saber's sword like when I fought Berserker, and... my body flies. What happened? The instant that man clicked his fingers, something appeared right beside me. I can tell it was a big hammer, and then it smashed, and then I was smashed away, flying across the ground like trash. I can't move. I feel like all the bones in my body are broken. I can't feel my limbs. My pain is numbed and I can't even tell if I'm alive or not. I will not kill you. Saber would disappear if I killed you now. It's against my will, but I shall let you live until the Holy Grail appears. The man laughs. I move my hand to try and get up, but my body won't move at all. My blood isn't flowing. It feels like the energy in my body has stopped reaching my limbs. Do not be conceited, lowlife. There are ways to let a servant stay in this world without you. It's just that this is the least troublesome state. I will kill you if you annoy me. That kills my mind. He will kill me. If I move anymore, he will do so without hesitation. How could anyone move after being told that? Shiro! Saber tries to run to me. Where are you going? There is no one left to intrude. That piece of shit is not the man you should be running to. The man won't allow that. He stands before me and waits for Saber to come to him. Saber stops and glares at the man. There's about 10 meters between them. It's a distance Saber would not be able to close instantly, but it seems you are not willing to come to me. I find that hard to understand. A heroic spirit like you must know how valuable it is to be chosen by me. Nonsense. I am a king, even though I am a heroic spirit. I will not submit to you. Is that so? Even if you are a king, you are still a woman. It should be a woman's joy to be held down and be violated. Oh. So why do you refuse? It's not like you are a virgin. Are you scared to become mine? You. Do not resent me so. I do not only take, I shall give you pleasure equally. If you are to become mine, I will literally give you everything in this world. Be proud I have accepted that you have such value. The man moves. He opens his arms as if to accept Saber. That is right, you do not need to be a guardian, nor will you return to your point of death. I will say this once more, Saber. Be mine. Let us enjoy our second lives in this world. I refuse. I have no interest in such things. Most of all, I do not want to live with you. She does not nod or retreat. Saber looks at Archer head on. Ah, I didn't mean to hit that. He stops. I don't know what's so funny, but the man starts laughing. Great, that is what I expect from the woman I chose. Yes, there must be at least one that will not obey me. Alright. I shall do so by force. After I obtain the Holy Grail, I shall pour the contents onto you. Rejoice, Saber. You'll not need your master after that. You'll be taking in all the power of the omnipotent vessel. You shall not be familiar to humans like the servants, but familiar to the humans. The man says so with satisfaction. That Saber replies. Archer, what is your intention? She must have realized that fighting is the only way. Saber asks for her enemy's reasons at the end. But the man answered is an unexpected one. Intention? I do not remember. Fortunately, I have obtained everything, so there's nothing I wish for. Then you do not seek the Holy Grail? The Holy Grail? Oh, immortality. I gave that to the snake. You gave immortality to a snake? Saber's presence freezes. What was that conversation? Saber shakes her head and tries to deny the word. This world is interesting. Basic principles do not change, but the decorations are so elaborate that it's different when it's this far. In this case, it will not be too bad to reign over this world. Yes, I think that is my intent. So let me do that efficiently. The Holy Grail is not without use. The desire to rule? Despicable Archer. Seek the Holy Grail for such a purpose. I do not seek it. Everything in this world is mine. I just do not like others using what is mine. You too should hate having your holy sword used by strangers, King of Knights. He knows a lot more than I feel like he should. Like, the whole virgin comment could either be because of, weird Mordred stuff, or it could be because he knows about what happened at the church. The fact that he knows that that her sword was used by somebody, I feel like implies that, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's weird how much he seems to just know for no reason. Well, I'm sure there is a reason, but for no reason at this point. Saber's body grows misty. After a brief flash, Saber was wearing her silver armor. Oh? Ah! The man does not even move. The next instant, Saber dashes forward. She runs up to the man instantly and slashes him with an invisible sword with deadly speed. Repelled, Saber jumps backward. If Saber's armor is materialized from her magical energy, his armor must be the same as well. In the short battle, the enemy has armed himself. Wait, but how did he repel Saber, though? Did he, just his armor appearing do it? Or, what? Because that's interesting. Because he... Never mind. I'll get to that in the next route. Saber looks calmly at Archer, holding her sword ready. Even with her stare, the man does not stop smiling. Alright, I shall allow you to oppose me, Saber. The enemy happily announces the beginning of the battle. The white light runs through the darkness. Saber running up to the Golden Knight without hesitation, slashes her sword down, surrounded by lightning. 1 blow, 2, 3, 4. Each time Saber's sword finds the enemy, blinding light is released. Combinations like a strobe. It's just like when I first saw Saber, Foz Lancer. Saber drives magical energy into her sword and strikes like lightning. Sword and armor clash. The man hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Saber's sword is in front of him. He's just protecting his head with his hands. What? What? He's just his armor's so good that he's just holding up his hands, and that's alone is stopping Saber? What the freak, dude? The man does not have the skill to block Saber's sword. Saber's much better at this man at sword technique. On top of that, Saber's sword is invisible. If the man had a weapon, I don't think he'd be able to block that invisible sword. The invisible sword is hitting the man's armor. The sword smashes against the armor, shaves it, letting off lightning spark. All the man can do is protect his head with his hands. This isn't even a match. This is just a one-sided elimination. But still, the golden armor retains its shape. The armor is free of damage even after taking Saber's attack so many times. as noble is his golden armor. I guess any more would be bad. Certainly do have a large supply of magical energy. My armor does not give it often, but the enemy who is merely defending raises his arm, not towards Saber. I don't know why, but the man raises his hand to the night sky. Enough playing around. Offer me your body right here. Is it in his hand? A short sword like a key is in his hand. Saber attacks with all her power, but the enemy repels it with his dark red sword. That is a noble phantasm, granting a curse of vengeance. Saber distances herself and glares at the sword in her enemy's hands. The fact that the enemy has revealed his weapon is a threat, but at the same time, it means that the enemy's attacks are revealed. It doesn't matter if the noble phantasm is a sword or armor. As long as you can see it, you're able to deal with it. Saber readies herself. As the man said, his armor is at its limit. Saber relaunches her fierce barrage of attacks. She should be able to slash into his armor. Even if he has brought out his noble phantasm, it won't make a difference to the fact that the next will decide the match. I need water! This is it. Let's decide the match we cannot finish before, Archer. The sword in her hand is still invisible. Riding the holy sword, sealed in the wind, Saber stares at her enemy. It seems Saber knows what that noble phantasm is. That's why she intentionally distanced herself. Since she knows how to deal with it, she's confronting the enemy straight on. If their noble phantasms are swords, and the sword's abilities are equal, the deciding factor will be their own sword techniques. By that theory, Saber has to win. Alright, then come at me. In deference to your sword, I shall show you everything I have. Laughs. Fine! Saber charges without hesitation. Saber's sword will only slash his armor for sure. I think that... Gate of Babylon. An invisible door opens behind them. What? Saber's body stops. The weapons the enemy takes are different from the previous dark red sword. The first is an invisible sword like Saber's. As soon as Saber's defends against it, the man is holding yet another sword. The sword is of ice. She twists her body to avoid it, but the space the sword goes through freezes. Saber retreats covered in ice. As the ice starts to break, the enemy holds a sickle-like weapon. So is he actually like fighting with them, or is he firing them like what he did with like Castor and all her like little bone soldiers? She instantly tries to block the weapon approaching her neck with her gauntlet, but it's useless. The sickle goes through her armor, like the gauntlet isn't there, and it takes away her magical energy, as if cutting away her bone and not her flesh or blood. Saber totters, but manages to stay standing. It is a different kind of retreat now, not to distance herself and prepare for the next attack. It's a desperate retreat just to get away from the enemy. That is possible. Saber glares at the enemy, drawing magical energy into her arm. Many handles are floating around the man. That's what slaughtered Castor. And those are the noble phantasms of the Golden Knight who cornered Saber. It's a scene that makes even me want to doubt my own eyes. Those handles floating behind him are surely those of noble phantasms. Not just 10 or 20. Even though I can't see them, I feel that they are infinite. All times and places. It's as if to say that servant has all the divine mysteries from every legend. Sure. Who are you? Saber's voice is trembling. Has to ask. Answer me, Archer. Heroic spirit can only have one noble phantasm. No, some have more. 2 should be the limit. Heroic spirit with infinite noble phantasms cannot exist. Cannot exist? You're jumping to conclusions, Saber. Heroic spirits, noble phantasms are the weapons they had when they were alive. So this is a simple story. All these noble phantasms are things I collected while I was alive. Insulting me, Archer? That is not even possible. No matter who you are, it would be impossible for you to collect all noble phantasms. Symbols of heroic spirits. No such heroic spirit exists. terrible read. Saber is right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. They're demonic swords from Northern Europe, demonic swords from South America. No hero made his name in so many different places. First of all, only Lancer has Gay Bolg. Noble spirits, noble phantasms, the weapons they had when they were alive. By that rule, as soon as he has Gay Bolg, he has to be Cuchulainn. So that Lance cannot be Gay Bolg. The thing is, that is definitely the real Gay Bolg. This could all be explained if it was fake. As long as it's real, this contradiction is of a weapon. Wait. It is possible. These legends do not start from nothing. All myths have common points because a single foundation became their model. Because legends that become objects of faith are only those that originate in that land. I think demonic swords and holy swords started having special abilities around that time. So before that, both the noble phantasm in myth and legend had a form before they were given names. Oh, it seems your master is not so bad after all. It seems he has a hunch about my true identity. Saber looks towards me, so far away. I can't even help her if she's so far away. My body has only recovered to the point where I can barely move my fingers. Saber, Noble Phantasm is real, right? Yes, it is really simple, Saber. Let me tell you about the most ancient time, when the world was still one. The kingdom flourished and the king collected every treasure in the world. Nothing to collect. He lacked nothing. The king had a perfect treasury. The masses of the weapons in there were never used, but instead went to sleep with the king. The story is that simple. After the king's death, the contents of the treasure room spread all over the world. They were valued because they were splendid swords. They eventually became noble phantasms. Do you understand, King of Knights? Noble phantasms were used or just the king's possessions. It's like inheritance. If you go back far enough, a model must exist. It's only natural for every legend, myth, folklore, and noble phantasm to have an original model. In the distant past, it was possible to collect all of their models, and one could possess all of the noble phantasms. Only one hero could correspond to that. The origins of the legend far older than King Arthur and Hercules. One said to rule over ancient myths and kingdoms. Half god, half human king collecting treasures. Collected treasures as he wished. Immortality of the mankind's oldest king of heroes. Saber sounds shocked. The Golden Knight, Gilgamesh, accepts the shock with satisfaction. Indeed, I am the strongest heroic spirit. You shall be no match. And the Golden Knight, there's nothing else to talk about. All that remains is for him to use many noble phantasms to defeat his enemy. You still oppose me even after you know my name. You must know you have no chance of winning. I do not know unless I try. Even the King of Heroes must have something he cannot surpass. Saber's surrounding wavers. The wind starts to twirl and becomes a raging gale to protect her. At the same time, the golden sword appears. No, Saber! Can't be. Saber's going to use Excalibur here. Gilgamesh stops. You must too know the Holy Sword's power. His composure vanishes. Saber keeps staring at Gilgamesh and looks in my direction for an instant. She's telling me to run. Gilgamesh is back to the river. Saber is over here. It must have been when she attacked him earlier. Before I realize it, Saber's confronting Gilgamesh to protect me. Here, I pour strength in my limbs. Even if I try to move my numb body, all I can do is move one of my arms. But I still collect all the magical energy in my body to raise my body with that one arm. Damn it! My senses are gone. Every bone in my body starts to scream once I start moving. The pain is rewarded. If they tell me I'll break it and move any further. I ignore it and raise my body up. I bear my pain. I don't have time to deal with it. I have to get up quickly and protect Saber. I have a bad feeling about this. The premonition I felt when I faced the enemy. I'll never be able to beat him. An instinctive feeling that I should never let Saber fight him won't go away. Holy Sword? Fine. The swirling wind is now a raging storm. Even with the Holy Sword shining in front of him, the Golden Knight does not back away. Moreover, then I shall use a weapon appropriate against it. He pulls an encourageous sword from the gate behind him. Oh, shoot. That's the cause of my bad feeling. The sword does not appear in any legend. I could identify every one of the noble phantasms that were floating behind him, but even I cannot tell what that sword is. I have the original models of all noble phantasms, but they are all nameless, and I am not their only possessor. Cylindrical sword. The sword is made of 3 parts, each part is turning slowly in different directions. It looks like a rock drill to pierce the hard surface. This is different. This sword is truly a sword that only the King of Hero possesses. It has no name. I just call it Aya. Are you saying that we should just compare the strength of our noble phantasms? Light concentrates. Only about 10 meters between them. Within that distance, Gilgamesh should not be able to be able to dodge her attack. Right. You do not need to hold back. I've always wanted to take that sword said to be the most powerful. His laughter echoes through the park. She must consider that provocation. Alright, then try to defend yourself against my sword. Saber sword moves. Her lips move to say its true name. Which order run now. The noble phantasm released with its true name to smash all of its power into Gilgamesh. It's your turn. Wake up, Aya. The cylindrical sword roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the 3 blades turn with a whirling sound. If Saber's Excalibur brings on a whirlwind by releasing wind, Gilgamesh's Aya creates a storm by swallowing the surrounding winds. And I think with that, we're gonna end because we are at 30 minutes, and that just feels like a good cliffhanger. Because I don't know what's gonna happen. So, that feels like a good spot. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back, and I'm just gonna jump right into it, because I need to know where this is going. X? Saber is more experienced with anti-classical phantasms. It is faster than Aya's roar. Saber pours magic. Sword to its limits. In a matter of seconds, executes it with the greatest power. Kyber! Why did I say Kyber? No hesitation. Saber releases the holy sword that can split a river in two. Just before that, Numa Elish. Light of the same magnitude takes on Excalibur's light. So everyone, like the city is just gone, right? Like, these two things clash and everything's just over. A huge impact. The raging wind knocks over trees and the crashing lights become an exploding sun, burning my eyes. No. My body is almost blown away by the wind. I manage to dig myself into the ground with one hand and endure the waves of light and heat. How long will the conflict last? The battle of the two rumblings that make me fear the earth is going to split into two is suddenly ended with a figure surrounded by a white light. A crash. I hear something falling right beside me. Saber. What is it? I can tell even with my blinded eyes. Oh. I thought she might be dead. That's how torn up Saber is. In the distance, the Golden Knight is laughing crazily, unscathed. Huh. So the most powerful holy sword is only that strong, huh? Humanity's illusions are mere child's play after all. His laugh is high-pitched, and it seems like it will carry over the burning air into the heavens. Is it that much fun? He doesn't even look at Saber as he laughs, only for his own sake. Saber! There's no reply, but blood gushes out of her mouth as she tries to gasp. My vision turns red. What was I doing? I knew this was going to happen. I knew Saber wouldn't be able to beat Gilgamesh, so why didn't I stop her or even use my command spell? But this is rather boring. Complete victory for me, huh? So disappointed that you cannot even offset my attack, Saber. Oh, I see. I should have taken it easier on you. After all, I am fighting a woman and children. I'm fighting women and children. His irritating laugh. The responsibility is mine. I thought she could win. No matter how bad it felt, I thought Saber's Excalibur would be able to beat him. That's why even though I told her to stop, my command spell didn't react. I wasn't serious. If I really wanted to protect Saber, I could have made her run away using my command spell. And there would have been infinite ways for me to fight by myself. Oh yeah, totally, dude. Totally. Yeah. Well then, let me have you now. You are dirtied, but you will have eventually ended up the same way. There's no problem that you are hurt now. The laughter approaches. She must have noticed that as Saber finally opens her eyes. Saber, are you alright? I see her breathing, but I can't even touch her. Even if I reach out. My body still won't move, and I can't even run to her. So I can only call out to her, Saber! 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 Saber's mouth opens. She breathes as if asking for help and coughs, as if even that is painful. Shiro, are you there? She raises a faint voice, telling me she cannot see me. Hold on, I can't say I'll help her. I'm on the ground too, and I can only move my arms. I can only call out to her and encourage her. She can't even see me in this ugly state. Oh, I see. I am defeated. She speaks in a soft voice and looks at me with no light in her eyes. I am sorry. Please run away, master. She says something absurd while coughing up blood. My vision turns red with anger. I completely depend on Saber unconsciously, and this is the result? I can't even stand up after a sudden attack. I grab my head with the only arm that moves. I want to kill myself, so I put strength into my hand as if to squash my head. Why? Whoa, dude, chill out. Whoa. A firing hammer goes down. I take the switch to turn myself into a Magus and smash on with a hammer instead of my finger. Never use it again. Projection magic is beyond your level. Tosaka's words. She says magic beyond one's level will turn the caster into a cripple. So what? She's more important than that. If I can't protect her, I don't need my body. She has helped me many times. There never has been anyone I cared about so much. So, if I can't protect her, Emi Ashiro should just die here. I can hear sounds of metal. Metallic energy reinforce all the bones in my body and all the broken parts of my body. I'll give everything I have. I'll put in the highest gear, the highest rotation, and I'll start. Ignoring my limits, I'll create as much magical energy as possible. My spine catches fire, and my whole body grows hot. I bite my tongue to bear the feeling of my brain melting. I bite down on the pink flesh. If I can keep my consciousness, just by making a hole in my tongue, there's no problem. The footsteps stop. His laughter stops as well. What? Shiro? What are you doing? You that your body will... She must feel it, even though she can't see. Saber screams, trying to get back up. That makes my last powers turn on. I stand back up. The body that won't obey me starts to move because the magical energy poured in past its limits. This is like setting my body on fire to make it run towards water. But I don't care. It's better than watching Saber get hurt. That's right. I finally realized with a mind that's about to burn away. From the beginning, I swore to hold a sword because I didn't want to see her hurt. I'm telling you, run. So why? I have struck the enemy. Saber is behind me. Now, I cannot even take one step backwards. Trace on. I hold down my brain, which is rolling around on fire, and manage my mind. I'm imagining only one thing. I'll divide the protection into 8 sections to create the lost sword. I feel something hard in my left hand. I don't even need to look to check. The second manufacture of the sword proved successful without slowing down even once. The sword. No, that is still not enough. You must know you can't beat him with that. If you can move, please run away. I won't. I came to pick you up so I can't run home by myself. I ready my sword. I hold a sword heavier than a shinai and glare at the enemy. Stop, Shiro. This man is... I shake off Saber's words and step forward. There are 4 meters between us. If I step forward with all my might, I'll be able to attack him. The enemy doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a second, then laughs. I guess I'll kill you, he says in an emotionless voice. Oh, I didn't say quite so emotionless. I instantly block the attack swung at me. You. I sway my body to the side to avoid the attack. But I'm not fast enough. If the first attack was a sudden gust, the next barrage of attacks is a raging wind. Parrying is all I can do. I wouldn't have even been able to block the first attack by myself. It is fortunate that I also reproduced its memory when I reproduced the sword. The sword with a long past holds will and experience. The sword must have already been familiar with such attacks. I can't judge Gilgamesh's attack, but the sword is able to. So the sword reacts to his attacks before my hands do. I swing to follow the sword, and as a result, I can block his attacks. But that doesn't last long. My fingers numb every time I swing the sword. I swing, and slowly, I cannot catch up with the sword. Oh, you are worse than unsightly. You must dislike even the slight resistance. He glares at me in anger and retreats a bit. Thank God. If he had kept attacking me, it would not have lasted more than a few seconds. I take a deep breath and try to control my breathing. And then... Filthy imitator. If you like it so much, I shall show you the real one. He takes out a sword. Well, that is a familiar sword. The ornamentation on it is different, but its true nature, the idea of its creation and its soul are too close to those of this sword. This sword's model? It is, but its strength as a noble phantasm is incomparable. What you have, the sword in the stone, originated from the legend of the Sword of Supremacy in the tree, Northern Europe. But this is the original model, the foundation of the sacred right to select the king. The Sword of Supremacy in the tree, Graham, the monarch sword of Sigmund, hero of the Northern Europe, its original model. Children cannot defeat their parents. An imitation that deteriorates every time it is renewed cannot match the original model. Light runs. The sword understood better than anything that this is the same attack that terminated Berserker in one slash. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand goes for the enemy's sword with its utmost power. The name of the noble phantasm is Caliburn, golden sword of assured victory, but it is destroyed without a trace by the sword called Mirodak. I hear something sliding on the ground. Sliding. Is the ground of the park slippery because it's level? I slide across the ground and finally come to a stop. Shiro! 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 That voice makes me realize I'm still alive. Oh. Saber. You're pretty near me. Thinking so I'm relieved. It felt like I was blown away, but it's fine if Saber's nearby. So all I have to do is get up, and I can run to Saber. I look at my arm while I stay on the ground. It's red. My arm is surrounded by a red membrane, and there's no blood coming out of it. Do not move. Please, please do not move, Shiro. I can hear Saber's voice. It seems my body has been injured. That attack. I'm sure I was blown away by Gilgamesh's sword. So the wound must be... Oh. I see. Now I understand why Saber is acting like that. I can only move my right hand. My left hand won't move. First of all, my left shoulder isn't attached to my body. I can't even breathe. Diagonally down from my left shoulder, as my body is cut from the shoulder down, it's separated like Lego pieces that don't fit together. It's like a ginkgo leaf. I've been cut. Is this a bad end? Is this somehow just like the longest bad end ever? What is happening? No. I mean, I don't know if it is. I'm just like, if it is, that sucks, because I don't know where to go back to. I've been cut from my shoulder down down to my waist. It's strange that I'm alive, but the miracle should run out. I'm barely conscious right now, and my vision narrows by the second. First of all, my insides will fall out if I move. Maybe I'm already dead, but my mind is lingering like a ghost. I see. I thought you would be scattered. But you are rather tough, I see. Clinging to life is the only merit of a low life. He laughs. Honestly, I'm thankful. The more irritating he is, the more my mind stays conscious. But that is all. A lion doesn't suit you. I'll take that woman. Footsteps. The sound of him walking to obtain Saber is for sure this time. Ah! I need to shave. I need to shave. Let's do it over this one. If I don't stand up, he won't kill me, but if I do stand up, if I don't stand up, he won't kill me. If I don't stand up, he'll take Saber. If I stand up, he will kill me, and then take Saber. I feel like standing up is, like, logically the better solution. You know what I mean? Oh, is it though? I don't know, dude. Oh no. Gosh. Like, I know I have the save, so I can just go back if I get the bad end, but the way I've been playing this is, like, I like to avoid the bad ends if I can, and then I'll just go back and do all the bad ends, you know what I mean? But, like, I don't know, dude. Because I feel like, what is the story trying to tell me, I think is what I'm trying to think about, like, the themes of the story is how I'm trying to, like, debunk, not debunk, but, like, theorize what I should appropriately do, you know? And so far, the story has been very strongly against Shiro's idea of unabashed heroism, the point of ruining his own life and killing himself. And it's also going far with Saber of showing, like, Shiro himself is against Saber's own ideals of doing that without realizing that he is the same thing. So I feel like not standing up is what I should do. Because standing up at this point is just stupid, brazen, pointless, like, heroics, you know? But if I don't stand up, I could survive, regroup with, like, Rin and Ilya, try to figure out some kind of plan. If I stand up, I will just for surely be killed. And then he'll take Saber regardless. So I feel like if Gilgamesh's end goal is to take Saber, both paths lead to him still taking her. One path leads to Shiro living, the other leads to Saber not Saber surviving. One leads to Shiro living, one leads to Shiro dying. You know what I mean? So I feel like the smarter option is to not stand up. Especially since he literally said if I stand up, my guts will fall out. The laughing voice approaches me. As soon as I put my hands down to get up, lightning runs through my spine. Every fiber and cell in my body is telling me I can't fight anymore. I can't get up. Even if I do get up, I can't beat this guy with my body like this. As soon as I admit that my body stops trying to stay alive. What? The power that was protecting Emi Shiro up to now starts to fade. What? My consciousness clouds up. With my dying mind, my life ends as well. I didn't mean just give up on life. You know? Dude, come on. That was lame. That decision didn't sound at all like just blatantly give up, you know? I don't know. It kind of did, but at the same time, I feel like my thoughts made a lot of sense of, like, if I stay down, I can, like, live to fight again. But if I keep fighting, then I will die for sure. Okay, whatever. We'll do the Tiger Dojo and then end the episode. You. Okay. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! I ain't... Whoa. I can't believe this. I can't believe anyone would be such an insane gamer that they come to this Tiger Dojo. You shouldn't be here. Beat that Goldie quickly and protect Saber, or I'm gonna get mad. Is that okay, Urama? Oh, hi, Senpai. Well, it's a bit vexing to be honest, but I want him to act cool if things have gone this far. Phew. Well, this dojo is done. Quickly go back at the choice and beat him, Shiro. Okay, yeah, well. That's gonna be the end of the episode. Let's just load back in. I can't, like, I try to, like, think about the story and everything, and I can't believe I was that far off. You know, considering Shiro literally said, if I try to move, my insides will fall out. I was like, it legitimately sounds like trying to just get up will kill him. So I thought that by staying down, like, I didn't think Shiro would just completely give up on everything, you know, and then die. I assumed he'd stay down to, you know, try and fight later, you know, because he realized he couldn't win this time. But I guess that was just me, and I was interpreting things wrong. That's fine. That's fine. Especially since if it was like a 30-minute bad end, like I've heard some can be, then you know, I would have been a bit more vexed about it. But as it was, like a 2-second, like, yeah, and now I'm dead. It's fine. So yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one when I guess we stand up and our insides fall out. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back, and I'm just gonna stand up. Because I guess that was the right option, I guess. I don't know. It was probably obvious, and I just, like, didn't get it. Because, again, it sounded like if we just stand up, just standing up alone is gonna kill us, but, you know. I put power... Oh, sorry, my phone vibrated and distracted me. I put power into my right hand. I grab the ground and raise my half-sliced body. I see Saber's face for an instant. She looks like she's about to cry. I'm proud of myself for falling in love with her. Hold on. I'm not done yet. I raise my body with just one arm. My legs won't move. The magical energy that forced my body to move is depleted. The only thing remaining is my beating heart, my organs screaming in pain. Oh, lingering affection. I would assume so. This treasure is beyond you. I understand how you must feel. You must be really vexed to have it taken away by another man. That does it. I can't stand his talking anymore. I'm saying don't talk to me. You're treating Saber as an object. I put power into my right arm. Is there metal in it? With a creaking noise, my body reacts to my wishes. I get up on one knee. Damn. Do as I tell you. I put power into my body. As I do so, the things I need to live flow out. Why do you not understand that it's useless now? Saber's voice is almost insulting. She's a long way away. From a distant place, she was watching me in vexation. I ignore it and keep trying. Saber's voice is just a burden. Not my body, nor Gilgamesh, but Saber's my greatest enemy. If she objects with an expression like that, his mind will die. Finally, my knee finally has strength. So all that's left to do is stand. No. I do not need your help. As I have been defeated, I am not your sword anymore. Disappearing like this is the natural end for a servant. Saber's voice. She interrupts me anymore. I get mad even at her. No. Please stop, Shiro. Do not go on. You will really die. If you die here, I will... selfish thing without knowing how I feel. Shut up. Just be quiet for a second. Times like this, you can't rely on me. Not true, Shiro, please. Do not get your priorities wrong. My life is not important. You should put your life first rather than such a thing. It sounds like she's begging. My mind almost collapses, thinking that I'm making her sound like that. But still, I refuse. There's nothing I want more than you. I can't accept her words. Saber looks at me in astonishment. I don't know why she looks like that. But I remember. She told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of his own life. I think she's right. He's too conceited for someone who can't even think about himself to try to help someone else. That's just complacent happiness, and it's unstable happiness for the other party. The most important person is yourself. The most important person is yourself. That kind of person probably can be happy and share their happiness. Yeah. Be a fool who doesn't consider his own life. I was wrong about what's most important for me. Since that day, that seat has been empty, but I am grateful for that abnormality. Because in that empty seat is sitting a person I want to save from the bottom of my heart. Saber. This wouldn't change even if I valued my life above all. You're more beautiful than that. There's nothing inside me that can take your place. That makes me realize I didn't feel sympathy for her. The girl I saw in my dreams, she fought alone and died alone. I thought she was unrewarded. At the same time, I was charmed by her. I just thought she was beautiful. She pulled out the sword and ran through her life without looking back. Her life itself was so brilliant. That's right. So I have to protect her. So that you, all alone, won't be engulfed in darkness in your last moments. That's right. So that in your last moments on the verge of your death, so you can be proud of your life. My doubts disappear. My path is so clear. Sorry. I like you the most, Saber. I won't need you to die like him. After I say that, I regret apologizing to her. But I had to say it. I wanted to say it now at this moment, because there would be no impurities mixed in my words. I hear her gasp. I wanted to turn around and see, but I won't since I can't really see anymore. I get up. I can still fight if my heart is beating. My magical energy is my life. As long as my heart is beating, I'll keep on recreating your sword. Well done! So now what? What can you do now? I feel a burning heat on my right hand. Perhaps because I'm close to death. I remember 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. My body feels like it's still on that fire, reaching out for life. Go away. I can't give Saber to you. I raise my right hand and say that. Fool, I do not need your consent. The enemy raises his sword. Get down, Shiro! I hear Saber's voice from behind me. I ignore it. Using my remaining magical energy, I project the sword once more. I am stopped by that light. Even though it's not as strong as Excalibur, the light that can burn away everything it touches is coming for me. Feeling that heat on my body, I don't think about my death but Saber behind me. She'll be dragged in like this, so I have to at least protect her. I said I'd protect Saber. Yes, I wanted to protect her. She's strong, but at the same time she could have broken down at any moment. So I have to hold steady. She's like a drawn sword, so I have to help her so she doesn't get hurt. And then, before I realize it, there's something like a sword in my right hand. Whose voice was that? The hesitation is only for an instant. At the same moment, the Golden Knight, absolute victor, retreats. Shiro, let me! Saber takes my hand. The rising light stops. Right beside me is Saber. Right before me is Gilgamesh, opening his eyes and bleeding. What? Oh, I think I know what's happening. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what happened, but I know this is a repeat of the battle against Berserker. Saber used something I made and defeated Gilgamesh's sword. A light pushed back his light and must have injured him, who was unscathed up till now. A frighteningly murderous intent. It feels like he needs to kill everything he sees in order to calm down. But Golden Knight leaves silently. I don't even have time to be surprised. I don't know why he left, but even my fading mind knows that the battle is over. What? He just dipped? What? I thought that was like I think I know what the climax is, and this doesn't feel like it, but I was like, it's close enough that I guess it is. My knees give away. All the tension disappears and my body falls to the ground. Shiro! Saber instantly supports me. With Saber supporting me, I look down at my body. I let out a gasp. My wounds are so bad they cannot be treated. My body cut from left shoulder should have died instantly. This is too... I must be barely alive because of that healing power, but it must have its limits. My body is almost split in two. I'm sure nothing will be able to fix my body now. I can't even tell if I'm still breathing or not, and my consciousness is starting to fade. The end is near. But the fortunate thing is about Saber. I have a fatal wound, but it seems Saber is just fatigued. She is unarmed now, and her wounds are completely healed. So even if I retire now, Toussaint should be able to do something. The sound again. The sound as if my bones are creaking is coming from my body. I look down at my wounds. What? There are many swords. Oh, I did not expect this to happen in this route. Are layered on top of each other and crowding together to connect my separated body, making that sound. I feel dizzy. It feels like every bone in my body, every muscle in my body is made out of swords. There's no such thing. It must have been my imagination, as my body is just fine. As proof of that, my severed body is starting to connect, and my cuts are healing quickly. It's more like restoration than healing. This is more creepy than strange. It seems I'll be saved, but this is too... Seems to not die, Master. I hear Saber's voice by my ear. It's really close by. Well, that's great, but what's going on? Trying to finish, I'm assailed by dizziness. Then, my body is enclosed by soft arms. Aww. Saber? No. I finally understand. It is only natural for your body to heal. I can't stay conscious. It's because I produce too much magical energy. My tired mind wants to sleep right now. How strong is she? Saber wraps her arms around me and holds me tight. I understand. Remember my sheath, Shiro. I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You are my sheath, Shiro. Sorry to ruin the moment. She says so in a deep, sleeping voice. The feeling is so comfortable that remaining consciousness fades away. I'm glad to be saved, and I let my body sleep. But before that, I told myself that it would have been more perfect if our positions were reversed. At the end, I see the Red Hill once more. A red memory. I dive deeper into her memory, and I realize this is the last time. These are the memories of a night which I have seen many times. After becoming king and becoming the will of the country by killing her own will, her days were filled with neglect, even from her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Artoria was made to wish for a battle she did not wish for. She continued to hide her sex, surrounded by suspicion. What awaited this isolated girl was a rebellion by one of her relatives. A young knight took over the country while the king was on an expedition. The man's name was Mordred. That knight, who was the son of Morgan, the sister of the king of knights, was actually the son of the king of knights. I shouldn't laugh at that. You know what I mean. And I'm just thinking of like how people would react to that. You know, to start at the end, Artoria could not have children as a woman, but Mordred certainly inherited the blood of Artoria. Artoria's older sister Morgan. I'm not sure how far she went, but she despised Artoria for becoming king, even though Artoria was younger than her. Mordred was created as her other self. He served the king as her other self. He served the king as a knight with an unknown father, waited for his chance to take over the throne, and finally organized revolt. This was the battle later known as the Battle of Camlan, the end of King Arthur. King Arthur discovered Mordred's betrayal on her expedition and returned to her homeland with her tired troops to invade her own territory. She slashed away knights that used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once protected. The few knights that stayed with her died off, and the only sending in the end for her and Mordred. Their personal combat ended with the king's victory, but she did not emerge unscathed. Mordred was bound by a strong curse, so he still swung his sword even after his death, and left a fatal wound on the king. This is the end of this battle. The last of her, the one called the King of Knights. It must have been painful. Come to think of it, none of her battles were painless. Every one of her 12 battles was severe, and this just happened to be the greatest wound appropriate for her end. She returned to Britain and destroyed her own army. She punished the knights who used to serve her, and the knights following her all died. And in the end, she had to kill her own son, even if he was only son in name. I cannot tell what went through her mind, but I have to wish, the lone king who tried to be a king until our last moments, wish that our last dream might be a normal dream, one that the girl called Victoria might wish for. And I think with that, we'll end the episode there. I realize that's a little bit shorter, but it's mostly just because I'm planning to record a lot today, and I just kind of have to go at this moment. And I mean, the first episode was like 30 minutes of this session. I mean, come on. I tend to record like 3 at a time, and then I tend to go take a little bit of a break just to let my voice recover. And I can just kind of already feel it giving out. So I will cut this one here, take a little bit of break while I do other things, and then I will come back, because I do actually really want to finish the Fate route today. Which might be, some people might be sitting there like, okay, Lamau, he doesn't know that he has another 12 hours left. But, I mean, it feels like we are nearing the climax, so hopefully I can with another, like, maybe, like, 2 sessions, maybe? I don't know. Again, the session is around 3 episodes, so anywhere from, again, like, a 16 to 30-minute, like, episode. Hopefully, with, like, around 1 to 2 more of those, we'll be able to wrap this up. It's not me saying, like, I don't want this to be over. It just feels like that's how much longer we have left, if that makes sense. But yeah, with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, we are back in the last one. Gil kind of kicked our trash, and then he left. So I'm pretty sure we're just pretty much going to be licking our wounds and trying to figure out how to beat him. So that's going to be fun. Anyways, let's just jump into... Oh, also, this is episode 70. This has been going for 70 episodes, and I think it would be super appropriate. This is going to sound super cheesy. If we finished Fate within the 70 episode, like, marker, like, between, like, episode 70 to 79, I want it to end somewhere in there. I know that's really cheesy, because haha, 7 servants, 7 classes, all that stuff, but I think it would be cool. Anyways, with that being said, let's just jump into it. I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room, lying on my futon. Oh, you have awoken, Shiro. Saber, why am I... You've been sleeping since that time. Your body is almost completely healed, so you do not need to worry. I see. That's great, but... What about Saber? If my wound is healed, I'm fine. But Saber's different. Even though she can heal her wounds, her magical energy isn't infinite. It wouldn't be a problem if she had just fought, but she used Excalibur. Saber, were you treating me all this time? I merely wiped your sweat. I cannot treat wounds as Reen does. Idiot, you didn't need to do that. I hate how he constantly calls people idiot. It must be more painful for you right now. That is not true. I only have a light wound compared to you. But I cannot ignore what you just said. Even if your wounds have healed, they are bad enough that you could have died. Please worry about yourself for now. Saying so, Saber reaches for a washbowl beside her. There's a cold towel in there, and after squeezing the water out of it, she wipes my sweating body. I'm really embarrassed. Shiro, does your wound hurt? It seems like you're getting a fever again. I don't have a fever. No, you can just rest for now. You might be alright, but you use Excalibur, so you should be the one resting. You'll collapse again at this rate. Well, that is true, but we could just bang it out. She hesitates, squeezing the towel. But I am doing better than you right now. It is only natural for me to protect you until you get better. What's with that? I can't object if she says so with that kind of expression. The amount of times he said that exact line. Then you'll rest once I recover, Saber? Of course. I need to sleep as well. Saber says so in her usual tone. So, I let Saber take care of me and suppress my embarrassment. Time passes slowly. Have I ever looked so closely at Saber without doing anything? Saber is the same as always, and moonlight is shining on her. Looking at her now, she really is feminine. White fingers and slender arms. She looks so lovely that it doesn't seem like she would be capable of fighting. That's why I can't stay calm. She's been fighting all this time with that slim body of hers. Shiro, why are you staring at my arm? I do not want to suspect this. I do not want you to suspect this, but are you comparing my arms to those of Rin? Is she angry or sulking? She has such slender arms, but she thinks her arms aren't cute at all. Probably because there's some muscle on them, but they're rather cute to me. No, the wound doesn't hurt, so I was just spacing out. It's not like I have anything to say about your arms. I see, that is good. Saber seems relieved, then... Saber notices something as she closes her eyes and nods. So your wound is fine now. I was seriously angry before, but I will forget about it if you are alright. It is rather late. It is rather late to say this, but I thank you, Shiro. And I am really happy that you are safe. She says happily. Then she smiles faintly. What? She's smiling about such a thing? I recall her memories in my dreams. She didn't know happiness or entertainment, but she's going to smile about something like this? No. She can only smile at somebody else's safety, not her own happiness. Those words from before, that she was happier seeing me smile, said that with a satisfied expression. I'm going mad. I really feel like I'm crazy and... Shiro. I hug Saber with all my strength. Shiro, what are you doing? She wriggles to try to feed herself. I ignore that and embrace her tighter. Shiro, please stop. You do not know what's going on. This is going too far for a joke. Her arms resist me, but I don't listen. Shiro, please. Saber raises her arm to hit me. To that, it's okay. Listen, you have to smile for your own sake. I say so from the bottom of my heart. Shiro? I don't know why she hesitated. She spat out what was I just spat out what was inside of me. Why? I can understand her being focused on the Holy Grail, but I can never... I'd hit the desk, but I can never approve of that. I want her to know normal happiness. I think it'll be alright if... It'll be a lie if she doesn't, because all of this time, she's fought for others, so she could be as happy as the people she's made happy. Are you crying? When she asks that, I realize my eyes are watery. Not because I'm sad, it's just too vexing. I'm annoyed that Saber can only smile for others. It's just that my head went crazy because it pissed me off so much. Saber, isn't this enough? You've done your best, you even fought by yourself. You have to find your own happiness. You fulfilled your oath so you can return to being Artoria. What? Are you still talking about that? Yeah, I'll keep on saying it. I can't help it because I've fallen in love with you. I won't give up until you change your mind. I yell and embrace Saber as if to stop her from struggling. What? She's weak. She curls up in my arms and looks away. Shiro, please do not bother me. This is unpleasant even if you are my master, Shiro. I'll move away if you don't want this. I said I like you, so I'll let you go if you don't like me. Saber doesn't answer. She just hangs her head to escape my stare. You are being unfair. You knew my past, but you continue and invade me. You should know my answer already. So why? Why are you still concerned about me? You must have seen all the sins I have committed. Yeah, I did. She sacrificed many people in the name of the king and killed many enemies. I don't intend to ignore that or pretend it didn't happen. But still, even knowing that, I want the girl named Artoria to become happy. So what? I don't know what this emotion is. I just can't leave you alone. Please smile. I want to be with you, Saber. A childlike, unilateral confession. Saber bites her lip, still hanging her head. My answer will not change. I cannot break my oath as a king. Even though I was not appropriate for the role, I was entrusted with my country as the king. I could not fulfill my duty, so this freedom is not permitted to me. She looks at me straight on like she's about to cry. Our eyes meet, rejecting words and responding bodies. When I notice, I am kissing Saber while embracing her body. I can feel Saber's... Oh! Are we about to have another sex scene? Hesitation at first. Saber places her hand on my chest as if to push me away. She doesn't push me away, but tenses her body. Saber. Our lips are only slightly touching. I am not tasting Saber's soft lips, nor am I pressing hard against them. Clumsy kiss, only to feel her lips with mine. It is a beautiful kiss that is not around excitement nor desire. Her small body. I just find the shaking girl so dear. I don't know how long we've been like this. It's not just her lips that I'm feeling. I'm feeling her whole body in our embrace. Oh, why? I can't help but recall that night. But this feeling is different. I want to embrace her harder and tell her more about how I feel. Not just for my lust, but I want Saber to be happy about being here. Shiro, that kiss was... Does she want to say it's a mistake? She looks at me with a face about to cry. It's not a mistake. I'll say it as many times as I need to. I like you and I just can't let you go. Tell me you don't like it. Tell me that we're only a master and servant and contradict me. How unfair are you telling me to say such a thing? Yeah, I won't hold back if you tell me clearly. If you won't refuse me, I want to do you right now. I said it. I said it straight onto her face while blushing. I said it believing it is the best sincerity I can do. A long silence. Saber looks up at me and lowers her face. Shiro, does that mean you'll embrace me like you did that night? A weak power is put into her hand. A weak power is put into her hand on my chest. She grabs my shirt with weak strength. That's different. We were desperate and we couldn't do anything back then. I didn't want to do such a thing. I want to treat you more valuably and do it with just the two of us. I see. I understand how you feel. Oh. Saber puts power into her arms. She taps. She pushes me and gets away from me. Saber? I have a proposal as well. Okay, so I'm basically gonna read until we get to the point where I need to censor, and then I'm probably just gonna clickety-clickety-click through all of it. And we'll come back when that's over. I have a proposal as well. Please look away until I tell you to, Shiro. Saber's voice is too frail. I nod and turn around. I hear a small sound. It sounds like paper rubbing together, or water flowing. Then I notice there's a sound of clothes rustling. I am done. You can turn back now, Shiro. I open my eyes and turn back to her. Oh, I mean, I guess we can keep going. It's literally just a butt. White body glowing in the darkness. Everything goes away the moment I see her. There's no hesitation nor desire. What is before me is just so beautiful that my mind goes completely blank. Saber. Turning her back, Saber averts her eyes while hiding her breasts. She must be embarrassed about exposing her bare skin. Even the red tint is so beautiful that it blows my mind away. I cannot answer your feelings, but I support your idea. Support? You mean... I use my noble phantasm. In any case, I cannot fight unless I receive your power. Please take off your clothes, Shiro. We're going to embrace each other. So I need for you to be naked as well, so I can feel you. And it is unfair like this. I would like to see you naked as well. My heart jumps. I thought my mind would explode just from that line. I would like to see you naked. That's so unfair. Nobody would be able to stay calm if she says such a thing. Shiro, are you not going to do it? Saber says so while she blushes. Her voice contains anxiety, embarrassment, and hidden hope. And, yeah, that's where we're gonna cut. Yep, that's where we're cutting. Depending on how long this goes for, I might cut there. Otherwise, the footage would be really, really long. But if not, then you guys will know. So, yeah. That being said, potentially bye-bye? I don't know. Okay, we are back from the sex scene. Whoa, sorry, I needed to take a drink. I should have done that before I started the episode. But yeah, last episode was short, so I'm just gonna jump into it. And a dream is over. Saber is lying there. I also cannot get up from exhaustion. We are collapsed together in the darkness. Our body temperature hits our tired minds. Saber. I call out to the girl lying beside me. The question I asked her before I had sex with her. Find out the reply for me wanting her. Magical energy replenishment has been completed. I can fight as your servant starting tomorrow. Saber? That is it for now, Shiro. My role is to protect you and to obtain the Holy Grail. I cannot think about anything else until the battle is over. But is that not right? Because you have chosen to fight to end this war? Her voice echoes through the darkness. I can't argue against her. If I want to do something about us, I have to end this war beforehand. First of all, we have to defeat that man who's after Saber, or I can't protect Saber. But, do we have a way to defeat that King of Heroes? We grow quiet and stare at the darkness. How long were we like that? Right when my body wants to take a rest and my eyes start to close? Huh? I feel something on my hand. Saber? Yes. Let us think tomorrow, Shiro. We might come up with a good plan tomorrow, and I'd like to sleep like this for now. She says so while holding my hand. Yeah, I wanted to do so too. Yes. Good night, Shiro. Let us return to our previous selves when we wake up. I closed my eyes with her close to me. My last vision of Saber sees her smiling warmly. I don't care if that was just for this night. Right now, her hand is warm. That is more than enough for me right now, and I fall into a comfortable sleep. I fall asleep, without knowing if we'll be able to keep our hands connected even after everything is over. Oh, I don't know how many more days there are, so that means nothing to me. I mean, I'd guess that this is the last day, like, come on, guys. When I wake up, the sun is already way up. The sunlight coming in from outside is faint, and the room is dim. I feel like it's still the last night, and I shake my head violently. It's cloudy outside, no wonder I didn't wake up. It seems my sleep-deprived body caught up on sleep, taking advantage of the darkness of the room. It seems I've already past 1 o'clock. Ugh, oversleeping this much can't just be called sleeping in. Saber, are you awake? There's no answer. Saber is sleeping next to me, slightly curled. I wake up when I'm not sleepy anymore, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how long she slept before, she probably won't wake up until dinner. I leave the room, trying not to wake Saber up. There's no need to wake her up right now. The contest begins at night. I don't think Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear during the day. So I have to come up with a plan. Putting Lancer aside, Gilgamesh will certainly come again tonight. I don't even need to think about it considering his personality and the mercy and intent he showed last night. But what should I do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them exceeds Saber's Excalibur. Berserker was a difficult enemy to defeat. We still could fight him even though we were inferior. We could look for a chance for a comeback even when he was pushing us. But he's different. I won't even be able to fight right now. If he uses that noble phantasm called Aya, we will all die. I have to find a way. There isn't long before sunset. There's no solution if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosak, and I can't think of a plan, then the church. As supervisor, he might know. He might know a way to overcome the situation. King of Heroes Gilgamesh. Kodamine Kirei said that he would find some measure against that survivor of the last Holy Grail War. We can't find a countermeasure, but that priest might have already come up with a plan. Man, but I hate doing Kirei's voice. It's so deep. I go up the hill. The sky is filled with gray clouds. The church is the only thing at the top of the hill. There's no one in sight, not even the sound of birds. Is it because of the dark sky? It looks more ominous than holy. Metaphorically, it feels like a gallows. Going up the long hill through the large courtyard, prosecuted before God and falling to hell. What am I talking about? That's not just a metaphor. From the beginning, a church is a place where people die. A hospital is a place where they're trying to prolong life, but at the same time it is also a place where people face death. A church is the same. In those terms, no place is more death than here. The wind is cold. Fastening my collar, I go up the stairs to the church. Kodamine! I came to talk! I enter the chapel. There's no one in here either. Kodamine? Is he in the back again? Walking between the chairs, I walk to the altar. What? A dry sound echoing through the chapel. It must be designed for echoes as one person's footsteps fills the room. Kodamine, are you not here? I call out in a soft voice. It's certainly strange. I should be calling out in a loud voice if I'm calling for someone. I know he's somewhere in the back, so I should be calling out in a loud voice. Or I advance, keeping my voice quiet. My footsteps quiet and suppressing my presence. Is it because the chapel is so magnificent? I feel like as soon as I reveal my presence, something will surround me and cut off my head for disregarding God or something. Disgracing God or something. I pass through the chapel and get out into the courtyard. I think Kodamine's room is... I advance with quiet footsteps. The church is complicated, and I don't know where Kodamine's room is. My memory is vague, so I won't be able to get there. Something. Control my breathing. My throat is dry and it's hard not to breathe, and it's hard to breathe. Why? Even though the hallway is cool, sweat forms on my brow. I stop calling out and examine the surroundings with all my senses. Do I have such a... I don't know why. Why am I walking silently? Why are my hearts beating so fast? Why? An ominous feeling in this place. The same words repeat in my head. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kodamine isn't here. You don't have anything to do here. Go home since you're by yourself. Your decision is a mistake. Your actions are a mistake. Your chill is a mistake. Go back. Go back. This isn't bad. There's nothing bad here. There's nothing here, so go home. I feel sick. I feel nauseous. At times like this, my chill is correct. My sense for danger is good enough for an amateur magus. That's why I can't stop. Suppressing my pounding heart, I look for Kodamine's room. And in that way, I run into the darkness. Underground? I see stairs in the dark. In a small indent between the walls, one would normally miss because the shadows in a narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down there. I bet money on it. Kodamine won't be down there. No one will be down there. There can't be down there. There can't be down there. There can't be just down there. There can't be corpses down there. Okay. I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. I want to save over this one since, you know, I already know how it goes. What should I do? Because I kind of know what's down there. At the same time, it'd kind of be neat to see. Maybe, but at the same time, if I go down there, we're just gonna die, right? Like, this is like that movie moment of like, oh no, do I go into the haunted basement where 50,000 people have been haunted and murdered? Or should I just walk out? I think this is definitely a walk out moment, and we'll come back and do this during the Bad End series. I look away from the darkness leading underground. I don't like the music starting. I run, suppressing my raging heart. I can't stay here another second. I want to get out of this building as fast as I can. This place is bad. It's been bad for a long time. This church is a terrible place for Emiyashiro. I should never have entered this building, nor met that priest. I reach the chapel. This empty house of God is ominous. I run while looking behind me. I'm almost at the exit. There's no one behind me. There's no one behind me. There's no one behind me. I leave the church. I'd run without turning back. What did I fear? And what was I trying not to see? The unease in my back remains. Shiro, where have you been all by yourself? As soon as I get home, I'm surprised. Saber is standing at the entrance. Oh, I'm home, Saber. It is not I'm home. How many times do I have to tell you not to go outside by yourself? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. There will not be a next time. I am really angry this time. Shiro, tell me your reason for going out. Why are you causing me trouble when your wounds from yesterday are not healed? And when Gilgamesh could attack at any second? She glared sharply at me. But, I went to the church. I thought it'd be beneficial if we could ask the priest about Gilgamesh's weaknesses or something. At the church? But why now? I consulted him before, as a supervisor. I thought he might be able to do something about a servant that's still here, after the last war. But it's useless, I failed. I guess it's only natural for you to yell at me. I have you, so we should have gone to the church together. I lower my head once more in apology. No, if you understand, it is fine. Saber withdraws her threatening attitude instantly. That's right. Saber was really mad at my stupidity, but she's soft enough to forgive me. If I'm not conceited, it's like her resentment at being left alone was cancelled just by having me come home. That is true. If you regret your actions, I will overlook this case. It seems I did not act maturely. That's not true. You were waiting for me, right, Saber? Honestly, that really helped me out. My anxieties finally went away when you yelled at me. You were helped by my yelling? Yeah. I was really relieved knowing that I could come back to you. What? Yes, I'm happy to be back. I'm able to see Saber again. If I had gone down those stairs, I feel like I would have never returned. Thinking about it, I think that choice was a good one. Yo, based, I'm the smartest boy. Shiro, how about we cooperate with Lancer? Huh? Saber, what did you say? It's past 2 in the afternoon. I look at Saber over a slightly belated lunch table. I said we should cooperate with Lancer. Gilgamesh exists outside the rules of the Holy Grail War. Lancer will not be able to overlook him as well, but we should be willing to cooperate with us if the conditions are right. You mean our enemy's enemy is our ally? Yes, if some collateral were provided, he should ally with us temporarily. An alliance with Lancer. Huh. There certainly might be no other way. We can't match Gilgamesh by ourselves. But if Saber and Lancer can cooperate, we should be able to come up with some measures. You're right. I don't know if Lancer will ally with us, but it won't hurt to ask him. And the problem would be... Yes, how to find Lancer. Lancer has not appeared since that night, and his master is still unknown. I did not think he would stay quiet when there were only 2 of us left. Yeah, but he's not coming out. Does that mean he's scared to fight you one-on-one? Of course not. Lancer is a worthy hero. He would be happy to fight me, and certainly not reluctant. But he still has not appeared, so perhaps he has some reason not to. We both cross our arms and ponder. You guys are rather well matched this morning. Tosaka? Rin, how long have you been there? We are both surprised at the same time. For some time now. Shiro is the only one watching Saber, and Saber is only watching Shiro. I felt stupid, so I just kept quiet. Wasn't that the right choice? You guys had such a good atmosphere going, I couldn't intrude on you. Rin, we are Sir and Master. Such things are... Fine, I'll say you're right. But about what you two were talking about, I agree that we should cooperate with Lancer. If that Goldie is Gilgamesh, we need to do that to even have a chance of beating him. Well, I don't know how long she's been listening, but Tosaka understands the situation. It seems while we were eating, she's heard that the true identity of Archer is Gilgamesh, and that his noble phantasm exceeds that of Saber's. So, I'll go home for a while. I need to get a weapon, get ready to lure Lancer out, and prepare some medicine for Ilya. Medicine for Ilya? Tosaka, is something wrong with Ilya? Nothing. Her condition hasn't changed since yesterday. Her breathing is stable and her fever is down. She just doesn't have any energy right now. But you said she was bugging you earlier. Well, she should wake up and wander in when she gets hungry. So cook her something good when she does. She puts down her empty bowl. Tosaka was nonchalantly eating lunch too. See ya. I'll be back by dinner time. So don't do anything until then. After Tosaka goes home, Saber and I do nothing, just stare at the clock. For some reason, the living room is tense. Shiro, you want some more tea, Saber? We raise our heads at the same time and freeze as soon as our eyes meet. But what is it, Saber? If you want something, say it. No, yes, some more tea, please. Alright, I'll go and prepare some right away. An hour passes in this way. If we're not doing anything else, I should be being taught some sword techniques or be resting. But neither Saber nor I mentioned that. I know myself that I'm acting strangely. I know, but I want to be with Saber like this for now. No matter how awkward and nervous I am, and even though this is the 10th cup of tea, I still want to watch her face. And then, when I stand up to go to the kitchen, the doorbell rings. I guessed. At a time like this? Not many people come by my house. Watch it just be like Lancer. Sakura is the only one who might ring the doorbell. But she won't come here until my cooperation with Tosaka is over. Fujini is undergoing medical care at her house as well. And it's not like I associate much with my neighbors. Shiro. Yeah. Come with me, Saber. If something happens, I'll let you deal with it. Yes, I shall protect you no matter what. Who is it? I call out, still keeping the door closed. I am from the church. I have come to inform you of the results of the investigation you requested. My breath stops for a second. The guy on the other side of the door is the guy I went to see this morning. Shiro, what is wrong? You seem pale. No, I'm fine. Can I open the door, Saber? I'll send him away if you don't want him to come in. On the first night we met, Saber did not want to enter the church. I remember that, so I check with her. I do not mind. I shall abide by your decision. I answer with a nod and open the door. I think just because we're probably going to go into a long... I don't know. I'm just getting this feeling that the next one's going to be really long, so I feel like I'm just going to end it here. And then because... I don't know, I feel like this is just going to be a long kind of explanation episode next time, so I kind of want to keep that sequestered to that. So I think... I'm sorry that these past two episodes have been a little short, but I just kind of end them when it feels right, you know? So yeah, with that all being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back for what I presume to be a pretty long episode, potentially. Yeah, with that all being said, let's just get into it. You took quite some time. Are you for some reason unwilling to see me, Miyashiro? No, I was just surprised since I didn't think you would come to see me. You have something to talk about, right? Come in. I pull back and try to lead Kotomine into the living room. But... no, we can talk here standing. I've discovered only a bit, so... oh. Well... shoot. Now I feel silly. No, we can talk here standing. I have discovered only a bit, so the conversation should be quick. The priest pulls back and tries to leave the hall. Hey, where are you going, Kotomine? I told you, we shall speak standing up, but I cannot do so with that servant standing there. If she threatens me like that, I prefer to value my life. I turn back to Saber, who's behind me. Saber? Kotomine is right. Saber is meting a terrible murderous intent that even makes me pale. What is a master from the last war doing here? I remember that Kiritsugu shot and killed you. Certainly. When I abandoned my rights as a master and raised my hands, you shot me from the back. If I did not have God's divine protection, I would have died then. But what of it? It must be like yesterday for you, but it happened 10 years ago for me. Are you going to bring up that fight? Bring up a fight that has already ended? Saber's murderous intent doesn't weaken at all. Saber, he's right. Forget about the last war for now. Shiro, but this man cannot be taken lightly. Kiritsugu targeted this priest before any other enemy, because he was an enemy who had to be defeated before anything else. That is an honor. If the one that survived to the end says that of me, perhaps I'm not that bad. How can you talk so impudently? The air tenses. Crap. If things go on like this, I really won't be able to stop Saber. Hold on, Saber. I had Kotomine investigate Gilgamesh. We already know his true identity, but everything else about him is a mystery, right? Don't we need to know as much as we can about him now? That is true, but... I do not mind either way. It might not be that useful. It is not like I have no feelings. I feel bad getting such rude pressure from the servants of the man who shot me. As I am inexperienced, I might not be able to act as a priest should. That goes the same for me as well. I will not trust an old enemy. Two glare at each other. This isn't good. Things won't get anywhere like this. Saber, stay back. I'm going to talk to Kotomine. Shiro, no. This man is dangerous. If you were to talk to him, I will also. Yeah, I know how you feel. But I'm a master. I won't die that easily, even if something happens. And you would come right away if something did, right? Nothing dangerous is going to happen. Of course not. A human cannot outwit a servant. Miyashiro, it seems your servant is an excessive warrior. Don't provoke her too much. I'll listen to you. I'll have Saber stay away, so that's enough, right? No, I do not feel like talking here. There's no way to run if Saber attacks me. There should be a courtyard I can at least run for a few seconds. There should be a courtyard. I can at least run for a few seconds there, even if Saber goes mad. You could stop her in that time with your command spell. Fine, but that won't happen. Saber, stay by the porch. I'll call for you if something happens. Yes, if you say so, Master. This place is good. This is an open space and I can see the mansion clearly. I move about 2 meters away. It's hard to hear when he speaks softly, but I can react to anything this way no matter what he does. So, what did you find out, Kodamine? Oh, I would like to confirm one thing before that. A big smile full of compassion. The priest takes one slow step towards me. I'm sorry, I was away this morning. Here, you forgot this. A thump. He throws something onto the grass. The sound of the boundary field. The alarm goes off. The boundary field father put off the alarm that reacts to intruders when the malicious intent is going off. Lancer is the cause of the disturbance. He must have entered this place with some reason in mind. I can't hear the priest's words too well. The thing he threw at my feet. I can't take my mind off of it since it looks like it can only be the corpse of a small child. So Saber went to meet the enemy. He cannot fight with full power inside the building. The enemy would need one more move to kidnap Iliasville. The thing that looked like a child's corpse isn't a corpse. It's alive. The limbs are cut off. There's only the head and the body. The skin is peeled off, the meat is rotting, but the child is alive. The skin is peeled off and the face just looks like the specimen, so why? A sharp, heavy object pierces my heart from behind. A human cannot outwit a servant. Of course. Only servants can outwit other servants. I don't care about the priest's scornful laughter. I don't mind that my heart has been pierced, and I'm spewing out blood from my mouth like a hose. Why? What fills my body is wonder. What? Why do I recognize a corpse that isn't even human anymore? What? That was such a long, bad end, dude. What the freak? Hi, are you doing well? I'm sure everybody hates scary places, so you decided to wait and see, but it turns out you're trapped in hell. It's time for the Taigo Dojo Q&A Corner to comfort those of you who have suffered surprise attacks. Right now, Saber-chan and Lancer are duking it out in the mansion. My senior student was captured, and Shiro is dead in the yard. What is with the morals in this place? Kids these days are so rude that it makes me sad. Well now, for you who died right before the climax, men of virtue avoid danger is a good phrase. You cannot reach the goal if you keep avoiding things. Go back to the choice and challenge the darkness of the church, ready to die. Oh, the story is almost at the climax. The long night is about to end. Will Saber-chan's wish come true? What is the distortion hidden in Shiro's mind? And is there a way to defeat the King of Heroes? Next episode, Utopia. You've come this far, so I want you to go straight to the ending without stopping. Gosh darn it, I keep getting all the bad ends, dude. What the frick? It's this one, right? Yeah. Okay, so I guess we'll go down. I guess we're going down the stairs. The thing that seems like the obvious trap was, I guess, the way to go. I enter the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights aren't on, but the room itself is glowing blue as if it's a living thing. An underground temple? It might be used quite often as the temple isn't dirty with dust or mold. How deep is this? I look up the stairs I descended. The staircase is built along the wall in an arc. It must trace out to a perfect half moon, as I can see the start of the stairs about 10 meters directly above me. Is it because there's no light? The arcing staircase that connected this underground and the outside world remind me of the centipede crawling through this temple. And I notice the door. Under the stairs, the symbol in front of me. Beyond it, an entrance to darkness is open. I approach the darkness as if to draw to it, as if drawn to it. I go through what appears to be an entrance into the place. Is it damp? The floor feels slimy and it's hard to walk on. It's like the time I cleaned the swimming pool at school. The feeling that bog moss covers the floor. The feeling that my leg would rot every time I step in it. I stop. It's because I'm scared by the nasty feeling of the floor. But more than that, I smell an awful stench. I plug my nose in reflex. The smell isn't momentary, but ongoing. It's not the smell of meat, but it's not gunpowder either. Is this formalin? I don't know what that is. Smell of medicine fills the room. My senses were numbed as soon as I came underground. I don't feel any chills or pressure anymore. But still, my heart beats like it's expanding to twice its size, and my hands are vermiculating like they're going to crumble into pieces. And the worst thing is, my eyes have gotten used to the darkness. The darkness fades. A drop falls somewhere. Is that a signal? The things I couldn't see before are engraved into my eyes instantly. Is it a living hell that's somehow familiar? There are corpses. There are corpses, there are corpses, there are corpses, there are corpses all around me. The smell of medicine covers the smell of death. That's the cause of the dripping sound. The water is dripping into the corpses' mouths. The slightly open mouths take in the water, and it must have been like this for many years, that the lips are swollen and rotten, and the jaws are decomposing some. I can tell myself that this isn't happening. I don't want to think that such a thing can happen. I can't deceive myself. I can tell in a second. Even though there are this many corpses, no one is dead in here. They're alive. They're alive. These things that can only be perceived as corpses, these things that used to have human shape, are still quite alive. I remember a news story I heard somewhere. There's a story about a whale, about a guy who survived for a month after being swallowed by a whale. That huge creature has a huge digestive system to maintain its huge body. The great thing is, the creature has two of them. The first stomach is where it keeps all of the fish it swallows. The next one is the one that digests all the creatures it stores. So the man was swallowed, lived for a month being slowly melted into lightless, warm, stinking meat lacking in oxygen. In the stomach full of dead fish, he lived for a month as his clothes and hair melted. A month not knowing when he would be sent to the stomach. And then, some fishermen killed the whale, and they were cutting it apart, a smooth and slimy human came out of the stomach like an alien. Yeah, it's a tragic story, but this is just as bad. I feel like this is maybe slightly worse, because it's probably been going just a little bit longer. Oh, why are they alive? Every corpse is deformed and they lack too many of the human characteristics. No limbs. Those that have had them cut off. Those that have had the ends decomposed, leaving only the bone. Those who are ground down in the cracks in the floor. Those who have become homes to bugs splattered on the walls. No matter how they came to be, the way they have no limbs remaining, and all of them were worn out like rotten trees. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten by the coffin. I don't know how it works. It's just that the corpses are stuck to the coffin, and the coffin is sucking nutrition out of the corpses. The flow of life. The coffin is sucking up magical energy. No, something close to the soul. Slowly, so not to kill the ones it leeches off, and so as to not allow them to live. The sound of the wind, that sounds like sobbing. It seems like screams coming out of the corpses' mouths. Their throats have already decayed. They cannot let out voices. It has already become just an organ to keep them alive. But still, the corpses are crying out. In an almost inaudible voice, they scream with all their might. It must be the pain and the fear. They cannot continue screaming, unable to stand losing their form and being eaten alive. I hear a sound. The coffin in front of me gasps, drooling. An eye drops off as it turns its neck towards me, but still, it stares directly at me. The swollen lips move a little. It speaks in a low voice. It's not even a voice. Where am I? It asks me that question. I'm right on the verge of screaming. No, I can't even scream now. Where am I? It doesn't say it hurts, nor does it ask for help. But it just says it doesn't understand why it's here. Is that the reason? He was like that before he realized it? He lived normally, went to sleep naturally, and was gasping here when he woke up? His limbs are already gone, sucked by that coffin, rotting away from the ends, unable to move, and he can only believe this is just a bad dream. I might go insane. From this scene and from this terrible spectacle. But why? Why do I recognize them? I have never seen them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is the first time I've seen them. They are people I shouldn't know. They are people unrelated to me, but why are they, as if knowing me, staring at me? And I have another question. Is this some coincidence, or do the sacrifices have to meet this condition? Why are all the corpses here children of the same age? And then... Oh, welcome, Emiyashiro. Suddenly, I'm tapped on the shoulder from behind, as if being greeted by a friend. My body freezes at this sudden event, and I can't even turn around. I don't even need to turn around to tell who the person behind me is. Kodamine Kirei, the priest of this church, the man who made this hell. And devil, I must not meet more than anything else in this place. What awful timing. It was foolish of me to prepare food for you, thinking that you would come soon. I was unable to welcome you last time, correct? I thought I was attending to your needs, but it seems we missed each other. I can't talk. The priest's hands are heavy on my shoulders. But I cannot approve of trespassing. You do such things, you will end up saying things you should not. Such as a truth that might send a relationship back to a blank page. The priest's voice is more cheerful than I've ever heard it. Kodamine Kirei, standing behind me with his hands on my shoulders, is definitely smiling. That's why I'm frightened. What is it, Emiyashiro? You came to talk, so it does no good for you to stay silent. I'm disappointed. Is this spectacle really so outrageous? The priest says inhuman things in a cheerful voice. Does this man not feel anything when faced with this? I don't even need to tell him that this scene is outrageous. Oh, that is cold of you. It is simple compassion to say that is not even... It is simple compassion to say that is not even if you might think it's unpleasant. After all, you guys are like brothers and sisters. I don't think they will be saved if you act that way. Just now, what did this man say? What did you say? He said that you and these corpses are fellow mates. But whatever means, by whatever means, you all survived that living hell. Even if you have no blood relations, I believe the connection is close to that of brothers and sisters, am I wrong? Oh. These are all the other kids that survived. But Shiro was only saved because he was adopted by Kiritsugu. Oh, shoot, dude. That's sure to make some survivor guilt a little bit worse. I see. That's why I thought I recognized them. This is the continuation of 10 years ago. And this place is the continuation of that hospital room. My head spins. Children who lost their homes and parents. They were supposed to be sent to an orphanage and stay there until I found someone who would adopt them. But I was adopted by Emiya Kiritsugu before that, and I did not know what happened to them afterward. I avoided thinking about it. The orphanage was the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there anytime I wanted to. But still, I hesitated. I felt it wasn't fair for me to get adopted and then go see children who didn't get adopted. So, if I was to meet them, we would be in town. We would meet accidentally, be able to talk normally, and we would be able to... And we would be over the fire incident. I was looking forward to such a meeting, thinking that we would surely meet, as it's such a small town. So why have I not even met one of them? Kotomine? That is right, Emiyashiro. If you had not been taken by Emiya Kiritsugu, you would have been one of them. You understand? You alone survived once again. Everyone around you dies, but you survive. What do you think? Do you not think that is unfair? My pulse returns. My frozen body defrosts in an instant. Oh no, I am not criticizing you. It is rather delightful. Emiyashiro's survival abilities are impressive. Honestly, I did not expect you to remain until the end. That is why I have allowed you to be reunited with your brothers and sisters in your final moments. You really are lucky. I was planning to close this place up after today, so you barely made it. 10 years now I kept them alive, to feed the servant. But it's coming to an end. I cannot hope to extract the same amount of soul as when I started. There's no more need for food in any case. All that remains now is to kill you and your servant. You? With that word, I break all restraints. I move my body which had been bound. I fling the hands off my shoulders and throw myself forward to turn and face the priest. Kodamine, you! I face him, placing enough distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful shock from behind me. Ugh! That's weird. I can't breathe. The sharp horn is growing out of my chest. A horn that looks like the head of a spear? That's strange. How can a spear be growing out of my chest? Wait, then how do we survive? Is this also a bad end? Oh, I have not yet told you. I shall formally introduce you. This is my servant. I turn to look back. There. A blue spearman is standing, piercing my chest. The lance is pulled out of my chest. At the same time, sharp pains run through my head as if to burn my brain. The floor is painted red. I'm lying on the slimy floor. I push on my arms to get up, But my body is too heavy. I can't move. Not because I'm bound, but because I lack the things people need to move. The pain in my chest exceeds the blood loss's power to drive me unconscious. I can't pass out. I've taken fatal wounds several times before. They're all so bad that they even numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound, but the pain is too real. My vision spins. As soon as I black out from the pain, I'm awoken by the next pain. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am. All I feel are pain, nausea, and the temptation that it would feel too good to just disappear. You did not kill him, right, Lancer? If you did, there was no point in keeping him alive until now. I can only hear voices. I have my eyes open, but I can't see anything. I'll follow your orders, even if they're disgusting ones. Lancer's voice shows no emotion, but I can still barely hear it now. Fine, then we shall prepare now. The servants will know of the master's danger. It should be about half an hour until Saber gets here. Kodamine, this kid won't make it that long. You should at least stop his blood loss if you want him alive until then. No need. I do not care if he dies. My mind starts to pass out. Pain finally overcomes my brain and allows me to faint. I stop that by digging into my wounds. Pain starts again. My fainting mind returns to the burning world again. I want to die. I want to die right now if this pain's going to continue. I know that. I know that, but if I faint here, I also know that I'll die. I can't even remember what I'm doing now. I feel like I'm floating in this white burning pain. Saber! But I grip my teeth and hold on to my disappearing consciousness. I can't let it end here. I can't retire so easily. I still have a promise to keep. I still have a promise I haven't kept. If I believe she's more important than anyone, I can't just disappear here. And with that, we will be ending. I guess we are really nearing the end. We might be ending this series in the 70s, just like I wanted. It would just be so fitting. So yeah, I'm gonna go take a slight break, and then I'm gonna get back to recording more of this. So I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back with some more Fate. In the last one, we went to the church, saw some very unholy things, got stabbed by Lancer, and now we are here, back with an intermission. So yeah, that's fun. When she wakes up, Shiro cannot be found. She thought he might be preparing a late lunch, so she makes her way to the living room, but she can find neither Shiro nor any lunch. He has gone out alone again? I told him to tell me if he does so. Why does he not listen to me? She complains to herself and sits by the porch. Honestly, I know he likes to walk alone, but that takes away the whole meaning of our cooperation. She swings her legs, not knowing what to do. She soon loses interest in that and looks up as if pondering. The whole sky is shaded in gray. The canopy of clouds is drifting slowly, and an opening can be seen in the distant sky. It should be a clear sky tonight. Once the stars can be seen, tomorrow can be predicted. She still remembers how to read the stars, something she learned from her Magus. She only used it to ask if her way was right, but she thinks about predicting a certain person's future, just for tonight. And if possible, a bright future. She wants to predict the dangers ahead and guide him in the proper direction. The one she worries about is so reckless that she cannot sleep unless she does so. Well, the problem is the stars that can be seen from this town. Come to think of it, she has never looked up at the sky until this day. All she cared about was winning the Holy Grail War, and not reading the stars for someone else. She knows it's not like her, but she tries to read the stars, and she waits for nightfall to come. Honestly, this is a big change in her thinking. She continues to stare at the sky, thinking it's just like the young girls in love she has read about in stories. Oh, Saber! Do you know where Shiro went? Then, suddenly Tosaka Rin appears. Rin! She gets up like a robot. What is it? It is not like I'm surrendering to Shiro. She says so with a red face. Oh? Was I interrupting you? Rin smiles in an evil manner. She's living under the same roof, But even without that, Amiya, Shiro, and Saber's reactions are easy to understand. She's sharp when it comes to others, so she already knows about them. So of course she's aware of what happened last night. Also, I mean, could have just been walking by, heard a lot of things. That's really all you need to know. No, they were in the same bed when she went to wake them up, so it was pretty obvious. Well, I'll make fun of you later. Seriously, do you know where Shiro is? I was thinking about asking for his help since Ilya's fever seems to be rising. Ilya's fever? Did she not recover? No, I didn't tell Shiro, but she's almost at her limit. She won't be back to normal until the ritual of the Holy Grail War ends. Her capacity is extraordinary, but it's still filling up. There's still a bit of a capacity left, so unimportant functions are still working. Once it's full, she'll have to discard her least important function, which is her ability to be human. Ilya's fever is made to break down more and more as the Holy Grail War progresses. Rin speaks annoyingly, but Saber does not understand what she's trying to say. Oh, it's fine. I said it in a way that you won't understand. Let's put Ilias aside for now. It's about Lancer. I found out who his master is. Lancer's master has been identified? That was a terrible read. Yeah, well, I found out, or more like I knew it. Lancer's master was a foreigner dispatched by the Magic Association. I already knew that, and I finally found her secret base earlier, but... Rin, you should avoid such dangerous activities. If you found their base, you should have told me. I was going to, but it seemed strange from the outside. I went in thinking it was empty. All I found were traces of blood and a left arm with no command spell. There was nothing else. I think the arm was cut off, but based on how much blood there was, I don't think the Master's alive. Lancer's master is already dead. Then Lancer does not exist anymore? They were defeated by another servant after Shiro was attacked 10 days ago. I wish that's the case. The bloodstains were older than that. You know what that means? The servant was not killed, and the Master was killed first. The Master took the arm, the command spell, and formed a contract with Lancer. But... Shiro and I are the only remaining Masters, right? Well, Lancer still remains. Then that means a Magus, who's not a Master, became one after stealing the command spell. But is that even possible, Saber? No, the transfer of the command spell can only be between Masters and servants. No matter how superior the Magus, he cannot become a Master by stealing the command spell. I see. Then one more question. Is a Master still a Master if they have their command spell and their servant, even after the Holy Grail disappears? It is just as you say. As long as the command spell and the servant remain, that Magus retains the right of a Master, even after the Holy Grail War. Saber realizes the meaning of Rin's questions and swallows her words. Then you think that the one who killed Lancer's master and formed a contract with Lancer is... Yeah, I can't think of anything else. In that case, Lancer's actions make sense. He seemed like his role was to inspect other servants, right? Usually they expose their true identity when they fight, but he wasn't even hiding his. So that must mean he was only there to collect information. I feel the same way. He did not fight to the end, even when he fought with me. Once they have used the Noble Phantasm, it should be a rule for a servant to kill their enemy. Right. So Lancer's master is another servant. He collected information using Lancer, and attacks with this other unknown servant. It's a great strategy. Well, I'm sure it was a pain for Lancer. He had to fight 6 servants, study their techniques, and return to his master. Fighting all 6 servants to a draw. He's quite outrageous in a way. Rin goes quiet and ponders. Did she follow suit? Saber feels a chill for no reason. Lancer's master has already been killed. An unknown master who uses a heroic spirit of that degree just to collect information. And as the master planned, the only servants remaining are Lancer and Saber. If the enemy is such a person, is it not dangerous to leave Shiro by himself even during daytime? There were several enemies before, but there are no other enemies now. If they only have to defeat Shiro, the enemy might not follow their previous plan. Rin? Do you know where Shiro would be? When she starts thinking like that, it will not stop. She cannot leave Shiro alone. Even now, Shiro might be in danger. I don't know. I asked you because I didn't know. But he might be at Kirei's. He went off to talk to him before, too. To that church? What's wrong, Saber? Do you have something against that church? No, it is not that, but... That church is not a holy place. It is stagnated with death at the same level as the Ryudo Temple. The instant she regrets that Shiro might be there by himself. A vision of some other place pops into her head. She glares into the distance. She looks in one direction, towards Kodamine Church on top of the hill. There is no time. Saber leaps out of the yard and jumps onto the wall. Hey Saber, what are you doing? I'm going to the church. Please take care of this place, Rin. Without even turning to Rin, she jumps off. She runs like a bullet. She reaches the place without stopping or slowing down. If anybody saw her, it would have just looked like a sudden gust of wind. The wind is clad in silver and blue armor. Saber is armed as soon as she sees the enemy's territory. She did not intend to arm herself. She decided to arm herself once she entered the church. But she could not help it. As soon as she saw the church, her mind burned up and made her arm herself. Her chest is burning. The nausea that has been assaulting her is not hers. It is a chill coming from her master, a hopeless scent of death. She does not know what is going on. The only sure thing is that Emiya Shiro is on the verge of death. Excuse me, and there is no time. His wound could cause him to die at any second. That pain and the chill going around her body causes sickening nausea. It is less than 1,000th of the pain Emiya Shiro is feeling, but she can still not stop her nausea. Her master is wounded that badly. He will not live. She will not make it even if she rushes with God's speed. He is dying right now and she might lose her master in front of her eyes. The instant she imagines that, her rationality vanishes. She just has to rush to her master as fast as possible. If God's speed is not fast enough, she just has to break through the reason of God. Unfortunately, this is God's house and her enemy is God's messenger. Her angry glare stares down at the church. She crashes through the door and enters the chapel. She does not see the chairs. She ignores the path through the chapel, through the courtyard, and down the stairs leading underground. All that's left are the demolished walls and floor of the church. Incidentally, she is not that violent. She tried to open the door softly and did not put that much magical energy into her legs when she kicked off the ground. She merely could not control them. She goes down the stairs and reaches the underground temple. The sense of death is near. Actually seeing it, her anger grows over the limit. Anger towards herself and anger towards the enemy who did such a thing. Oh. This is Lancer speaking, right? Yo, I'm sorry, but this is it, Saber. She cannot even hear the voice of Lancer blocking her way. She is straining at her limits, and it seems she cannot loosen up no matter what. I hope she just, like, accidentally bats him out of the way. Like, he's just like, yo, what up, Saber? And then she just, like, bops him once, and it just sends him flying. Sorry, I needed water. Her master's down in the darkness. In the back room, in the middle of the room full of live corpses, he is on his stomach. Blood is pouring out of him, and his gasping can be heard even in this temple. He is alive. All the while she is relieved, she shakes from having left him for so long in that state. Shiro! She heads to the back room, but there's a guard in front of it. Holding his lance behind him, the blue spearman looks at Saber with fearless eyes. Yo, I'm sorry, but this is it, Saber. She does not hear his voice. She does not stop. You? Ignoring me, huh? It is as one would expect from him, to block it while he was talking. Lancer blocked Saber's surprise attack, but could not defeat its power as he retreated to the wall. But that makes the hindrance go away. There is no time to fight Lancer now. She has to save her master who is on the verge of death. Is that kid that important to you? I don't mind, but in that case, you really can't leave me alone. Saber stops at the entrance. What do you mean by that, Lancer? Well, I'm the one that stabbed him. But this is actually the second time I did it. He stayed alive the last time. I did it for some reason, so I pierced him for sure this time. You used Gay Bulg on Shiro? Don't worry, I didn't hit his heart, but the curse is still there. Even if you should know the curse of this lance, this is the lance of cause and effect. That reverses the cause and effect. Okay, the one cursed by this thing cannot change their fate unless they have great luck. To put it simply, the wound made by the Gay Bulg cannot be healed. The one curse cannot heal and bears the wound until they die, as long as this lance exists. That changes the air. Saber's eye... Oh, so we just have to break the lance. Saber's eyes finally regain intelligence. You finally understand. You want to save that kid, right? You'll have to settle your match with me first. Lancer's beast-like killing intent comes at Saber. It is true that Lancer is serious, but... Are you insane, Lancer? The Lancer would fight a swordsman in a small room? I cannot believe such a foolish idea would come from you. I shall let you go if you leave now. Leave that lance and disappear. I do not want to slay you in such an undesirable battle. Isn't that a more foolish idea? What kind of heroic spirit would discard their partner? I didn't pierce him to make some kind of deal. I'm here to fight you, Saber. There is no dishonesty in his words. Lancer does not intend to let either of them leave here alive. For him, this is the first and last battle where he can go full strength. Lancer's wish is not for the Holy Grail. He wishes only for battle, appropriate to heroic spirits. Such a simple wish that should have been easily granted to a normal servant was never granted to him until now. Therefore, he has no intention of losing out on what might be his last chance, even if it happens to be an unfavorable situation for him. Alright, then I shall just slash away that lance along with you. Saber readies her invisible sword and faces the Blue Knight. Well said. To be honest, I'm glad you're the one that's left, Saber. Lancer's lance rushes like a flash of light. Saber confronts it straight on. The rematch begins with both of them executing powerful blows. Interlude out? What? Are we just gonna skip past their fight or something? It hurts. And yeah, sorry, I only read it one time. All I can hear is my own breathing now. I might have a fever that could burn someone to ashes, as it feels like my brain is already melting and pouring out my ears. Stop, 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 stop. Something's wrong. I don't have a brain anymore, but my body keeps telling me that about the pain and my head accepts it. Help, 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 help. My head isn't the only thing that's empty. I don't know where my heart or stomachs are either. The nausea is unbearable. There's nothing left to throw up, but the nausea increases without limit. I endure the infinite repetition with gritted teeth. I can stay conscious. It's my pain, so only I have to endure it. There's no problem there. Give it back, give it back, give it back, give it back. So the problem is the voices. My head is empty and I can only hear my breathing, but these voices still echo in my head. I don't even need to think whose voices they are. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. Every time I hear their voices, I'm stabbed in the chest. That's not scary. I just don't have any way to atone to them. Hey, 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 hey. No matter how much they beg for help, and no matter how much I want to help them, I can't help them. I won't ask them to stop calling to me. It's just that no matter how much they call, I can't help them. That's why I think I'll go crazy if this continues. Return it, return it, return it, return it. No matter how much they ask, I cannot assent. All I can do is end this for them. I can only fix the contradiction of the living dead. I can only make the creator of this hell atone for his sins. I can't take back any sad events or miserable deaths. That's my limit. A superhero only exists to strain out what has already happened. Who was it that said that? Since I denied those words, I am being cornered right now. Wasn't it Kirei who said that? Huh. To be honest, I want to run away. I have no way to save them. I can only listen to them. I have no miracle to grant them. I don't have enough power to deny his claims that a superhero is only so strong. Then, if I had a miracle that could save them, would I use it? Oh? I've never heard anything about any of this. So if that actually happens, that would be pretty interesting. But at the same time, like, how would he have to, like, even go about that? He would have to erase their memories, right? Otherwise, not only would they still be horrifically traumatized, but, like, the association might, like, hunt them down if they ever start talking about how they know about, like, magic and all this weirdness, you know? If I had a miracle that could save them, would I use it? Alright, I already read that. She is here. Wake up, Emiyashiro. Your servant has arrived. I hear a voice. It's coming from right behind me, but I can't hear what it's saying. My vision is blurry. There's nothing in front of me. All I sense are the voices asking for help and the figures that are already dead. He is doing well, but he cannot match Saber as I expected. I need one more servant either way. I do not care whether that happens to be Saber or Lancer, but I shall make a selection before that. I can't hear anything, but this man's voice echoes in my head. Well, it is time for your turn. Let us go, Emiyashiro. My head is lifted. The man grabs my head and pulls me forward. Just by the head. That lets me feel the man behind me. The man has swallowed black corruption. His heart is black and it seems like he's surrounded by an unknown darkness. The black corruption reaches in from the outside world, and it's like a chain binding that man. I don't know what it means. Only one thing is clear. This man, Kodamine Kirei, was just like me. His body had some kind of fatal wound, and he is compensating for it with some unknown something. As I heal using Saber's powers, Kodamine Kirei is maintaining his corpse-like body with his black corruption. That is it, Saber. Lower your sword if you wish to save your master. What's going on? My vision is still blurry and I cannot even raise my head. You too, Lancer. We are partners seeking the Holy Grail after all. We should not kill each other so recklessly. If Saber only came to pick this man up, I will gladly let her do so. A gloomy laugh. Do you think I would believe those words coming from the one who has killed Lancer's master and is about to kill my master as well? Who's he talking to? I can't hear the voice, but the sound rings through my fainting mind like a bell. Trust me, I do not wish to fight you. Things have turned out like this, but I will not interrupt you if you wish to seek the Holy Grail. From the beginning, my role is to determine the possessor of the Holy Grail. You two are more than qualified. Therefore, if you wish, I could give you the Holy Grail right here. Are you saying the Holy Grail is here? It is here. The Holy Grail exists everywhere. It is a shapeless vessel to begin with. Its completion depends on when, where, and what it is summoned in. This church is sufficient just to summon it. Of course, the Holy Grail is incomplete if there is more than one servant remaining, but it should still be able to grant most wishes. If that is not sufficient for you, then you may continue fighting. I do not want that, but I shall accompany you if you choose so. Is that fine with you, Lancer? It's not. We don't need to go so far. We can decide the match right now if we wanted to. In this situation, you are at a disadvantage in this room, and Saber will not be able to fight if she is concerned for her master. I don't think this would be a satisfying battle for you. A spitting sound. It seems like the man has reluctantly agreed. Fine then, let me ask you one thing. What is the Holy Grail? Isn't it meant to appear? Isn't it not meant to appear until there's only one of us left? Did the thing that summoned us trick us from the beginning? No, it is true. The Holy Grail will not appear until there is only one servant left. But the vessel in which the Holy Grail will appear is a different story. That is prepared with a shape from the start, and power flows into it until the Holy Grail is summoned. Since only 2 servants remain, they should begin to acquire power as the Holy Grail. Is that not correct, Saber? You remained to the end of the previous war. You should understand what the Holy Grail summoned it in this land is. Yes, the Holy Grail is always here, and waits to be filled with the blood of the sacrifices. But do you not think that is sad? You do not need to wait until only one remains. It should be possible to grant your wishes right now. So there's no meaning in killing each other right here. Yes, your opinion is certainly correct. But then, who are you? What is your objective? Is your objective not to obtain the Holy Grail? I told you that I am the Selector. If an appropriate person exists, I shall gladly give up the Holy Grail. For that, I wish to hear from you, Emiyashiro. My body moves. Ah! My head is grabbed and my body is lifted. It hurts. The wound in my chest opens up. The pain makes my vision go white. You... Do not worry, I only wish to hear his answer. The Holy Grail only answers those who wish for it. It must interest you whether your master is appropriate for the Holy Grail or not. That is useless. Shiro does not seek the Holy Grail. My master is not as lowly as you. Yes, he said so at the start. But that will not be his true opinion, as every man has darkness. This man also has a dark side. For instance, did this boy truly curse nothing on that day 10 years ago? Is he now shaking it off by forgetting what lay ahead? Hold on. What is he saying? The fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. Nothing should come out of it. I will open your wound. It's time for your confession, Emiyashiro. My back arches. My mind reverses like electricity running through it. In place of my fading mind, a red vision appears. Stop. 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 There's no meaning in this. No one will be safe if I remember this now. And I think, just because I don't exactly know what's going to happen here, like I don't know if we're going to go into like some big, huge flashback or something, or if this is just it. But I think that is a solid place to end for now. We are getting so close to the end, and I'm just excited to see how it all happens, because I kind of expected Lancer to be dead by now. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I thought he wasn't going to be here. So when he is showed up, and I was like, what? He's still kicking my boy Lancer? Let's go! So, yeah. Until next time. Bye-bye. Alright, we are back. Everybody died. Everyone was dead. I was the only one wandering through the fire. The houses burned down with the burned up corpses under them, and the sounds of crying came from all around. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I walked alone. I sought help and wanted someone to save me, so I kept walking, not looking to the side. Stop. All the while, how could I think that no one was asking for help from me when I could still move? Stop. Help, 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 help. Yeah, I noticed. There's no way I couldn't have noticed. I walked through it all. I ignored the voices sobbing in pain. I ignored the voices going mad trying to escape. I ignored the screams of those not wanting to die. I ignored the pleas of mothers wanting me to take their children. I even ignored the dying eyes that could not ask for help. I kept walking, only seeking help for myself. Wait, 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 wait! I was tired of looking at corpses. I was already tired of seeing people die in pain. I thought I couldn't save them. I thought they would die no matter what I did. That's why I never stopped. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back! I thought I had to live even a second longer because I had to go that far. If there were people who died without being able to do anything. As long as I could do something, I thought I had to live. Stop. But my heart was almost crushed. I held back my tears and walked on in search of an escape. It was hard to live on while ignoring the pleas for help. I knew it. It would be easier if I apologized, so I never apologized. I believed that would be my only sincerity, as I could not do anything. Stop. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. As I wished I was alone, I alone was saved. The only ones at the hospital were children unfortunate enough to be in areas where the fire occurred. I didn't want to know about it, but the man in the white coat told me. In that area, I was the only survivor. Stop already. I saw people dying in pain. I saw just as many sad people, because there was a funeral for all those who died in the big building. Every kind of sadness and affection for those that died. I thought that... Just stop. Hey, 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 hey. I had to remember every single bit of it. It's only natural that many people wanted to be helped, and not one of them had their wishes granted. So, since my wish was granted, I thought it was only natural for me to take on their deaths. No. I could not hold my head up unless I thought so. No more. Give it back, give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I frantically chased after Kiritsugu. For those I couldn't save, and for the things I couldn't do, I admired a superhero who could save someone. That was me, crumbled away as I ignored the pleas for help. I kept moving forward with an empty mind. No more. Please, 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 please. People I didn't save taught me that I had to go on. What was lost within all that? I just thought about going forward in place of all of that, all the people that died. I couldn't think of anything else. I sealed any memories before that so that I would never think about them. People kinder than anyone else. Memories of those who were my parents, so as to not recall them and go back. I sealed them tight, thinking I was already dead. Don't open it. It's not painful. I'm sure I was happy being adopted by Emiya Kiritsugu. So, you never thought it was a mistake? I'm telling you, don't open that. Pain. The pain in my chest pulls me back to reality. My nausea doesn't stop. My limbs are numb and my head is burning. My breathing is ragged. Return it, return it, return it, return it! Their voices are echoing in my head. I throw up blood. Is it because my body is dying, or because I cannot endure those voices? My chest hurts. Oh, what was that buzz? Oh. My chest hurts, my chest hurts, my chest hurts. I can't plug it, even if I try. What hurts is the pain inside. It'll keep hurting as long as the memory is there, and I will never heal. Is it an illusion? I see a figure that should not be here. So I have to bear this. I can't think about wanting to die. If she is here an illusion, I have to act like I'm alright. It is a deep wound. It'll be painful if it's not healed. You should not end your life bearing that. I hear the priest's voice. The voice is totally unlike him, filled with compassion. You said you do not need the Holy Grail. But is that true? If you can redo what happened 10 years ago, will you not seek the Holy Grail? You can save everything that was lost in that incident. You could eliminate that disaster, now associate yourself with Emiya Kiritsugu, and be your true self. Is that not the only way to save yourself? Redo the incident 10 years ago? Redo myself who survived by not saving anyone? No, more than that. If I could make that incident as if it never happened, so that no one would be hurt. I shake my head. I reject that vision with my burning head. I spit at my own weakness, because it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I hear their voices. My fingers feel the wet floor. Help. I all want to go back to that day. Yeah, I wanted that too, though it can't have been as bad as you guys. Even after Kiritsugu adopted me, I went to that burned field often to look at the scenery. I went to the place where nothing remained, opened the door that didn't exist, walked through the hallway that didn't exist, and smiled at my mother who wasn't there anymore. I wanted to return to the days before it happened. I awaited the day when I would wake up from this bad dream that didn't happen, and I accepted reality. If I could obtain a world where it didn't happen, where nobody got hurt, that would certainly be... Now answer. If you wish for it, I shall give you the Holy Grail. The priest with the Holy Grail says so. Return it, return it, return it! If I wish, these voices will go away. Orphans like me. If fate had taken a slight turn, I would be there as well. So I don't even need to think about this. I don't need to. Think about it, so why? I don't need it. I can't wish for such a thing. I stare straight at the dead corpses, and I reject them. That is my answer. It doesn't matter what the Holy Grail is. I can't wish to regenerate the dead, nor change the past. Right. You can't redo the past. The dead won't come back. What's done cannot be redone. I can't wish for such a thing. My cheeks are hot. Every time I say such a miracle is impossible, tears pour out from vexation. I wonder why miracles, switching for such normal happiness, are too much for people. The Holy Grail makes that possible. Everything will be as you wish. The priest said so, but I can't agree. Even if I could redo the past, I must not take back what has already happened. Because if I do that, everything would be a lie. Those tears, those pains, those memories, that cold reality that hurts my heart, all of it. There were people who died in pain. There were people who risked their lives to save others. There were people who mourned for the deaths. But then, if everything were taken aback and it did not happen, where would all of those go? The dead people would not come back. Reality cannot be overturned. We continue on remembering the pain and the weight. Isn't that how lost things remain? People will eventually die, and death itself is sad. Pain shouldn't be the only thing that remains. A death is painful, but it also leaves behind bright memories. As I am bound by these people's deaths, as I am protected by my memories of Kiritsugu, I believe memories become constraints and change the people living now, even if they are memories that will eventually be forgotten. This path, I don't believe it's the wrong one. I see. Then you... I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from my path for the people I've left behind. I declare so within my pain. I control the pain in my fading consciousness and manage to stay up on my knees. Then I finally realize I can't hear the voices. The voices aren't echoing anymore. I don't know how they took my answer, but it is sad that they closed their eyes without a single grudge. That is the answer her master arrived at. The anger she bore until just a moment ago has disappeared. She is at a loss for words, staring at her master. This path, I don't believe it's the wrong one. With his bloody body, with his ragged breath, controlling his tears. I can't stray from my path for the people I've left behind. He has apologized to everything he has stepped on, but he still declares that he will not change his path. Her vision wavers. She cannot breathe right either. She knew of his past. As Amiyashiro has been seen Saber's past, she has also seen his. This is why she thought he would nod. No, she thought he had to nod. She wanted him to say that it was not his fault. If he could hear, she wanted to say that this is not something Amiyashiro should be burdened with. But still, he denied it. No matter how painful the past, one cannot redo it. She almost collapses. Those words are too heavy for her. Making an oath and devoting everything you have to its accomplishments. She had felt that way, that their ways were similar. That was just conceit. Only she thought they were similar. They could not be similar. His mind is strong, and she, only able to deny his words, was wrong. So, you choose your wishes over your savior. The priest lets go of the boy. He looks down at him in annoyance, and walks past him as if he's lost all interest in him. Then how about you, Saber? That kid says he does not need the Holy Grail, but you must have a different opinion. Your goal is to use the Holy Grail to save the world. Do not tell me a heroic spirit like you will be as egotistical as that kid. Her heart is shaken by his question. The priest says he will give the Holy Grail. He will give her the Holy Grail if she has a goal and a wish she wants granted. There's no reason to refuse. She fought for that alone. She became a servant for that reason alone. So what Shiro said does not matter to her. To obtain the Holy Grail, Saber. Then I shall propose an exchange. Saber, kill your master with your own hands to achieve your goal. I shall grant you the Holy Grail if you accomplish that. She would do anything. It is an unexpected proposal. She cannot understand it. It's not that she cannot understand his words, but such a choice has never existed for her. What? You should not hesitate. You can kill this kid before he realizes it. First of all, he cannot be saved. Would I not be compassionate to kill him right now? The priest steps aside. Before her is the door leading to the underground cemetery and a collapsed figure. She walks in as if drawn to it. She walks past the priest and enters the damp room. This room is hell. He arrived in this place and was shown his dark side, and yet he declined the priest's offer. She places her hands on her own sword. At her feet is her master breathing painfully. The end of a long journey, the Holy Grail she desired at the cost of her life. It will be granted just by swinging her sword down. After all, a master and a servant cooperate only until they obtain the Holy Grail. Even if it ends here. What is it? Why do you hesitate? It is for the Holy Grail. I believe it is quite a bargain. The priest's words are true. It is strange to hesitate now. Still, this path, I don't believe is the wrong one. Those words will not leave her. It is vexing, but she isn't like Shiro. She wants to redo everything. On that day, there was someone better suited to become king. Someone else to pull out the sword. And that person must have been able to build a more peaceful country. That is her heart that holds her country dear. That is the doubt of the girl Artoria before she became a king. That mind, the mind she left behind on the day she drew the sword. Why did she not realize it before? I can't stray from my path with the people I've left behind. That is her heart that holds her country dear. It is the mind of a girl that before she became a king. But it is not the heart of the king. The only one the king believed in was herself. To deny that would be to deny everything she has taken away. Things lost will never return. Her master to continue to appeal in his pain. This figure hurts her so much. What did she tell him? That she could not start a new life? She continued to refuse him, saying that she had a duty as the king. What duty is that? To resurrect the destroyed country? Choose a more appropriate king? Or does she only wish to make that destruction never have happened? That is wrong. Yes, that is wrong. She was raised and lived as a king. There was no mistake. So if the result was ruin, why could she not accept it? There are no regrets. If one can be proud of one's life, one should not wish for another chance. I see now. Shiro. Shiro's lamentations pierced her heart. She said that the tears would go away, that the pain would go away, the heaviness in her heart would go away as well. This is salvation by elimination, but if everything were made to never have happened, what would happen to all things taken away? She has taken away many things and killed many. To bear the pain and regret it is a requiem. So if she wishes for another chance, it should be from this moment on and not from the past. If there is something she cannot do, she should not go back to the past to accomplish it, but rather she must start to reestablish the wishes that never came true from this moment on. She is no longer a king, as she has lost her country, so her wish should be for herself as he says. No, that is not something that should be wished for. It was her decision to become king. It was never painful for her, even if no one understood or accepted her. She believed that what she desired was something she can be proud of. At the least, the girl pulled a sword out believing so. That is the true answer. Just like him, that is the only answer she can be proud of. Yes, she remembers the oath that she made a long time ago, something she has kept to herself. She decided to fight, even if it meant losing everything and fighting everything. I was the foolish one. The oath of the king to fight, even in that condition. The king predicted the country, but the country did not protect the king. That is all. The result was cruel, but if there was nothing to be ashamed of in the process, there was no need to seek it. She swore to accomplish her duties as king. Even if the result was her destruction, she should fill that oath to the very end. So she does not need anything else. Yes, she did not want everything. From the beginning, there was only one thing she wanted. She lost many things to obtain it, but there was something she protected until the very end. With that in mind, let her end the dream that was never granted. I want the Holy Grail, but I cannot kill Shiro. Pointing her sword at her enemy, she says so from the bottom of her heart. What? Do you not understand, fool? I said I favor Shiro more than that thing. That's why her role is already determined, to be his sword and shield, and so she cannot hesitate any longer. Are you saying you do not want the Holy Grail? I do not wish it will dirty me. I already have everything I wanted. Yes, everything was there. Her pride as a knight and her oath as the king. Even the dream of the girl Artoria wished for. I certainly heard those words. The confession of the girl who wished for the Holy Grail. She confessed that she no longer needs such a thing. Saber. Controlling my ragged breath, I call her name. Even though I cannot see her, I can tell she's nearby. The pain is subsiding. I don't know if it's because she's near me, but the wound is starting to heal up. Can you stand, Shiro? Please take my hand if you can. Yeah, I can. I take her hand. My vision recovers. Energy starts to flow into my weak body. Saber, this is... Yes, even the curse of the Gay Bulg will not be effective against you now. It shall heal completely if you stay by my side. But rather... Saber turns to look towards the underground temple. Beyond the door, at the exit of this room stands the last master, Kodame Nikire and Lancer. And I'm actually going to end it there. And I guess we're going to finish off Lancer and Kirei next episode, or at least probably start the fight. I don't know, but I'm excited. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.
これではやはり聖杯だが、そうな私の望みを叶えるのであれば聖杯は完全でなければならない。
その心配は無用です、シロ。あなたはここにいてください。あのマスターとランサー。
ほう、それは大きく出たな。これは逃げた方が。
琴峰と言いましたね。倒す前に聞いておきましょう。あなたの目的は何なのです？
さて、言ってしまえば娯楽のためだが、それほど実を言うとな、セイバー、私も聖杯にはそう関心はないのだ。ただあれは私の趣味に合っている。
ざれ言を。マスターを殺し自らマスターになった男が何を。貴様は初めから。
なに、ただの拾い物だよ。ランサーのマスターを始末したのは外からの魔術師は何かと厄介だったからだ。聖杯がああいうものなのだと外部に円滑に殺し合いを進めさせる手駒が入りようだったこともあり、少しばかりランサーのマスター権を拝借しただけだが。
そうか。貴様が何者であるかはもう聞かない。だが選定役として責務を果たしてもらうぞ。今回の器。
何、まさか知らずにかくまっていたというのか。さて、お前たちには不要だろうが紹介ぐらいはしておこう。彼はアーチャーのサーバット。
んで、これからどうするのだ、ことに。このような場所でお前にしてはあまりいい演出とは言えないな。
それを言うな。私とて予想外なのだ。文句は後で聞いてやるから許せ。
なんだ。だがそのヤヒな男はどうにかならんのか。あまり睨まれると。
どういうことだ、琴峰。その男がお前のサーバントだと。
なあ、お前には説明していなかったな。彼は前回の私のサーバントだ。彼は私に従い、私も彼がとどまるにふさわしい食事を用意することだ。
それがあのいけすかねえ部屋ってわけか。そりゃいいが、なぜ俺に黙っていた。
言う必要があるとでも、それとも何か。
冗談。そんな野郎と手を。
ことみね、お前。
人聞きが悪いな。
そんなことあるか。お前は確かに前回から残った。
なあ、私とて驚いたのだ。アーチャーには待機を命じていアーチャーを調べればいずれ私に突き当たるのは道理だ。故に今後の対策を。
貴様が。
そうだ。10年前のさ、もっともあの時私はすでに桐継に倒され、最後の場面には立ち会えなかった。お前とか
答えろ。アーチャーはなぜ残っている。あの火事はなぜ起きた。桐継に倒されたという。
そのようなことを10年前、不完全ながらも聖杯は未知、手に取ることが可能だった。私はそれに触れただけだ。桐継とお前は強力だったのでな。分断させるための目くらましが欲しいと願ったのだが。
ではあの火災は貴様が制覇。
さあな、思うのだが私でなくても聖杯は同じことをしただろう。あれはそういうものだ。万能の杯というが、お前も見たのだろう。聖杯を破壊した折、そこから溢れ出した闇を。アーチャーはそれを浴びて。
世まいごとを。聖杯は持ち主の願いを叶える魔法の鎌だ。ならばあの火災はお前の願望ではなく。
結果だけはな。だがその過程は私が想像していたものとは違う。そもそも願いが叶う。それはいいが、では願いとはどうやって叶えるのだ。まさか願った瞬間に世界が変わるとでも思っていたのではあるまいな。元の聖杯はどうあれ、今の聖杯は精密な計算、相互作用による矛盾の修正など論外だ。あれはな、巨大な兵器と同じだ。持ち主が富を願えば周囲の人間をことごとく殺害し、主人に降伏。わかるか。あの底なしの魔力の鎌はな、持ち主の願い。
それでは話が違う。万能の力、持ち主の望み通りに世界を変革。
違うものだ。聖杯の手段は実、人を生かすということはこの世は全て等価交換によって成り立っている。その中で突出して調和など気にしていては願いなど、つまりは弱者からの略奪による変動だ。それこそが最も効率の。持ち主以外のものを排除する。このお前も見ればわかる。あれはな、際限のない呪いの。そしてそれは聖杯に触れるのは聖職者の夢だが、人を殺すためだけの聖杯が存在し、ましてそれを扱えるなど。ではお別れだ。ゴミを始末しろ。ランサーは小僧、アーチャーはセイバーだ。
無理を承知でいます。決して。
分かった。意地でもついていくから、俺のことは気にかけるなよ。
はい。死ぬ。いざ。
悪いな。手元が。
そうか。随分と軽い槍なのだな。言っておくが、貴様の標的はあの雑種だ。
ああ、それね。悪いが気が変わった。霊樹で
ランサー、あなたは。
くだらねえことなら口にするなよ。別に貴様に肩入れしているわけじゃねえ。ま、いい加減我慢の限界でもあったしな。ここまで舐められて、おいそれと命令を
ほう。では契約を切るということか。聖杯は目の前だというの。
てめえと一緒にするな。もとよりな、俺は二度目の聖なんぞに興味。俺たちはこのように固執してるんじゃない。果たす。まあてめえみてえに欲の皮が突っ張った怨霊にはわからないだろうが
な。なるほど。死に際が鮮やかだった男は言うことが違う。まったく己が
ランサー、あれはあらゆる宝具の原型を持つもの。我らの中で最も古い歴史を持つ英雄王です。いくらあなたでも。
そうかよ。なるほど。道理で偉そうなわけだ。やりたい放題やって国を滅ぼしたって野郎だからな。
ランサー、強がりを言って。
いいからさっさと失せろ。助言なんざしやがって何様のつもりだ。ったくこれだから育ちのいい騎士様ってのは気に食わね
え。ご分も。
しまった。
なんだセーバ
ー。いや実はな、俺もこのような決着は好みではなかったのだ。
どういうことだそりゃ。てめえもセイバーを逃がすつもりだ。
当然だろう。俺にセイバーをだが聖杯を呼ぶためにはそういう儀式の完成にはあと一人サーバントに死んでもらわなければならぬからな。
はじめ
言ったであろう。貴様がしなく褒めてやるぞクーフーリー。これは
シロ、ここで休みましょう。
そうだな。悔しいけど
シロ、傷を見せて。
いや、いいけど。
では失礼します。少し。
何お
終わりました、シロ。鞘に魔力を補充しましたから、半日も
サヤセイバー、サヤってなんだ？前もそんなことを言ってた気がするけど、もしかしてサヤって。
はい。私の鞘は、あなたの体の中にあります。
俺の体の中に？バカな。そんな突拍子もない。
そうでしょうか。思えば簡単なことだったのです。シロは私を召喚、英霊を呼ぶには、英霊にゆかりがあるシンボルがなければならない。マスターとしての知識もなく、魔術師としても未熟だったシロが私を呼ぶ。それが私の鞘。
いや、それは、だから、なんだってそんなものが俺の中。
それは、前回の戦いで、エミやキリツグは、エクスカリバーの鞘を触媒にして私を召喚した。聖剣の鞘は持ち主の傷を癒す宝具です。私には治癒能力があるし、それより死にやすいマスターが鞘を持つ方が、戦いには勝ち残る。
じゃあ親父も、今の俺と同じような状態で戦いを勝ち残った。
おそらくは。そしてキリツグは焼け跡の中をさまよい、死にかけている子供を見つけた。キリツグだから、その子供を助ける手段は、
じゃあ本当に？
はい。分解され、原型をとどめてはいませんが、確かにシローの中には鞘があります。
けど俺一度死にかけたぞ。学校で
それは私と契約する前の話。鞘は私の宝具です。私が限界し、魔力を注がなければ、宝具としての能力を発揮しない。シローは私というまあ多少は、魔力さえ注げば、持ち主の命を保護するでしょう。ですが、それも微弱なものです。
そうか。すまん、セイバー。お前の鞘をこんなことで使っちまって。
何を言うのです。シローは私のマスターなのですから。それに、シローがそうなのだと知って、私は嬉しかった。シロー？
いや、そうじゃない。いいんだ、気にしないでくれ。
キリツグは正しかった。
セイバー？
あの聖杯は、私の求めるものではなかった。いいえ、 元より聖杯など必要ではなかったのです。
セイバー、
分かっていました。やり直しな。私はそれを知りながら、ありがとう、シロ。あなたのおかげで、あの聖杯もこの私も。
セイバー、聖杯を
はい。あなたならそう決断するとし。シロ、何か今。
いや、別に何も考えてないぞ。
まったく。戦いは傷が完治してからです。最後の戦いになるのですから、お互い万全の体制で。
そうだな。焦るより、今は準備を。父さか。
ああ、やっと帰ってきた。まったく、もうちょっとで。
喋るな、バカ。くそ、とにかく血を止めないと。セイバー。 包帯と血止めだけで済むかバカ。よいしょ。
いい。手当ては自分でしたから。それよりもっと大事なことが。
どうさか。本当に傷はいいのかお前。
いいの。血止めぐらいそれよりごめん。
やってきたのは琴峰か。謝るな。いくらお前でも騙し討ちされたらどうしようもないだろう。お前。
そうね。正直甘く見てた。
話は後にしよう。今は動くな。すぐに。
お願い。けどいいシロ。これが最後の助言だからきちんと聞きな。まず一つ目。琴峰の目的はイリアよ。
イリアが。
正確にはあの子の心臓ね。魔術師っていうのは魔術回路を持った人間だけど、サーバントが残り一人になった時、あの子自体が聖杯を下ろす器になると思う。
じゃあイリアは
連れて行かれたわ。でもセイバーがまだ健在なら。
分かった。イリアは俺が助け出すから。
そう。じゃあ琴峰の居場所だけど、聖杯の高齢場所として教会はもう引き払ってるだろうし。
琴峰がいるのは竜道寺。
じゃあ最後、あなたじゃ綺麗にはかなわない。それでも
戦う。奴には借りがいや何があろうと引くことはできない。琴峰綺麗はエミやシローが倒すべき敵だからな。
そうならこれあげる。護身用のものだけど。
どうぞか。
見ればわかるでしょ。私の探検よ。宝石に比べれば微々たるものだけど、それでも気が向いた時には魔力を込めてた。ベストって叫んで ありったけの魔力。
調査か。いいのか、これは。
いいのよ。綺麗に勝てないって分かって最後まで隠し通したんだから。
分かった。遠慮なくもらっとく。正直武器を。
なんだ、分かってるじゃない。ならもういい。いい加減もう眠くて眠くて。
寝ろ寝ろ。朝になったら起こしてやるから。そしたら。
そうすると、最後にシロ、やるからには死んでも勝ちなさい。私が起きた時あんたがくたばってたら許さないから。
まあ任せとけ、父さんが。あと少し。
ここは変わりませんね。今の穏やかさもいいのですが。
そうだな。セイバーは騎士のくせに正座好きだし、竹刀を持つ姿も様になってたし、一度ぐらい防具
をつけてですか。それ、そうですね。もっと早く言ってくれたら素人本気。
本気でって、それこそ本気か。セイバー、まともに打ち合ったらいい
いえ、シロは自分を過小評価しています。この数日であなたは本当に成長した。
え、本当？本当に本当か？うまく今日つけばセイバーから一本取れる。
はい、シロは強くなりました。それは誇っていいことです。シロ、やはり傷が痛むのですか？それでしたら部屋。
いや、もう大丈夫だ。痛むところなんてない。なあセイバー、せっかく道場に来たんだから軽く手合わせしないか。真剣。
いいでしょう。なら私は剣道ではなく自己流で交えさせていただきます。シロも自由に思うまま。 シロー。マナの密度が高い。10年前と同じです。
確認するぞ、セイバー。上に着いたらあとは戦うだけだ。セイバーはギルガメッシュの相手を頼む。お互いの戦いには手を出さない。どちらかが相手を倒せば。
ええ、今回だけは私は自分の戦いに専念します。
そうだな。よし、任せとけ。セイバーの方こそ。
はい、誇りにかけて彼には負けるわけにはいかない。サーバントとしてではなく英霊としてかの王に膝を屈することはできません。
来たか。待ちわびたぞ。頃合いも良い。聖杯もようやく重い腰を上げ、この呪いこそが聖杯の中に。我らサーバントをこの世に10年前、お前が俺に浴びせたものだ。いい気概だ。俺には勝てないと知った上でなおその闘志。宴の終わりを飾るにふさわしい。邪魔はいらぬ。そこの雑種、琴峰に用があるのなら早々に消えろ。奴は祭壇で貴様を待っている。
琴峰。
よく来たな、エミヤシロ。
イリアを下ろせ。お前をぶちのめすのは。 聞こえなかったのか。イリアを下ろせって言ったんだ。
気持ちはわかるが、それはできない相談だな。聖杯は現れた。接点である彼女には命の続く限りだ。
そうか。お前に下ろす気がないってんなら、力ずくで下ろすだけだ。お前の願い、その黒い泥を。
ほう、なるほど。お前にはこれが私の望みに、よもや2代にわたって思い違いを続ける。
だと。
聖杯を理解し得ぬ者にわざわざ説いてやる真理はない。その思い違いを抱いたまま、言い忘れていたが、すでにお前は私の射程に入っている。動き回るのは勝手だが、不用意に動くと死ぬぞ。
このエセシ。
ほう、やる気か。このまま立ち去るのなら殺しようがなかったが、お前本人が争う。何しろこれでも神に仕える身だ。助けを求める者を殺めるまで。勝機がないのは当然だ。お前の生きた年数と私の生きた年数では大きく開きがある。何かで掛け算でもしない限り埋められる差ではあるまい。命を懸けろ。あるいはこの
ここぞという時に武器が。そんなあなたを助けるタイガー道場開幕です。さて、勝敗とは戦いを始める前に決定し、はい、その心は弟子一。
何の策も武器もなしに。
敵は金に明かして最強部隊を揃えている反則サーバントなら、こっちも一つぐらいは逆転可能な武器を。
じゃあタイガー、決戦前夜からやり直して、そんな一朝一夕で何ができるっていうのよ。
これができる。セイバーちゃんの宝具はもともと3つ。その最後の1つを用意してあげれば。
そっか、返せばいいんだね。
カエサルのものはカエサルへ。なくすには惜しいものだったけど、やっぱり拾い物は持ち主に返さない。
ほら、大河にしてはいい子。腐っても学校の先生ってところかしら。
あっはっはっはっは。褒めて褒めて。
はいはい。それじゃあ、大河がいい気分なうちに本編の端っこでつつましく続いていたこのコーナーだけ、次回からは装いも新たにタイガー道場第2部タイガ夫妻1億円編。次は舞台を私の後ろに移して、立ち絵も音楽も発売ハードも一新。制作費も倍になって、おまけコーナーとは思えない充実ぶりになるんだから。
よくわからないけど、ウォーズからメタルスに CG が変わる。
そうっす師匠。次からはこんないかにも
素晴らしい。そうと決まればさっさとこんないいみんな。第2部への鍵は3日。一度エンディングを見た後なら3日目の夜に今までなかった選択肢が増えているはずよ。そこを霊樹でも何でも使って暴れ回る暴虐ライオンを止める。
そういうこと。じゃあみんな、心機一転したタイガー道場で待ってるよ。
あと少し。
Okay, so guys, I just found out something a little terrible. Essentially, the last 4 episodes that I recorded don't have any audio whatsoever. And this isn't, a lot of the issues I've had through like just recording in general tends to be like the fault of the software I'm using like being faulty and just not like having a problem for like that one instance, you know. Sometimes it's not faulty, sometimes, you know, it's just like a one-time occurrence, but you know, but this time it was completely my fault. after I finished recording the last session, which was the past 4 episodes, I cleared out the audio, basically got rid of a lot of the background noise and everything. And then while I was doing that, my dog needed to go outside, so I took her out, came back in, and I closed out of Audacity because for some reason in my brain I thought I had already exported it. But as soon as like the window itself closed, I immediately mashed like to open it back up, and yeah, it's just gone, which sucks. I'm still gonna put those episodes up just because like the footage itself is recorded, and I'm sure there are probably like some people who would want to like who are fine with it just being like visuals, no audio. It's perfectly understandable if you're not one of those people. I don't judge you at all. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not really sure what else to say. I will summarize really quick what happened in the past 4 episodes, to the best of my ability, and try to not leave out any important details. So essentially, what happened? We started back at the church, obviously, with Saber, Kodamine, and Lancer, and then Gil came down, and we were all like, oh, and then Kodamine left to go get the vessel for the Holy Grail, and so we were just sitting there like, oh shoot, these two are gonna kill us, that's gonna suck. But then Lancer and Gil both had the same idea of double-crossing each other at the exact same time, but then Lancer told us to just go while he fights Gil, so we left, figured out that Shiro has the sheath of Saber's sword inside of him, and that's how he's been immortal all this time. Then we went home while Shiro healed before going into the final battle to find the house covered in blood. Reen was incredibly hurt. Kodamine attacked her. She gave us her dagger, which is basically just like an extra powerful dagger. It's not like, she clarified it's not as powerful as like her normal weapon, like her jewels that she used to beat, but like that we used on Heracles. But like it's still better than nothing, essentially. We found out that Ilya was the vessel for the Holy Grail. Kodamine took her. We healed up. We spent some time with Saber just chilling and relaxing. Then we went to the temple. Saber started fighting Gil. And then we went to fight Kodamine one-on-one. We died because we spent that time playing instead of making a plan. Which, you know what? Fair enough. Based. Cannot be too mad about that. But yeah. So, like, yeah, let's just jump back into this. I feel bad because, like, all these problems are happening, like, right towards the end of the series. Like, the fact that, like, there are 7 episodes, almost all back-to-back. Like, they're only separated by 3 without any issues. I do feel really bad about it because I'm still getting the experience, but at the same time, it still feels like I'm wasting my time recording it if it can't turn out, like, as good as it could be. And I also feel bad because, like, I know that there are some people, just because of what people say and, like, the consistent views, that, like, there are some people going through this, not necessarily with me for their first time. I don't think anyone's doing that. But there are just some people who are, like, consistent viewers of this. And I just feel bad, essentially, not being able to provide what I want to. So yeah, with that all being said, let's just jump into it. I am just going to skip through this and then, yep, have a strategy meeting. Yeah. There's only one thing to do. We've always done so. So I should follow that until the very end. It's not romantic or elegant, but it'd be more like us if we met and come up with a plan. Shiro, coming up with a plan is fine, but is this the right place for it? No, I have to be here. Let's go in. It's not like I don't have any ideas. Okay, if you say so, I will obey. Saber reluctantly goes into the shed. Well, I have my reasons for bringing Saber to the shed. We don't have any way to match Gilgamesh right now. It goes without saying that we need a plan, plus alpha factor. We need a plus alpha factor, so... Shoot, dude! Hang on. Should we give Saber, because she has 3 Noble Phantasms, Excalibur, Avalon, which is the sheath, but then the Tiger Dojo that we were sent to basically said that Saber has 3 Noble Phantasms, that sort of thing. All of these sound like they could potentially be wrong. So I guess we're going to go with... I don't remember. Did the Tiger Dojo tell us to give Saber back her thing? I don't think it did. Strengthen Saber. I'll strengthen Saber here where she was summoned. I don't know if such a thing is possible, but we should try anything at this point. Actually, no. No. I want to go back to this. We gotta get a weapon. Let's prepare something we didn't have before, a new weapon. It would be helpful for Saber if she has a weapon other than Excalibur, and I could use any additional weapons. Shiro, what do you have in mind? Yeah, I was thinking about getting more weapons. This place used to be a storage for my father, so we might find something useful if we search around. Something useful? You are correct. It would certainly help if we could find something Kritsuko used to use. His formal equipment was a gun, so that should be easy for you to use as well. By formal equipment, she means a weapon that supports magic usage that every Magus carries. According to Saber, father's formal equipment was a gun. That's a pretty dangerous weapon, but I guess that's all the more reliable. Yes, I will search below, so please go search in the attic. If there is one, its magical energy should be suppressed. If you are to look for it, please do not look for magical energy, but search through everything instead. There's nothing, Saber. Indeed, there are no guns or any memos. Well, I suspected as much. If Father had left me anything, I would have already found it. I slumped my shoulders. I didn't expect anything to begin with. Let's do our best with what... No! No! We'll do this... Wait. What? What did I do? I didn't... Oh, so we just died. Okay. That's cool. I was like raising my hand to hit the L button to go back to the loads. Before that did, like, that thing popped up. Okay, so I guess we can just go through these if it's just gonna skip. I will strengthen Saber here where she was summoned. I don't know if such a thing is possible, but we should try anything at this point. Use the strengthening magic on me? Yeah, I don't know how hard it is to put magical energy into humans, let alone something other than myself, but this is the only thing I can come up with right now. All I can do is make you stronger. Right. Even if I make a new weapon using projection, I can't make anything stronger than Excalibur. As long as Gilgamesh's noble phantasm exceeds that holy sword, it's meaningless to give Saber a new weapon. So there's no way to make Saber stronger herself. There's a low chance of success, and I might make you feel bad, but I want to try this. Please forgive me for treating you like an object to be strengthened just for now. Please, do not apologize. I have no objections. If you say so, I will gladly offer you my body. I feel like this is obviously like the bad one. Like, I feel like we need to give Saber Beth her holy phantasm, or noble phantasm. I mean, holy phantasm. Is that what I just said? Ugh, I'm disgusting. I'm a fake fan. But you know, I was just going through this since we could without needing to go through the bad end again. Saber takes my hand and agrees to the plan. I trust my master. I will weaken my magic resistance temporarily. So please insert your magical energy when I do. Saber leans against me, still holding my hand. Yeah. Bear with me just for a little bit, Saber. I concentrate and read Saber's body, her blueprint. There's less than a 10% chance of success. I ignore my fear and activate the strengthening magic faster than I ever have. I finish. I use most of the magical energy I have left to strengthen the being called Saber. Well, Saber, do you feel anything? Magical energy flowed in just fine, so you should be stronger. You cannot tell the results? You cannot see whether I'm stronger or faster? No, I can't really tell. I can't tell if things are stronger or not until I test them out. I have to see the results even if the magic is successful. I see. A strengthened sword will not say, I am stronger, so the appearance does not change. This is embarrassing, but I cannot feel any change at all. To be honest, I feel the same way. I see. I guess I wasted my time. I slumped my shoulders. No, it's not a waste at all. Your magic worked correctly on me. Even though my body has not changed, my heart is warm now. I will not fall as long as I have this warmth. You did make me stronger. Saber has accepted my magic. She is the one who made me stronger. Her words make my fear and hesitation go away. It's not just Saber's heart that's warm. As long as I have this feeling, I won't back out of this battle. Yeah, and then we died again. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was assuming was going to happen, but, you know. Again, it was just worth the shot, is essentially what I was going with. Yeah, this feels like the obvious answer. Let's return this sheath to its rightful owner. I don't know if I'll succeed until I try, but Saber put her hand into my body to check for the sheath's existence, and it shouldn't be impossible to take it out. What? Are you serious, Shiro? I'm serious. It's yours to begin with, right? So it's only natural to give it back to you, and you might be able to beat him if you have it. My magical energy will certainly increase if I have my sheath back, but I still cannot guarantee that I'll be able to beat Gilgamesh. And if you take out the sheath, what will you do? If you take the sheath out, I won't heal even if I get hurt. But that's normal. I've relied too much on this body of mine without even knowing it. People die when they're killed. I spread that so poorly, and it's the most iconic line from all of Fate. I am a failure and a fraud. I can't believe I just read, people die when they're killed. So poorly. And now that I finally know the context, it makes sense. But the memes are still funny. So, you know, what are you supposed to do about it? I can't be protected from such a normal thing now. Take the sheath, Saber. We need to do this to win. Biting her lip painfully, Saber doesn't answer. I don't know how long that lasted. Just as the clouds disappeared and the moonlight starts to shine in through the window. Alright, Master, I shall bower your heart. Saber nods at my words. Then I shall begin. Are you ready, Shiro? Yeah, go right ahead. Saber agrees. Saber places her hand on my chest and plunges it into my body. Wait, is this like her hand phases into your body kind of situation, or like impalement? Okay, I'm assuming like she just like slides in. My job is easy. Taking out the sheath is similar to the steps in the projection magic. The sheath of the holy sword is melted into my body. I just need to gather it into one place and form it like it was before. Of course, that's just the image. I say I'll return it to its original form, but it's only the magical energy that'll be shaped like that. Saber's the one who gives it shape. The cluster of magical energy will take shape in Saber, the possessor's hand. I'm just helping her, as if making something from nothing. I take the scattered pieces of the sheath and carefully reproduce it without flaw. My body is burning. Projection is way beyond my level. Magic surely kills my body every time I use it. It destroys my nerves, burns my skins, crushes my brain, and makes me a vegetable. But it's the only weapon I have, and this is the only way to help Saber. I imagine her figure as I saw in my dreams. The golden sheath suited to the king who ran through many battles. I take what protected the king and led her to numerous victories and reproduce it vividly without any mistake. So that no matter what happens, I engrave it into my mind so that I will not forget it, no matter what kind of end awaits us. I hear Saber's voice. Something that was binding my body for a long time escapes my mind, escapes my body. Amazing. This is excellent, Shiro. No one else would be able to reproduce it so perfectly. It must be perfect, as Saber seems surprisingly happy. My body is burning, and I fall onto my butt. Shiro, you are sweating. I will bring something to wipe it right away. Saber runs to the house. Listening to her footsteps, I let out a sigh. I felt it was perfect, too. It was so perfectly done. I believe no future projection will be as perfect as that. Bye. Thanks for everything. I bid farewell to that which was part of me until now. The golden sheet that protected her. I will never forget it. Even if it leaves my body, his figure has been engraved into my heart. Based. Watch that still be, like, wrong somehow. I don't know how it would be wrong, but just watch it be wrong. The moon is distant. The clouds have cleared in the darkness as the dim blue glow. Daybreak is close. The long night is about to end. This is the final moment. Going through the night. I was about to say, like, hey, I've already read through all this, so we can just kind of, like, skip this, but then I was like, shoot. No, we haven't. I may think we have, but we haven't. Because none of it got recorded! Going through the night, Saber and I have reached our final destination. Shiro, this is... Saber sounds tense. I feel the same way. As I nod, I can feel sweat dripping down my neck. The mountain feels like one big living thing. The wind coming down from the mountain gate is warm. The shaking trees seem like breathing lungs. Chills and pressure assail me every time I take a step. No, the air really is thick and wet. Mana is dense here. It's just like 10 years ago, I expect. The summoning of the Holy Grail has begun, or it's already over. Either way, that must mean that Lancer has fallen to Gilgamesh. I'm going to make sure, Saber. After we reach the top, all that's left is the fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, so I'll take care of his master Kodamine. We won't assist each other, we just have to beat one of our opponents. Yes, I will concentrate on my own fight this time, and Kodamine as an enemy you must defeat. Yeah, leave him to me. You too, Saber. Don't let that guy beat you. Yes, I will swear on my pride that he will not defeat me. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I cannot allow him to beat me. Saber says so strongly without hesitation or distress, so there's nothing more to say. We'll go to battle and determine the winner as the last remaining masters. Even if in the process, if one of us dies, the other need only defeat their enemy. Even if I die... Oh, I love this music right now. If Saber beats Gilgamesh, Kodamine won't be able to reach the Holy Grail. At the same time, even if Saber dies, if I defeat Kodamine, Gilgamesh won't be able to stay in this world. So there's no need to help each other. Our battles have already gone their separate ways. We go up the stone steps. The air gets denser the closer we get to the mountain gate. Sweat drips down my neck. Ominous premonitions prickle at my skin. Our strongest opponents wait at the end of these stairs. But I really don't care about that. We go up the stairs. The mountain gate is approaching. This is the end. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. The long and short days of battle will end, and Saber will vanish from this world. She's going to return to her proper time. I can't say I have no regrets. Losing Saber, losing the one I promised to protect, the one whose happiness I wished for. I don't know yet how hard it will be. We are still walking together, and I can feel our presence. I'm not yet ready to lose her. Even if I knew many days ago, even if I knew from the moment we met that there would be a parting at the end. Thinking back, there were so many memories. Nights when we walked together, and times we fought together. I selfishly tried hard in the beginning, thinking that I couldn't let a girl fight. She trained me hard in the dojo. I slept in the shed because I was unable to sleep with a girl in the next room. We had lunch together. Saber liked the bath, was satisfied when the food was good, liked the clues Tosaka prepared for her, and talked with Fujini. She pushed herself, took all the burdens onto her shoulders, and finally collapsed, and we shared our warmth in the ruin. I've been crazy since then. I couldn't think of anything but Saber, and after my reasons for fighting changed, I realized that I love Saber. How can I lose someone like this? Saber doesn't say anything. I can't say anything either. When these stairs end, if we reach the top, there will be nothing for us to talk about. Losing Saber and parting with her will happen in the future, but this moment is the only time allotted for us for farewells. We go up the stairs. If I don't want to say goodbye, I can just talk to her about meaningless things, like going to town again after we go home, or what she wants for breakfast tomorrow morning. Such meaningless things. But I can't even talk about such things. If I talk, that'll be our final conversation. A clear end. Neither of us can offer a clear farewell. And so, we reach the mountain gate. This is the final choice. If we go on, it will end. But if we go back, I might be able to find a way to avoid losing her. Saber. I stop and turn back to Saber. Saber is the same as always. A tense stare with composed expression. The moment I see it, all kinds of temptation attack me. Like, let's run away. Like, if I don't want to lose her, I can go back. She would accompany me if I wished. My determination wavers. That temptation rises in my throat. But I stop it. Let's go. This will be our last battle. I declare that as a master, just as I always have. Hang on, I just realized I'm doing something. Let me go like this. I realized that I was planning to test OBS recording my mic as well. So hopefully this works a little bit better. I actually don't like that. Hang on, I'm going to put this back up to where it always is and then just turn off the mic for now. That sucks. I guess we won't have any of that going. That's something I'll test again in the future, but I'll have to change it per game essentially, so I don't know. I guess for more of an explanation, I basically use Audacity to record my audio, I use OBS to record the footage, and then I balance them out. I time them up, and then I balance them out post-production style, that sort of thing. But you can't really do that if you have OBS recording both, but it does make it a lot easier to time them together, and it doesn't lead to stuff like me accidentally deleting them, so that's probably what we'll be doing moving forward. Saber nods silently. Her eyes are strong-willed as always. So I won't have any regrets. If she believes in me, I too will believe that my choice is correct. We start for the mountain gate. We head into the battle with no return. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't tell her what I really wanted to tell her. But I want to believe that this silence was able to tell her my feelings. The long stairs we climbed together. This is our final memory of our time together. And with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back. I don't know if I should call this the final episode, or the next one the final episode, or the next one the final... I don't know. So, I'm just kind of going into everything, assuming that it is the last episode, question mark? So yeah, that all being said, let's just jump into it. Red light fills the mountaintops. The blowing wind is getting stronger, and it seems the source of it is that light, coming from the back of the grounds. The red phosphorin scatters on the wind, and the ground is too bright for the nighttime. The stagnant air filled with the presence of death. This is like the fire back then, but it isn't like that. Then all this red light, something is about to emerge. From the back of the building, a black darkness oozing in the bright red. If this clearing is like a clear lake, this mud is like an oil spill. Mud that spreads, taints the ground, and does not kill anything it swallows. It's like a visible curse. I'm a Magus too. I can sense that the thing only reacts to the human's mind and only swallows human bodies. You are finally here! I've been waiting for you, Saber! He is there, within all the rich colors. Ignoring the blood red and the death-stained black, the servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place. And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action, and the void has just opened. This curse is the contents of the Holy Grail, the third element which keeps us servants in this world. This is what you splashed me with 10 years ago. Gilgamesh is only looking at Saber. It goes the same for Saber. She takes a step forward and points her sword at the king in front of her. Knight in front of her. Gilgamesh, what do you intend? What do you wish for with that curse? That thing falsely presented as the Holy Grail. I have told you that I have no wish. I do not care how Kotomi and I will use the Holy Grail. For now, my only concern is you. As if in answer to Saber, the Golden Knight raises his hand. At the same time, the air behind him sways like a haze. The king's treasures, hundreds of noble phantasms, are loaded like bullets. Yes, the time has finally come. I've been looking forward to this all this time, Saber. How to pin you down and make you swallow that. Oh. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what he's implying there, but I still don't like what he's implying there. That's gross. The way you be unable to stop yourself from going crazy, disgracing yourself and begging at my feet. Well said. Then you shall have no objections to yourself meeting that exact fate. Another step. Saber steps into range of the many noble phantasms. This isn't a battle I can do anything about. The battle between Saber and Gilgamesh is something no human can interfere with. That's what I expect from you, Saber. That strong spirit, even though you cannot defeat me, is indeed suitable to end this party, but I do not want any intrusions. You, lowlife, disappear right now if you want to see Kodamine. He is waiting for you at the altar. Kodamine is waiting? I glance at Saber. She nods while looking at Gilgamesh. Her figure tells me that she is wishing me her best. I turn around. The one I need to face isn't here. Behind me, as I run, I hear the battle start. At the back of the building, behind the main temple, is a large lake. Untouched by humans, the lake is holy, as if the Dragon King lives in it. The clear blue water is pure. The lake isn't even wet. Isn't even wet? What? Isn't even murky. But that's all in the past. The lake now has none of these characteristics. The red light is in front of my eyes, and the sea of black tar, and the void created in the air, and the girl presented as a sacrifice. Kodamine. My calm mind instantly goes over the limit. I stop and glare at my enemy. Welcome, Hemiyashiro, the last surviving master. He smiles sarcastically and opens his arms to welcome me. This is the site of our battle. This is the altar of the summoning of this Holy Grail War. Let Ilya down. I'll beat you up after that. I glare at Kodamine. There's about 10 meters between us. The fight will begin if I move another step. I don't know what kind of Magus Kodamine is, but I assume he'll use some kind of projectile weapon like Tosaka. In comparison, I can only punch him. Hang on, I need to check something. I'm so paranoid about things going wrong at this point. Click. Wait. Paranoid about things going wrong at this point. Bless me. Everything is okay. I just needed to check if that was true. So, we're all good. In comparison, I can only punch him. Even though I have the dagger Tosaka gave me, it's useless unless I get near him. Once the fight starts, I'll have to run straight at him and stab his chest. First, I'll have to do something about Ilya. Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to let Ilya down. What's so fun about torturing a kid? I understand your feelings, but I cannot do that. The Holy Grail has appeared, but the void is yet unstable. My wish will not come true unless she bears this until she dies. Until she dies? Then Ilya is alive. I see. If you have no intention of letting her down, I'll just have to use force. I'll stop your wish. That black mud right now. Oh, so this must appear to be my wish to you. As expected from the son of Kritsugu. I did not expect 2 generations to make the same mistake. What? This mud is not of my making. This is the power leaking out of the Holy Grail. The colorless power that should have been omnipotent. No human power is able to stain it black. This Holy Grail has been like this from the beginning. Once opened, it will flow out until the end and cause a disaster. This is the true identity of the Holy Grail. This thing is filled with every evil, something that curses everything in this world. No one can control such a thing. What is he saying? If that's true, then he became a master not for a wish, but just to open this up? Kodamine, what is your wish? I clench my teeth and glare back at the black priest. The man smiles. Well, let's see. If anything, it is for entertainment. He makes a simple claim, as if it's only natural. What? Do you not understand? Music, for example. Why do people find music fun, Hemiyashiro? Well, how about a book? Why do you think stories attract people? Why, I've never thought about it. Yes, you do not even need to think about it. Every entertainment exists to pleasure people. It is amusing because it was made by people. All creation comes within people. In short, the most entertaining things in this world are humans themselves. Bare humans are the best entertainment in the world. Compared to that, entertainment created by people is just secondary. Yes, music, stories, like, dislike, pity, belief, betrayal, morals, corruption, illusion, truth. It is all just trash to be discarded. Such things are mere second-rate trashy entertainment. What I like to enjoy are people themselves. Such pointless things are not my taste. For that, we'll need to discard the excess things such as their lives. You heard of flashbacks, right? It is like that. People have value only at the moment of their deaths, using their lifetime to gain momentum. They jump high to dazzle. That flicker is my wish. That is the answer to your question. As you feed on peacefulness, I live by feeding on this planet's light. The priest offering a speech with his hands apart is abnormal. I feel a chill, but not at his speech, but at the priest himself, because he looks like a holy being. Well, he says he wants to enjoy humans. So you... Yes, the fire 10 years ago wasn't too bad. It was on a small scale, but it was filled with unusual excitement. These are the only things I wish for. Such a hell contains an explosion of souls, the best flicker a man can give. You must have experienced that as well, Hemiyashiro. See? People dying in regret must have touched your heart, did it not? Don't talk shit. That time. That hell can't be contained with just one sentence. You understand now? It is in a distorted fashion, but no one loves humans as much as I. Therefore, no one is more appropriate than myself to receive the Holy Grail. The priest laughs in satisfaction, as if he thinks that event where people died in vain is just wonderful from the bottom of his heart. Oh, I see. I concentrate on my feet. I put my powers in my legs, about to jump forward, so I can kill you. I jump forward with all my might. It's about 10 meters to him. I'll go straight at him and... I jump sideways. This is the result of my instincts of not wanting to die, surpassing my desire to kill him. I roll sideways onto the ground. I stop instantly and look up. I look at the place I was running over. A sound of burning. The burning sound is coming from the black mud stretching out from the lake. It's like a black carpet. The mud slashed like a whip, attacking me as I went after Kotomine and left a mark on the ground. I forgot to tell you, but you are already within my range. And to add, this thing is sensitive to living beings. I do not mind you moving, but you will die if you move carelessly. I jump to avoid the black mud mercilessly attacking me. Screw moving carelessly, he's ready to kill me. Damn, you fake priest. I stand up, still keeping watch over the lake. The distance of Kotomine hasn't changed. That means this 10 meters is as near as he wants me to get. But that tentacle of mud stretches without limit. It will come after me if he wants it to, and I'm sure there are more than one. Oh, so are you ready to fight? That pleases me. I cannot kill you if you were to run away, but there will be no problem if you attack me. I serve God, so I cannot kill someone who is pleading for their life. Don't lie. You can't say that after attacking someone from behind. He must have remembered what happened with Lancer. Kotomine laughs as if in admiration. Oh yes, I hated you for that. There's no need to put this off any longer. To be honest, I had hopes for you, Miyashiro. I felt some sort of fate when Rin came to the church with you. You cannot know how happy I was when I found out that you were Kiritsugu's son, and that you were like him on the inside as well. The wish that did not come true 10 years ago. I never expected that I would be able to get my revenge on Emiya Kiritsugu. The tentacle whips out. The quivering mind coming from the lake is like a black snake. I bite my lip. This is the worst situation as I thought. The number of snakes continues to increase without end. I don't know how long I can survive, let alone how I can get close to him. It is only natural for you to be unable to win. There is a large difference in the years we have lived. It is a difference you cannot overcome unless you have something major. The priest raises his hands. He glares at the heavens as if he's conducting an orchestra. Put your life on the line. You might be able to reach me if you do so. He releases the black snakes. I think I'm going to end the episode right there. I don't know how long that was. Well, actually, maybe let me just take a quick swig, and I'll keep going. Oh. Because if my math is right, it's only been going for about 13 to 12-ish minutes, something like that. But let's keep going a little bit longer. Sparks fly off. The Golden Knight retreats from the blows which are full of the utmost spirit. She must have seen it as an opening. Saber dodges the swinging sword and moves deeper into the enemy's range. If the yells rip, the sword is like a comet. It overwhelms the opponent and he hesitates, but he keeps attacking. The sword keeps moving. It has destroyed rocks and pierced through walls, but every blow is blocked by weapons appearing from behind him. You persistent! Escaping danger, the Golden Knight, Gilgamesh has another sword in his hands. It is easy to repel that weapon, but she cannot block it straight on. All the enemy's weapons have unknown abilities. It would be suicidal to block without knowing its ability. Saber jumps back out of range and catches her breath. Gilgamesh raises himself unhurriedly. You do not give up, woman? Can you not tell it is futile? Gilgamesh shows no fatigue. For him, this battle is just entertainment. There must be no fatigue or strain when he knows he's going to win. But it is different for Saber. For her, this moment is her only chance of victory. But before her enemy becomes serious, she has to defeat Gilgamesh before he takes out Ea, or she will be the one defeated. That is why she has to continue to attack without a thought for saving her energy. She has cornered the enemy like this more than a few times, but still, she could never get past his wall of noble phantasms. Are you still going to continue? It is good to be loyal to your master, but there should be a limit. That lowlife would have been killed by Kodamine by now. There should be no reason for you to fight now. My master is still very much alive. She will not be defeated by that master. It can only be a matter of time. You do not know the Holy Grail. You do not know the Holy Grail. Even I have trouble against it. That kid will not last even a minute. You cannot beat me, and that kid cannot beat Kodamine. You must have mistaken your roles. If you had ever gone over to the Holy Grail, this battle would have been yours. The Golden Knight's eyes are not laughing. He is serious. That is wrong. For Saber, such a choice would be a mistake. Nonsense. This is the correct decision. I will not lose to you, and Shiro will not lose to a corpse such as that. You have fallen low to hope for a result that has yet to happen. Oh? It seems you still have energy to talk impudently. Space distorts. The number of noble phantasms behind Gilgamesh increases. It is coming. She grips her holy sword once again. Actually, there is a way. There's only one, but there is a way to defeat that Golden Knight. But for that, it will not succeed unless several conditions are met. Even if she defeats Ea, he will be able to defend against her attacks if he has energy left. And the method to defeat Ea will remain unknown until she takes a direct hit from it once more. Take a hit from Ea? No way. Even with the sheath, I would not be able to get. It's weird having her speak in first person in the thoughts, when usually it's like Saber knows that she would not be able to get hit. I would not be able to get up after being hit, but there is no other way to win. It is a matter of how to grasp that slight chance. Usually she selects the best choice by instinct and follows that view. But right now, she cannot even feel it with her instincts. Probably because the probability of victory is so low, and the chance of comeback is pretty much zero. But still, she must fight. For Shiro, who abandoned his protection to give her back her sheath, she cannot be defeated here by him. I see. It seems you'll not be convinced without a complete loss. More weapons appear. They move without Gilgamesh touching them, and they aim at Saber. The weapons whose handles were only visible before all show blades now and await their master's orders. This is the knight's way of fighting. From the beginning, Gilgamesh has never been a swordsman. These noble phantasms are produced in the air and become bullets at their master's command. This is why he is called Archer. The servant is an archer with the strongest arrows. Do your best to avoid them. If you do well, you shall only be stabbed in the limbs. With one command, the Godspeed rain of swords begin. Each one has fatal power. She eludes every one of them like a falling leaf. A sword from the front, a spear from the left, a forearm from below and above. Above. A three-edged sword arcing and attacking from behind. A swing from a hammer bigger than she is. She blocks, repels, dodges, and twists her body away from the last attack. Breathing hard, Saber recovers the stance she was driven out of. In that instant, she sees them behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh, the noble phantasms are already produced, 47 of them. She jumps full force. Many noble phantasms stab into the ground as not let her escape. In the reign of noble phantasms, she is hit time after time. Her armor is destroyed, her gauntlets pierced, and even the pieces covering her feet are pierced. Saber manages to avoid a fatal wound even in this danger, but then sees the worst thing possible. On the other side of the reign of noble phantasms, as if to finish off a fleeing enemy, Gilgamesh is pulling out his favorite sword. Aya. She stops her jump. She lands right away and pours magical energy into her holy sword. But will it be in time? Wind roars. The blade of light is revealed and she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to fully unseal. X! She does not even bother with the reign of noble phantasms and swings her holy sword with all the speed possible. Edema! Elish! But it is too late. Pounding through his own noble phantasm, Gilgamesh swings his sword. Okay, so we are actually going to end the episode there. That feels like a good spot. Oh, I'm excited for the next one. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just excited. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, we are back. And again, don't know if this is the last one or if we still have like 80 episodes left. Who knows? Anyways, let's just jump into it. I kick away the mucus around my ankle. My clothes are burnt away and my skin is exposed. I jump back from the striking tentacle. I can't feel my right ankle and I can't even tell if it's there. But I jump into the open field in front of me. I check my body as I roll. Ankle, alright, it's still there. I just can't feel it. If it's there, I should be able to run. I jump in a different direction again to avoid the striking mud. I hear a splashing sound right next to me. The smell of the ground burning forces my dizzy head awake and... fire runs up my back. I shake it off and jump to an empty space. That must have been the end of this attack. The black mud that was surrounding me has disappeared from view for now. I bite my lip. I ran so much, but in the end... I'm pushed back to here again. I breathe hard and look at him, as if to not lose my spirit, to lose in spirit. Kodamine has not moved at all. He has just watched me run around. No matter how hard I breathe, my heart won't calm down. It's saying it's at its limits and it needs to rest. It's about to go out on its own if I don't let it rest. It can't do anything. I can't get near Kodamine nor get through this black mud. I'm not going to hold back on using that projection magic. If I can't move forward, I can't reproduce Saber's sword again. We'll surely be able to slice through that black mud, and I can go straight for Kodamine. Is that all? Tell me if you have given up. The instant he speaks, lots of mud comes splashing towards me, telling me I cannot let myself stop. I raise myself and barely dodge the mud. The mud itself isn't too bad. It's slow compared to Saber's Shinai, and it only comes from where it's aimed, so it's easy to dodge. But that's only true when there is only one of them. I can't deal with tens of mud attacks, the ones that come from behind me the instant I dodge them. As a result, I can only move around. Even then, mud covers me bit by bit. Damn, there's no time to rest. I can't reproduce a sword like this. Projection magic, tracing a weapon from the beginning requires at least 1 minute of concentration. If I show such an opening, I'll be melted down to my bones. The parts of my body covered with the mud have lost sensation. The only good thing is that I don't feel any pain, but I won't know if I'm dead or not when that mud covers my whole body. I'm finished when that happens, and most of all, I'll have melted away by then. All I can do is run. I know it's only a matter of time, even if I do, but I have to keep running for now. I won't have any luck getting near Kodamine while I'm dodging this mud. I can't get close now. Waiting behind Kodamine is a pool of mud. If there's any chance of getting near him, it'll be when I do something about this mud. Damn. Oh. can't believe it. Who on earth would trip at a time like this? Kodamania looks down at me like trash. He points his fingers at me, and many snakes show their veins. I get up. I try to get up but fall again. I fall. I fall. The snakes are coming. But I still fall. Why? 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 Black mud comes from my neck. Why? Oh, I see why. My right ankle is unbelievably black. So, that is it. I hope I would be able to have a little fun, but you are Kiritsugu's son after all. You people are useless. What? I raise my head. I'm still conscious. My wrists and necks are held by mud like chains, but I still retain my senses. Why don't you finish me off? That's an excellent question. Why isn't he finishing him off? What changed between me giving Saber Sheath back and this? Why don't you finish me off? I'll soon enough, but just doing that would not be all that fun. You are Kiritsugu's fake, so the debt Kiritsugu owes me from 10 years ago shall be returned with your death. The skin with the mud on it is burning. Feels like acid is slowly seeping through the pores of my skin. I grit my teeth, bare it, and check on my right ankle. It's totally black. I can't feel it, nor can I move it at all. I'll have to take the mud out of my body, or put magical energy into it, to move the clotted blood in there. Either way, the moment I move it, all the muscles of my right ankle will be destroyed. I see. I don't care about that, but why do you hate Kiritsugu so much? Was it so annoying that Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail? It is just hatred for a similar person. Kiritsugu and I were alike, so everything he did got on my nerves. Is the same as the way I feel hatred. Is the same as the way you feel hatred towards me. What? Shut up! Don't you dare say that Kiritsugu is like you! I raise my body up with my arms and glare at him. I don't know what's so funny, but he makes that evil smile. I see it. It must be so for you. After all, he was a good enough person to let me go. He defeated me, the cause of that disaster, but he did not take my life. You should know that was a mistake. If he had killed me, those orphans would have been able to lead a peaceful life. You should not be able to retort, but it was unpleasant for me as well. The fact that such a cold-hearted Magus left me alive, it was unpleasant. That again. Saber said it too, that Kiritsugu was a great Magus, that he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But that was not his mistake. The mistake he made was that he thought this war had ended with the destruction of the Holy Grail. That is why he did not tell you anything, optimistically thinking that the Holy Grail war was over, and died stained in this curse. He was certainly a fool. He let the one who cursed him go, and as a result, died within a few years, believing that he had accomplished his goal and that the Holy Grail war had ended. Hold on. Then what? Kiritsugu died because of this guy? That peaceful face he had on that night of his death was... Oh, let me ask you one last question. What was Kiritsugu's last moment like? Did he give you something to his son, to you as his son, and pass away with satisfaction? How foolish can he be? He accomplished nothing and pushed the responsibility onto you. His passing must have been ridiculous. You! I kicked off the ground. I drove magical energy in my right foot and moved it by force. I ignored my tearing muscles and run to him on all fours like a dog. I would expect at least that much spirit. Kodamania raises his hand towards the waterfall behind him. What is he thinking? That is a curse so strong that it's visible. You could call it magical energy specialized for destroying people. There is nothing you can do with it, as it cannot be reshaped or anything. Anybody that touches that mud will be stained with a strong curse, and will be melted as if digested. In the process, the pain and fear before death remain as magical energy, become the next curse to seek out living people. So you die if you touch it. Anyone who touches it will die unless they can get the mud out of their body. The priest stuck his hand in the water full of mud, but he doesn't stop smiling. This is your reward. Die in the same manner as Kiritsugu. In his hands is a black darkness. I sense that it is something completely different, and the world is attacked by a sudden flash of light. The moment I realize that light is from Saber's noble phantasm. Angra Mainyu. The priest's words instantly turn the world black. Her vision, blinded by the light, is filled with darkness. If she were conscious, she would have known it was the ultimate black light. The darkness was only for an instant, but it is not darkness but a swarm of grain-sized curses. The darkness swept her body away and she regained consciousness from the unpleasant sensation. Oh. She gasps. The first thing she feels after consciousness returning is pain. Skin that was protected by armor is burned, her body is pierced and slashed, and she is in a miserable state. I lost to Aya. She was cornered by Gilgamesh's noble phantasm, could not block them, and took a hit from Aya as well. She managed to offset it a bit with Excalibur, but her body is wounded too badly. The wound is healing with a magical energy, but even the protection of the sheath will not return her to her normal instantly. There. This is it, Saber? Do not tell me you refuse to admit your defeat in that state. Gilgamesh approaches without a scratch. Still on the ground, Saber looks up at her enemy. She cannot do anything right now. The man can do whatever he wants with her. Gilgamesh, that light was... In spite of that, this is what she worries about. That flash of light. That black darkness from the back of the compound that covered the earth for an instant. She does not want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shiro. That light? You should be able to tell. It is a great curse. Kodemene must have summoned it straight from the Holy Grail. I heard that the Holy Grail holds something that could curse everything in this world. The pollution you've seen up till now is just what remains of... is just the remains of what came out of the Holy Grail. The primary curse has been summoned. Your master should no longer be alive. No, that cannot be. She concentrated all her power. She knows her body will not move, but she cannot abide just lying on the ground. No, Shiro's alive. He is still... Certainly, she still feels the connection with her master. Is weak and ready to go out, but Amiya Shiro is still alive. She must go. If the enemy is something so unforeseeable, Shiro cannot match it. Using the warmth inside her, she tries to get up. But it was useless. Even the sheath of the Holy Sword will require a few more minutes to heal her body. It is too late. Stay still, Saber. The Holy Grail will overflow whatever you do. The events of 10 years ago will reoccur, but this ritual is for your benefit, not mine. Looking up at the red burning sky, the Golden Knight smiles. Rejoice, Saber. If you are showered with it, you will become like me. You have a body in this world and you will be able to enjoy your second life. Though I'm not sure you'll be able to keep your sanity as I did. Saber looks up at her enemy in amazement. Saber can tell that thing is a great curse. It is a magnificent cluster of magical energy, and any magic should be possible with that amount. If it were Castor using it, nothing would be impossible. But it is a double-edged sword. The thing can only curse people. If immersed in such a thing, even a heroic spirit would be unable to keep themselves together. That makes her realize. The servant in front of her, Smite called the oldest king of heroes. He was swallowed by that pollution 10 years ago. So, Gilgamesh, you... Has he gone insane already? Oh, you think so? Laughing, Gilgamesh looks down at Saber. His face looks crazy, and it suits him. Do not take me so lowly. How can I be a hero if I cannot swallow a curse such as this? All evils of this world. Bring at least 3 times as much as that if you want to stain me. See, Saber, a hero is someone who carries with them everything they see. I am certainly carrying everything in this world. Saber gasps quietly at his words. She will never be able to come to terms with his heroic spirit, his arrogant thinking, his selfishness to consider himself the greatest, and his merciless nature that never thinks of others. That is different from the path of the king she chose, a set of beliefs that will never overlap with hers. But this man still is a king. She can say that with confidence. Of all the servants, this man is the only one who would be capable of keeping his sanity after being soaked in that vast curse. Yes, making you swallow the mud is good, but it's no fun if you go crazy because of that. Well, let us hold our marriage now. Huh? Gilgamesh, you? What, do you just like being treated roughly? Oh, he grabbed her foot. I was so confused by this image. I just looked like she, I don't know why, from, how I was looking at it, looked like he grabbed her by the sword and lifted her up, and she was just, sticking straight up. Okay. What? Do you dislike being treated roughly? Then get used to it. I do not hold myself back on women or food. I plunder and eat them at my leisure. Held upside down, Saber glares at Gilgamesh. So you honor your master as a servant. I see. Ridiculous. I cannot believe you gave him your body just because of the binds of the command spell. You are wrong. Do not misunderstand, Gilgamesh. I do not obey anybody. My body has never had such freedom. Oh, then you will not be mine no matter what? His red eyes pierce Saber. There's no human emotion. He will kill if she disobeys. He will just kill her no matter how attached he was to her. These are his true feelings, Gilgamesh's truth. Saber stares at Gilgamesh, not averting her gaze. Gilgamesh, I will not become anyone's. I already belong to my country. My body is a king before I am a woman. She does not say it to anyone. She just says so, feeling the small warmth still within her body. So that is your answer? Do not make me laugh, Saber. A country is just a possession. If he cannot rule everything, there's no need for a transcendental being like the king. Jeez, King Arthur, this is why your own country destroyed you. The Golden Knight sneers at her immaturity. That brings her back her determination. Yes, you are correct. But, King of Heroes, that is why you destroyed your own country. A roared yell full of spirit. Saber uses her whole body to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. Whoa. Gilgamesh, let's go. Saber stays upside down and jumps using her arms. You would stomp on a man? You must really want to be disciplined, Saber. She closes her eyes and looks within herself. That is why you were destroyed by your own country. She already knew that. She has heard those words over and over since she was summoned as Saber. But that man is different. He was mad like it was his own affair, but still, he thought it was something to be proud of. So, there's only one thing that must be done. Even if there's not the slightest chance of winning, she cannot stop here. While the warmth is still in her heart, she must run to her master as fast as possible. About 8 meters to Gilgamesh. She placed herself at the best range she found earlier. I need water. My mouth and voice hurt so much right now, but I'm going to keep going. Because remember, this is the 7th episode I've recorded just today. Her body will not move as she wishes. Her legs do not even have a tenth of their original power, and the arms holding her sword are weak. She will fall without being able to block, no matter what kind of a weak attack she receives. But there are no openings in Saber's stance, nor is there any hesitation. Let me ask you. Gilgamesh has to prepare himself, seeing her like that. The Golden Knight readies Aya and looks at his opponent. Are you sane? Saber does not answer. Her eyes show her determination. Alright, I will not hold back in that case. The air roars. Sword of Separation, Aya. A sword said in ancient Mesopotamia to have divided and created the world. Gilgamesh's Sword of Separation roars to exterminate its enemy for sure this time. The swirl of air and the magical energy within it far exceed Excalibur. Disappear! You are annoying, woman! Aya is raised. Saber raises her sword to match it. Their gazes meet only for an instant. Anima! Elish! Ah, I peeked a little bit there. Gilgamesh's sword is swung, but Saber's sword falls without any power as she is unable to activate the Noble Phantasm. What? What? No, dude, what? No! The light that cuts everything charges, unable to do anything. She is swallowed by the light? The instant I am swallowed by the darkness, hell is printed into my brain. The starting penalty is 5. Life penalty, body penalty, freedom penalty, fame penalty, fortune penalty. Give the penalty that extends so much punishment. Mud, darkness, and malice. Elimination of human rights by castration, exile, execution. Torture and sadism upon the body through digestion. Denial by consensus of the colony that eliminates all honor. Die. Scorn from judgment and selfishness that takes away men's fortune. Death, penalty, penal servitude, imprisonment, custody, fine penalty, crime from a grudge, crime from a self-interest, unconscious crime, self-conscious crime, civil war, inductment, false statement, theft, robbery, kidnap, suicide, rape, arson, bombing, violation, negligation, homicide, mass violence, death at work, overcompetent accident. Die, die, die. Misdiagnosis, concealment, violation for a benefit, violation for self-protection, violation for love, violation for respect, selfishness, stealing, fraudulent fraud, concealment, murder, theft, crime, personal grudge, attack, dirty. You are dirty, atone. Every violence, every crime, every victim, atone for everything. This world is ruled by something not human. Know the consciousness to reform crimes. Die. Know the penalty to reform crimes. People's kindness is here. There is so much it cannot be noticed. Know the violence to hide crimes. Know the power to hide crimes. People's malignance is here. It is so rare that it is noticed 100 kindnesses and 1 malignance. Malignance shines bright to keep the balance and exists as a great evil. To compete with the masses of kindness, the starting penalty is 5. Die. For self. For self in inductment, false statement, theft, robbery, kidnap, die. My brain explodes. The mud eating away at my body remains and steals my warmth mercilessly. I am crushed by the things seeping in through all 5 senses. Darkness I cannot look at directly. Ugliness I cannot acknowledge. Crimes I want to run away from. Every crime of the people in this world. That is why I am going to die. One trapped in this darkness will eat themselves to death from pain and hatred. But Kodomine said, this curse killed Kiritsugu. That fact knocks away every darkness. Warmth returns to my body. Blood flows through my beaten-up body and makes it stand. It's only natural. Such a thing. Emiya Kiritsugu had been burdened with this for many years. He was pressed by the voices for atonement, and died unable to fulfill his wishes. He said he wanted to become a superhero. He ran around trying to keep someone, but could not get anyone's permission for that. Yet he still did what he could to pursue the ideals he had abandoned. In the end, he was relieved by something a kid said and nodded to himself that everything was okay. So I had to stand up. I relieved Kiritsugu and promised that I'd become one. If Emiyashiro is really that superhero's son, then I can't let the bad guys beat me. Tosaka said I should win no matter what. Saber said he is an enemy that I must defeat. Even Kodomine said if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. They're right. What else can I bet if I won't buy my life? From the beginning, I have nothing else to give. I leap desperately out of the dense black mud. I can hear his bewilderment. My throat is burning. My windpipe tears every time I breathe, and it feels like I'm swallowing pieces of glass. Same. My throat hurts so much, but I don't care! Tears are welling up from anger. I'm going to go crazy from anger before I go crazy from the curse. Impossible. You managed to shake that thing off? I push my body and run. I put one hand behind my back. I grab the dagger I've hidden until now. I am astonished. I thought you escaped that thing, but you have a simple mind. It seems you have run out of ideas. Shut up. I never had any plans in the first place. I run. Kodomine sticks his hand into the waterfall behind him and extracts another clump of darkness. Then you can follow your servant. That previous light was Saber being defeated. You have no one to help you now. All my hesitation disappears. If I do reach Kodomine, I think his biggest mistake was that line. Because the command spell is on my left hand. It's the only proof I have. As long as my command spell exists, Saber exists. If she exists, she must have defeated Gilgamesh by now and she'll be heading over here. I think Saber will be angry if I don't greet her with open arms. So I will defeat you now, to fulfill the last promise I made with her. Darkness approaches. A great curse is released from Kodomine's hands. My body melts from my fingertips. I won't look away. If this is my role, there's still something I can do. Enuma! Elish! A dislocation runs through space. Wait. Hang on. Just a second ago, Saber was already swallowed by Aya. Is this Shiro using Aya? Did he just project Aya? With that in front of her... Oh, no, never mind. With that in front of her, Saber could not even use her noble phantasm. She lowers her sword and moves her body forward as if falling. The light approaches. She cannot avoid it with her injured legs, and there's no shield in this world that can block Aya. A storm of light and a wind that will destroy everything in its path. Nothing can stand against the true name of Aya. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Yes. Until a few hours ago. The one surprise is not Saber, but the Golden Knight bearing Aya. Aya is still emitting magical energy and bringing forth destruction. As Saber steps forward into that tumbling storm of light. Her armor screams out. Cracks run through every wall of magical energy protecting her. In the period shorter than a second that they endure the attack, Saber steps up to Gilgamesh and... Wait. Did she just... I don't... Okay, but how? How? Hang on. Whoa, hang on. Did she just tank Aya, walk right through it, and now she's unleashing Excalibur in his face? Excalibur! Oh, my throat is like going a little hoarse. She opposes Aya's destruction with the greatest power she's permitted. Heat and light rumble wildly. The crash of the greatest swords push against each other with pure power, creating a boundary in space. But it is not useless. Excalibur cannot beat Aya. Even if she approaches at the risk of her life, she can only push back just a little. The balance easily favors Aya, and Excalibur's light is repelled back along with Saber. I see, you must have lost your mind. Readying Aya, the Golden Knight looks at the enemy approaching him again, and puts magical energy into Aya. This will be it. He will totally annihilate Saber with all his power. Aya turns, reach their maximum speed, and the light surrounding Saber mows down Excalibur. I can't even read anymore. But just before that, Saber's body jumps forward, a small space created by Excalibur, a place where she can take one more step. The instant she reaches it, her noble phantasm appears. The darkness becomes a raging wind to cover Emyashiro. There's no way to avoid it, and the concept of blocking is useless against a curse that paints space itself. Those swallowed by this darkness will be absorbed by it, like the painted space. Body melts from the fingertips, legs moving forward step into empty space, and arms reaching out are already invisible in the black mud. Emyashiro will be eliminated from the outside, attacked by a feeling that his body is shrinking. Emyashiro does not accept death. Without looking away, he rejects it with all his might. The darkness surrounding the body, the pain trying to melt the body, and the curse trying to melt the mind. But they are futile attempts. There is no way for a mere human to resist the pollution. The body is still moving. The arm raised to grab something is still raised. But the mud is already destroyed. The mind is already painted in black, and the body should disappear into darkness as well. In that moment, you are my... Why is that voice remembered? A light turns on in the darkness. The instant the eyes realize the light is that light, everything reverses. The hammer comes knocking down. Oh! I just had to turn up the volume. The hammer comes knocking down. The mine accelerates, crackles with sparks, and creates the shape with unbelievable speed. Trace! On! The spell to begin the projection is murmured. In an instant, it is completed, omitting every step of manufacture. That is right. There is no need to reproduce it from scratch, because this shape was engraved in the body. It is perfect in memory, as it was part of Emyashiro's body. You were my sheath. The arms reaching out still move. The weapons created without concentration or spell casting is grabbed. The world changes completely as the darkness is destroyed by the golden light. In Emyashiro's hands is the perfectly reproduced sheath of Saber. And like that, with Aya straight ahead of her, her noble phantasm is activated. What? That which is released and scattered. Before her is the holy sword sheath. No one knows what kind of divine mystery it is made from, but the sheath repels all light emitted by Aya. No, it goes beyond the level of defending. It is complete isolation. The barrier of fairyland that keeps out all filth from the outside lands. a complete world separate from this one that can never be reached. As Saber is protected by the sheath of the Holy Sword, she is blocked off from all matter in this world. The greatest protection in this world. The greatest that cannot be infringed by anything, not even by the 5 sorceries. For that reason, that sheath is named Avalon. All is a distant utopia. The place where King Arthur is said to have gone after his death. The utopia the king dreamed of will never be reached. Gilgamesh sees the death running up his spine. But he won't make it. The raised Ea will not stop turning and Gilgamesh cannot manage to jump back. It is only natural. Who would even think that an attack with this much magical energy and this much power could be blocked? Damn! Such a trick! But blue clothes run in. There is no armor on Saber. She has released the armor protecting her, but the magical energy gained in her sword and... X? Saber! Caliber! All darkness is blown away the instant the sheath is grabbed. The darkness surrounding Emiyashiro, the darkness contaminating his body, everything is dispersed. What? There's no reason to be surprised. The sheath of the Holy Sword protects its possessor. The embodiment of the utopia she sought cannot lose to this dirty mud. He runs. At the moment he is released from the darkness, his speed is like that of a shooting star. Projection? Just who are you? The one overestimating their ability, and the one who cannot even spare to think about such things. The difference is that only an instant, but an instant that decides the outcome. Kodamine Kire! Still falling, Emiyashiro runs on his hands as well. In one hand is the dagger, in a crouching position running to the Black Priest. The Sword of Retribution is stabbed into the priest's chest. The priest turns slowly. Before that, stopping himself at his feet, Emiyashiro jumps back. Wind comes down. The priest turns to face the enemy who stabbed him. At the same time, 2 impacts pierce Kodamine. The spinning body hauled the magical energy in his left hand. He punches the dagger in the priest's chest and... the magical energy is poured into the Azoth sword, along with the word of release. And I think that is where we will end the episode today, because my voice is like just legitimately just dead. So I'm going to take a short break, and I will be back. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we are back for what I'm assuming is the last time. Again, for the Fate route. That's weird. I guess maybe I'll explain plans for the future at the end of the series. Like, once we actually get to, like, the big finale. Not necessarily, like, okay, so there's going to be the finale, in quotations, but then there's going to also be the extra bad end episode. But I'll talk about the future at the end of the finale. Alright? Like, we all get that? We all get that? Cool. So yeah, let's just get into it. The golden sword was swung. She must not even have the energy to raise it back up. Saber keeps her sword and her face down. Slashed up, the man beholds the knight that has defeated him. The sound of wind echoes through the compound. The waves of light like a flood are no more. The 2 knights share no words as they place themselves in a parting called the battle's end. The man sighs. He raises his weak hand and touches the cheek of the knight in front of him. as if to make sure she exists. You are a hateful woman. You oppose me to the very end. The golden armor starts to fade away, the existence of the king of heroes disappearing. But I shall forgive you. Some things are beautiful because they cannot be obtained. His finger slips. His raised arm falls powerlessly to the ground. And if that is the case, then it was inevitable that I would lose to you. He says it sullenly. And in his final moment, goodbye, King of Knights. It was indeed fun. He smiles ironically and disappears. Sparks fly onto the priest's uniform. The spikes are coming from the dagger in his chest. No chunks of flesh or blood are flying out. But still, the battle here is over as well. He doesn't even look at me. He is just looking down at the dagger in his chest in disbelief. The wind is blowing. The wind coming from the void above eliminates the sounds around it. In the rumbling silence, why did you have this sword? Kodamine murmurs in a clear voice. It's not mine. I borrowed it from Tosaka. How long was he thinking? He sighs, and the body that hasn't moved since the beginning of our confrontation finally moves. I see. There indeed was a time when I gave it to some girl on a whim. I believe it was 10 years ago. I see. No wonder I become weak. He falls. The body of the priest falls to the ground. I watched it all. He's talking about himself like he was someone else until the very end. And the priest sinks into that which he summoned. That which he wished for. That is the end of the man called Kodamine Kirei, and the true end of the long battle. The enemy is gone, and I face the final large task. The black void in the sky. That mud has stopped, but the strange void is still beating. That is the Holy Grail, the omnipotent Grail that would have been given to the winner of this war. There's a wind blowing. Kodamine is gone, and the power binding Ilya must have vanished. Ilya is now free of that void, and she is sleeping by my side. I don't know what condition she's in, but it doesn't seem like her life is in danger. She should wake up fine if I go home and have Tosaka look at her. The war has ended. Nobody else is going to get hurt, and I won't lose anyone else. The masters are gone, and the servants will disappear as their tasks are over. I already knew this was going to happen. We climbed those long stairs together. Our parting is already done. All that's left is to close the curtain. I wait with an empty mind, looking up at that void. As she appears, she walks straight towards me, her figure unchanged since the first time I saw her. She stops close enough that I could reach out to her. There are no words to confirm her safety, or to congratulate her of the victory. Gosh, this music is amazing. This was something that was already decided. There's only one thing left to do. I will destroy the Holy Grail. That is my role. So saying, she starts to walk. The strong winds do not affect her as she approaches it step by step. She must be in range. She quietly raises her sword and looks at the black void. I stare at her back. I clench my fists hard, bite my lips, stifle the words about to come out of my mouth, and engrave her figure into my memory. And then, Master, please give me the order. I cannot destroy it without your order. With her back to me, she tells me to use my last command spell. Saber will disappear once the Holy Grail is destroyed. No, as she will destroy the Holy Grail, she will never again become a servant. Saber became a servant because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail out of her own will means destroying her contract as well. If she destroys the Holy Grail, she will end her life as the king. Shiro, I want to hear you say it. Saber's voice. Every time I hear it, I want to scream. To tell her not to go. I want to throw away my pride and scream for her to stay here. But that's something I should not do, even for the sake of my life. I love Saber. I want her to be happier than anyone else, and I want to be with her forever. But if I truly love her, that's wrong. I love Saber as she continued to fight even after getting hurt. She was the girl who discarded everything, was filled with injuries, yet still protected all the way through. If I consider that beautiful and want to protect it, I cannot destroy her life just for my own selfishness. She was born as a king and lived as a king. That will not change no matter what. From the time she swore to carry the sword, the girl became a king and nothing else. That is her pride. She ran through the battles so that in her final moments, she would be able to believe her path was the right one. The dreams of the girl Artoria, the mind that chose to be the king over her own life. To fight, even after she learned it would be unrewarded, she still clasped the sword and defended the oath of the king. For many years, I cannot do anything to dishonor that pride that she has held until the end of her until the time of her death. Saber, please fulfill your role. I say so with a flood of emotions. An overflowing light. The void in the sky is cut in half by the light and disappears without a trace. There's nothing left. The destroyed mountain is now a flat field. Dawn is in the distance. The horizon is shining and gleaming gold. My left hand hurts. My last command spell disappears. That makes me accept that the curtains have been drawn. So, everything is over? Yeah, this is it. There's nothing left. I see. Then our contract is at an end. I became your sword, defeated your enemies, and protected you. I'm glad to have fulfilled this promise. Yeah, you did well, Saber. Nothing more needs to be said. Saber is far away, and I do not run to her. The morning sun rises. The halted wind begins again. A goal that seems to last forever. In it, in the end, there is one thing I must tell you. She says in a voice filled with determination. What is it? I reply like always with my best bluff. Saber's body wavers. She is facing me. She looks straight at me and in a voice without regret. Shiro, I love you. Says those words. Wind blows. I close my blinded eyes and open them again. I don't think there's any surprise. I kind of saw this coming. That our parting would be like this. An open field fills my eyes. As the wind blew, the night disappeared. Just as she appeared, leaving no trace. Yeah, it really is just like you. There are no regrets in my voice. I squint at the rising sun, keeping everything I lost close to my heart. I stare at the horizon, wishing never to forget, and for it to never fade away. A distant land glowing in sunlight, resembling the golden field she ran through. That's not the end, is it? Like, okay, I was about to ask, is there like some kind of epilogue type thing? Gosh, that may be a little teary-eyed, it's fine though. I hear a sound. I hear the sound of the old, heavy rusted door of the shed open. Light comes into the dark shed. I start to wake up. Senpai, are you awake? I don't know why I gave her that kind of accent. I don't even need to check who's here. Oh, so it's time already. Taking a breath, I open my eyes. Good morning, Senpai. It's almost time to wake up. I guess you're right. Morning, Sakura. Thanks for waking me up. No, it's nothing you need to thank me for. I knew you would wake up properly, so I only did a needless thing. I see. Then why did you come to wake me up? I wanted to wake you up today, so I woke up 30 minutes earlier than usual. Today is a special day, you know? Oh? That reminds me. That's right, today is a special day. Sakura, I don't think I even need to ask, but Fujine isn't here yet, right? No. Fujimaru-sensei isn't here yet. Oh, but Ilya is already here. As I thought. Ilya being the only one here means one thing. Perhaps, sorry, Sakura. Can you take care of breakfast? I'll go wake up Fujine. Oh, yes. Sorry for the trouble, Senpai. Fortunately, I worked late last night as well, so I'm still in my work clothes. It's good I can go outside without having to change. I'll be back in 10 minutes, so I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, please do. Oh, Shiro's awake. Yeah, I just woke up. I wanted to wake gosh, I kind of forgot what both of these characters' voices were. It's been so long since Ilya's been in the story, and it's been way longer since Sakura was in the story. Ugh. Go wake up Fujini, so help Sakura out, will you? Patting Ilya on her shoulder, I head to the front entrance. I got beat! Jeez, I told you I want to wake up Shiro, Sakura! Ilya runs to the shed screaming. Such a scene isn't that unusual now. Ilya says she wouldn't go back to her country, so I consulted Fujini to see if I could keep her at my place. Fujini really objected, said her house was better, and ended up taking Ilya in. Since then, still staying at the Fujimaru house, Ilya comes attacking with Fujini at the morning and at night. Needless to say, their target is breakfast and dinner. It's been 2 months since they started living together, and they seem to be in union now. Yet they didn't come together. When I walk past the shed area, I hear voices over the wall. It's Sakura and Ilya talking. I thought Ilya would not get along with Sakura since Ilya has really unreserved personality, but I was wrong. The two consisting of the energetic Ilya and the quiet Sakura are getting along well, even though they're rather noisy. In fact, Sakura is regaining her spirit because of Ilya. Sakura stopped smiling when her brother Mato Shinji disappeared and was considered missing. She must have vaguely understood the connection with the mass coma incident at the school. She was worried about the missing Shinji and moped for a long time. It was Ilya who forcibly made Sakura get over it, and Sakura gains her cheerfulness when Ilya's around. Yeah, Sakura is able to laugh now. I'm purely happy for that, because that soft smile certainly suits her. You're mean, Ilya. I gave you a special bonus to wake me up no matter what. Fujini scoffs down breakfast while crying. It's only natural. I'll be late too if I wait for Taiga, and I worked enough for what I got paid for. If you want more out of me, you should raise the base pay and not just give me a special pay. Why are you such a misser when you're getting paid from grandfather as well? Everyone would hate you if you're stingy about money for such a young age. I don't care. I don't care if I'm hated. I don't care what people beside the ones I like think of me. And Taiga paid me back the money I let you borrow. Your payday was 5 days ago, right? How did you know that? I heard it from Liga. Oh, Taiga and Liga. I heard from Liga. I can give you the details as well if you wish. Ilya smiles daringly. In contrast to Sakura, Ilya and Fujini do not get along well. And to add, Ilya gets really mean when she faces Fujini. That smile right now is like that of a certain someone. You have until tomorrow to repay me. If you can't, I'll just take it away from your allowance. What? Grandfather told you even that? Yes, we're together all noon. Liga praised me that I'm much cuter than Taiga. What are you going to do about it, Shiro? This girl's such a devil. She'll take over the Fujimaru group if you let her be. Actually, more than that. You were still getting allowances at that age? Bro. Allowances? Come on, I stopped getting that at like 12. Come on. See you, Shiro. You're going to be back early today, right? I'll be waiting here, so come home right away. Yeah, I'll try. Take care while I'm gone. You might as well live here, you idiot. Fujini speaks while hiding behind my back. Yeah, you should get yourself together too. You can't cause Shiro trouble outside. Ilya easily turns aside her remark. The power relationship must already be at a position where Fujini can't push back by force. Then I'll be going ahead. But don't walk slow and be late for school. Brrr. Leaving the sound of exhaust, Fujini disappears like a bullet. Fujini got her license a month ago. Since then, her tardiness decreases considerably, but she has received another nickname of Rocket Tiger. I mean, Rocket Diver? Rocket Diver. That only she doesn't know about. Ugh. Phew. Oh, it's because she doesn't want to be called Tiger, so Rocket Diver's the technical nickname, whereas Rocket Tiger's the real one. I get you. I stretch out and take a deep breath. Sakura has gone to school already. Seeing how she was eating a large bowl of rice today, it seems like she's in real high spirits. Today is a big day for the archery club. Sakura must be enthusiastic to work as hard as the co-captain of the archery club. Well, let's go to school. Today is April 7th. There's a school entrance ceremony, and the season is past the cold winter and already into spring. It's been 2 months since then. It feels like a lot has changed since she has gone away. But I think the changes are trivial. Winter ended and spring came. That's all that changed. I feel like I've grown up a bit, but it's not like that caused me to be any different. So not much has changed. Emiya Shiro is clumsily running after Kiritsugu as always. Good morning, Emiya. It's unexpected to see you in the morning. Hey, it sure is a good day today, Tosaka. I raise my hand and greet her. But is it really unexpected? We're barely missing each other recently. Well, I certainly didn't come across you too many times before. Come across? Tosaka glares at me if unhappy about something. I don't think it's good to send an aura of enmity first thing in the morning. Tosaka, did you change the time you leave your house? You came later before, right? You came at a time that wasn't too late or too early. That's not true. I bet it's only coincidence that we didn't see each other until now. Do you know? My house and your house are on the exact opposite locations. When we get up and go down the hill, it's only natural that we'd meet here. Oh. That's the first time I've heard about that. I see. That would be certainly... Wait, hold on. That's only if we do the same things around the same time. For Tosaka to come to this intersection at this time, we'd have to get up at 6. But that's... Tosaka, you're not sleepy? I ask her directly. What do you mean by that? I'm not sleepy nor pushing myself. Why do you ask such a thing? Well, you weren't a morning person. You'll unmask your true self if you go to school with lack of sleep. It'll be terrible if you fall asleep during class. I bet you'll rage around with a face like an awakened demon if someone tries to wake you up. Like, I will kill all that disturb my sleep kind of thing. I won't do such a thing. I won't make such a mistake just by waking up 30 minutes early. See, you did wake up early. Jeez, quit worrying about when other people get up. If you have time to inquire about such boring things, just go to school. Tosaka gets angry while looking away. Her excuse is plausible, so I stop my greeting here, and we resume our way to school. We go up the hill. The streets and houses below me have all changed to show the coming of spring. The wind is comfortable, and the cherry blossom flowers flutter down occasionally from the school on top of the hill. Everything that can be seen and felt is pleasant. Do you have work all this week? I won't complain since it's your time, but don't you get sick like that? No, I got today off. I heard that the archery club is doing a welcome party for the new members, so I'm thinking of going with Ilya. Wow, you have some great guts. You're a big shot if you're taking Ilya to school with an unconcerned face. Is it bad? I think it'll let Ilya kill some time, and it should make her happy. It is bad. It's bad, but I guess I'll show up as well then. It won't be boring if Ilya's going to be there. And most of all, I just can't leave her alone because it's too dangerous. I'm thankful that she says that. It's Tosaka, not Sakura or me, that understands Ilya the most. There's the fact that she periodically takes care of Ilya, but more importantly, Ilya and Tosaka are natural-born Magi. I think Tosaka would be a good teacher for Ilya, as she doesn't quite realize what it's like to live as a Magus while hiding that fact. Thus, things are settling into the way they should be. The damage from the Holy Grail War is almost completely restored by the new priests dispatched by the church, and her everyday life has returned without problems. There are certainly things that were lost and will not return, but the wounds have slowly healed, and I should be happy about the regrets fading away. But it was unexpected. And then, Tosaka murmurs in a serious tone while looking down at the town below her. What was unexpected? Yeah, I thought you would be more depressed. I thought you wouldn't be able to get over it for a while. This is about the girl that isn't here anymore. It's been 2 months since then. It's about the golden-haired girl that we talked about for the first time since then. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was about to go insane just thinking about the future. But it turns out you didn't change after that. You didn't even get depressed as if you were fine the next day. At that time, I wondered if you were really alright. I can't put this into words real well, but you had the atmosphere of a guy that would die in an accident the next day. What is that? Why would I easily die when I'm doing well? Things like that happen. When people accomplish their lifelong goals by mistake, they can suddenly die. The instant they think like, oh, I don't think I need to live anymore, cars run into them, running red lights, and they fall downstairs. Okay. Tosaka's metaphor is difficult to understand. She might want to say something about peaceful death and going to heaven or something. So I was worried about that. At times like that, people around you feel more relief if you get really depressed. Oh, Then would you have comforted me if I was depressed? Of course not. I would have kicked you in the back and made you get over it. I'm just saying that it's a bit disappointing since I couldn't do that. She looks away in displeasure. Her gesture looks so funny that I laugh. What? Was it strange? No, it was a strict line, surely fitting you, so I feel relieved. We both walk on, looking up at the spring sunlight. The hill is long, and it looks like as if it will continue on into the endless blue sky. And, as if saying something trifling, then you don't have any regrets, with Saber gone and all. Tosaka murmurs while looking up at the sky. No, I probably don't have any regrets. It's not a bluff, and I say so with a calm state that even surprises me. There is no regret, and I don't have anything I forgot to tell her. That parting contained everything. What I wanted to do, what she dreamed of. It was a competition of our determination, and maybe I should have taken her hand and granted her dream. But there was something we both felt was beautiful, and we desperately protected it until the very end. There's nothing to feel regret about, as she has properly ended her time. I cannot remain in this reminiscence forever. I see. And you've concluded this inside you already? So that's why you're not depressed or filling yourself with reminiscence. Yeah, but I still dream about it. I'll recall her for the rest of my life. My memory will fade away someday, and I will forget about her voice and her gestures. But still, I'll remember her forever that this thing occurred to me, and that I love Saber. Tosaka doesn't say anything, but for some reason she looks happy and starts to walk as if she's skipping. What's going on, Tosaka? Did something happen to make you hurry? It's nothing. I just want to get to school quickly. Let's hurry. I'll leave you behind if you're slow. Turning around, Tosaka starts running up the hill. What is she doing? Pushing herself when she's not a morning person. Grumbling, I'll throw the bag over my shoulder and start to run. It's still 7:30. It's too early a time for a student not involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with being early. Running up the road that seems to go up into the sky, I reach the school earlier than usual. Today is the day the new year starts. If I am to celebrate it, I have to shake off my old memories and hurry up. Traces will never go away, even if I almost cry from the vacancy hitting my heart. Blue sky is in the distance. It feels so close, yet I cannot grab it even if I reach out with my hands. I looked up at the stars before, stars that I cannot reach and wishes that will not be granted. There's nothing we have been able to leave behind for each other. Therefore, traces and memories will disappear someday. But still, even if it will not reach her, there should be something that will remain in our hearts. There is nothing that remains in our hands, but we lived at the same time and looked up at the same things. If I remember that, I can believe that we can be together even if we are far apart. I can assent that there are things that will go away, and there are also things that will not go away. That is why I will keep running for now. If I aim for the distance, there should come a day when I will be able to reach out to what I've been aiming for. Winter has passed and it is spring, the season of new beginnings. Under the blue sky that she has also seen, keep running up the hill. The battle has ended. Her last battleground, the battle that was fought between the split halves of her country, ended with the king's victory. The night is running. The battle has ended. The bloody red sun has already set, and the darkness of the night is already ruling over the battlefield. The hill, covered with corpses, is filled with curses, crying out to try to take the survivors with them. Through it all, the knight runs panting. A rein is in the knight's hand, and the wounded white horse earnestly follows him. The only survivors are this knight and this horse, and this one king that is lying on the white horse's back. Your Highness! King Arthur, please come this way! He must be wounded himself, but the knight runs through the battlefield with all his energy. The king he is serving is on the verge of death. The king has defeated the enemy's king in personal combat, but the king received a fatal wound as well. The wound is fatal even in the knight's eyes. The king that they have served will soon reach death. Please, get a hold of yourself. If we can reach that forest, we shall certainly... He desperately calls out. Or possibly the knight might even really believed it. That their king is immortal. That as long as the guidance of the holy sword is there, the king would never die. He breathes hard, passes over the mountains of corpses, and heads for the forest that is not covered in blood. He knew of the king's immortality. Therefore, he believes that the king's wound will heal if he escapes this cursed battlefield and makes it to a pure place. No, he could only believe so. He believed his own king unlike the other knights. The king was isolated in the court, alienated by the knights, and was feared by the people. But the king did not show emotion, even in such a situation, and always stayed as an ideal, and the knight felt pride in his young king. He did not serve his country. He had entrusted his sword, struggled to be of power, and made his way to be a personal guard of the king as a young man, because it was this king, the masked king, the boy who tried to allow no personal feelings, and to be fair. He might have hoped to be able to see the king's true face if he went near the king. He just wanted to see the king's true expressions, not the face he puts on during battle or in the castle, but a real smiling face of a human. It should appear in the court when he has been released from his duties. No matter how perfect a king is, he cannot strain his mind 24 hours a day. That thinking proved wrong. The only thing he found out was the truth contrary to his expectations. He has made it to the rank of Imperial Guard and was able to guard beside the king. He has guarded the king closer than any other knights, and kept watch on the knight and the king's behavior. But still, it did not happen even once. His king never smiled. Since when did he feel anger toward it? The king has accomplished so many great deeds and has accrued much glory. But in fact, the king never showed a peaceful face. He cannot approve of that fact. He wanted to believe such a thing should not be allowed. That is why he wished for his king to be awarded the light. But he has yet to accomplish that. The king is still isolated. That is why the knight continuously did not approve of the king's death. He cannot end it here. He thinks that this great king is not rewarded enough for his actions. Your Highness, please stay here. I shall get someone right away. In the forest, he reaches. The knight lays the king by a large tree. The situation is race against time. It takes half a day, no matter how much he hurries to go to the port where his own army is left. Anyone with eyes should be able to tell if the king's life will last till morning or not. Please endure until then. I shall certainly bring our troops here. He salutes the unconscious king and runs to his white horse. Bedivere. Before that, the king that should have been unconscious calls out his name. Your Highness, have you regained consciousness? Yes, I was watching a dream. Faint voice, but that voice seems warm to the night. A dream? He calls out as if to search. The king's consciousness is not certain. He shall go back into the darkness unless he replies so. Yes, I have not seen many dreams, so I had a valuable experience. That is great. Then please be at ease and rest. I shall go get the troops in that time. A gasping sound. It sounds as if what the knight said was unexpected. Your Highness, have I been rude? No, I was just surprised at your point. I did not know a dream could be seen after one awakens. Are you saying I'll be able to see the same dream if I close my eyes again? Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. He stutters but replies, even though he knows it's a lie. Yes, it's technically not a lie. You can. I've been able to go back into dreams after waking up, and then just going back to bed. Yes, if you strongly desire so, you should be able to continue watching the same dream. I have that experience as well. Such thing is not possible. What happens only once and not continuously is what people call a dream. The knight lies in spite of that. He apologizes that this will be the first and last dishonesty he will perform towards the king. Until fate grand order. I see. You are knowledgeable, Bedivere. The king murmurs as if impressed. His face is still looking down and he does not even look up at the knight. The king breathes so softly that can barely be heard. And quietly, Bedivere, take my sword. The king gives his last orders in a faint voice. Pass through this forest and go over that blood-stained hill. There is a deep lake beyond it. Throw my sword into that lake. Your Highness, that is... The knight knows what that means. The sword of the lake. To let go of that sword would be proof of the king, and what protected the king means the end of the king he has served. Go. Once you've accomplished my orders, return here and tell me what you saw. The king does not take back his order. The knight takes the holy sword and goes over that hill with his indecision still in mind. hand, the knight hesitates, returning the sword for 3 times. The lake was certainly there, but he just could not throw the sword in it. If he throws the sword in, his king will disappear. The knight is unable to throw away the sword from his unwillingness to part with the king, and the knight turns around and returns to the king. The king repeats to the knight. As the knight lies to the king that he has thrown away the sword, the king only replies, "Follow his command." To obey the king's command is a great sin. To disobey the king's command is a great sin for a knight. But still, he disobeyed the king's orders twice. He was reluctant for the king's life when he faced the lake. But that comes to an end. As the knight figures out he cannot change the king's decision, he throws the sword into the lake on his 3rd visit. The holy sword returns to the lake. A white hand appearing from the water receives the sword, and after going through the sky 3 times, the holy sword vanishes from this world. And the knight finally accepts it. The king's end. That the duty was too long has finally ended. After crossing the hill 3 times, the forest is covered in morning sunlight. The battlefield is afar. In the pure light, mist that does not show any traces of a bloody battle. I have thrown the sword into the lake. The sword has returned to the lady of the lake. The king opens his eyes at the knight's words. I see. Then you shall be proud. You have obeyed your king's command. The knight nods silently to the voice facing death. Everything has ended. Chaos in his country would still continue. The battle will not end, and the day of ruin will come around soon. But the battle of the king has ended. She has fulfilled her duty until the very last moment. The light disappears. Finishing her tasks has her last strength disappeared from her body. I'm sorry, Bedivere. This sleep will be long. As going to sleep slowly, she gradually closes her eyes. The morning sunlight fills the area. The forest stands there quietly, and his king goes into a long sleep. The knight keeps watching over her figure. The king that he wished for. A lonely knight that was seen off by just one night. A lonely king that was seen off by just one night. But her face is what he wished for. A peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king has obtained the peace that she has never been able to obtain. He was just happy about that fact. The knight thanks the someone who has given her peace and proudly watches over his king. The heaven is far and the clearing sky is blue. The battle is truly ended. Are you watching, King Arthur? His murmur rides through the wind, as it's sinking into the endless blue, and the king that went into sleep. The continuation of the dream sees a distant, distant dream. A battle has been fought and is now over. Place your sword upon the ground and rest in the temporal peace. After dozing in the warmth of a dream, a new day will begin. The days keep passing by, and we will still chase the same star we once saw. Okay. Okay, well, I guess that's the end of the Fate route. What an amazing time that was. Like, I was actually, when the first, 13 episodes of this, oh, sorry, bumped the desk. During the first, 13 episodes of this, I was like, I might be canceling the series a little earlier than I thought, because it's just not that good. And then it would get super good, and then it would get a little bad, and then it would get super good, and it would get, a little bad again. And then it would get amazing, and then it'd get amazing, and then it'd get amazing over and over, and just what an amazing time that was. With all the spoilers that I had heard for it, it kept me surprised at almost every turn. Well, not necessarily surprised, but just intrigued at every turn. I love Mirror Moon adding in his little logo there. But yeah, I just can't even put into words, that was just a good story overall. Of course, I do have my few gripes with it, but oh, these are all the people that did the translations. That's awesome. Shout out to literally everyone here. This, like, none of this would be possible without them. Like, without this team and people just in general willing to, like, go through so much hard work purely out of passion. Like, that's, like, we wouldn't be able to experience, like, stuff like this without, like, learning an entirely new language, and one of the hardest languages, apparently, that you could learn. So that is amazing. But yeah, the plans for the future of the series. I plan to do 2 things, essentially, before I start with the UBW. First, I'm going to compile all of these episodes into 7 super long parts. Just so then if someone wants to, like, watch the Fate series, like, wants to, like, experience the visual novel, they don't have... I'm probably also going to make a different playlist for it. It's just going to be labeled The Complete Series, like Fate Stay Night, Visual Novel Complete, something like that. And just so then, like, people won't have to be, like, intimidated by, like, the 8, because this is episode 81. So they won't have to be, like, overwhelmed with 81 episodes. I can, like, just cut it down into 7 really, really long ones. So those will be taking the place for the episodes from, like, the normal time, essentially, up until that's over. And then after that, I do want to read the Please Be Happy demo. I want to finish that, because I started it and just didn't finish it, just because I realized that if I keep, like, changing, like, oh, this week will be Fate, or this week will be Please Be Happy, or if I don't upload 3 Fates a week, it's just going to take so long to finish, and nobody would want that, you know? So I am going to do those 2 things, and then we will just jump into UBW. And then at the end of UBW, it's going to be the same thing, where I will do, like, the complete series, and then I'm probably going to, if by that time Please Be Happy is done, like the full game is released, I will be reading that. And if you guys are at all interested in other visual novels, then check it out. Like, Please Be Happy, like, it's such a good experience, like, so far. Like, I have zero issues with it at all so far. Like, it's such a cute little story. The art is great, the music is amazing. It's fully voiced in English through and through, which is awesome. Well, it's not, like, fully voiced, but, like, when the characters are, like, speaking to each other, you know, it's, like, fully voiced in English, which is cool. And yeah, it's just a really pleasant time. So if you guys are interested in watching other visual novels, then please do check that out. Just because I like just reading, I just like doing what I enjoy on this channel, and Fate is a big part of that. Like, after UBW and Heaven's Feel, I do plan to read Hollow Ataraxia as well. But at the same time, eventually, Fate content's gonna run out, my guys. You know, we can't keep the Fate train going forever. I want to, like, we consume these things much faster than it's made, you know what I mean? The only way I'd be able to have, like, a near infinite amount of Fate stuff is if I started reading Grand Order from the very beginning. Which, no, I'm not doing that. That would be so long. And I've already experienced all of it in its format, essentially. So, whereas with UBW and Heaven's Feel, I haven't experienced it in visual novel form, and then I've heard that it's not necessarily very different, but there's so much just more to the visual novels. So yeah, that is my current plan. And one of the also big reasons I want to do the complete series is not only does it make it easier for people to catch up and just experience the visual novel in general, again, with it being less intimidating, it also allows me to have about, like, slightly over 2 weeks, like, of a break, essentially, from not having to worry about, like, recording and, like, all this kind of stuff. Like, it, like, gives me, like, a chance to, like, get ahead, essentially. Which is really important for someone like me who doesn't do YouTube as, like, a job and just does it as a pure hobby. That kind of stuff. So it'll give me about, again, like, 2 weeks, 1 day to record some videos and get those up for everybody. So yeah, with that being said, we'll probably be starting UBW, and I don't think the demo would be too long. It's a demo. So we'll probably be starting UBW, and I would probably say about a month to, like, 2 months time, you know? So hopefully you guys can all stick with me during that time while I'm not uploading Fate. I'm saying this just mostly because, like, Fate is by far the most popular stuff that I do. which I really appreciate the support that the series garners. I do actually want to check one last thing before we go. Just a little update. I wanted to pull this up, but I wasn't expecting it to just... it didn't end, like, abruptly, but I got, like, so caught up in it that I, like, didn't prepare properly. Where is my... I should just check my YouTube Studio app. Oh, I lost a subscriber. I got up to 50. Now I'm only down to 49 again. That sucks. Oh, I have a comment that I've been meaning to respond to. Oh, gosh darn it. I feel really bad about that. I've been meaning to respond to it for a long time. Is there a way to just check my, like, most popular video? Views. Yep. My, Fate Stay Night episode 48, the Henty episode, is the most viewed video on my channel with 2,800 views. Absolutely astounding. Outside of that, the views range from anywhere from, like, 1 to, like, a couple hundred. But that one was just like, hold my beer, here's a couple thousand. That is so funny to me. Also, I guess with talking about, like, how Fate stuff's eventually going to run out, I also do want to read his other works. Like, I want to read Tsukihime. I really want to read the remake just because the art is so beautiful in that game. Like, it just looks like, you know, current Takeuchi, which is just phenomenal. He's one of my favorite artists, so I really want to read that game with the remake, and the translation is currently being very hard worked on. So honestly, maybe when that's done, maybe that would be like a break between, I don't know, like one of the Fate things. I don't know how long it's going to take. It's a lot of hard work that can never be understated, how hard these people are essentially working for free. So like, they can take all the time in the world, and I'll just read it whenever it's ready. And then there's also Garden of Sinners. I'm pretty sure that's novels. I don't know if I'll read that for the channel, but if enough, I'll probably bring this up a couple more times at a, like, not at the end of a 43-minute long video, but maybe I'll bring it up a couple other times and see if people are interested in reading the Garden of Sinners novels. Also, I really think it'd be fun to read Fate Zero, the novel, and basically do like a little audiobook series, you know? I think that could be a lot of fun. But, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. With that being said, let's see what happens after Finn. Try again from the night of the third day. Okay. So yeah, I guess with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.